Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 29, Survivor's Guilt. Rukia stumbled, not expecting Kayan's full weight to suddenly lean on her. Kayandano? No answer. The hand on her back went slack and drooped. Kayandano, she tried again, her heart breaking with every second. Perhaps the rain was masking his words. There was no longer the slight movement of his chest from his labored breathing. No, no. Kayandano. Rukia finally ended with an anguished cry as she sank to her knees, still holding onto Kayan's body. Immediately, Ichigo was by her side, relieving the weight of Kayan's body from her. She resisted for a moment before letting go, her balled fists falling to her thighs, her body shaking with silent sobs. I didn't mean to. Ichigo gently laid Kayan's body on the ground, almost as if afraid he'll fall apart if he did otherwise. He gazed wide-eyed at Kayan's body, too stunned to react. He wanted to deny it, say it wasn't so, but there was no denying it, not with the body of their lieutenant lying there. Kayan looked as if he was sleeping, except that blood had seeped from his eyes and mouth, drenching his entire face red. Even so, the rain was slowly washing away the blood that was now flowing at a much slower rate. The scabbard of his zanpakuto that was still hanging from his waist slowly faded from view, his zanpakuto was disappearing, another sure sign that Kayan was gone. Wordlessly, Ichigo then dropped next to Rukia and hugged her tentatively, trying to comfort her. As soon as he touched her, she willingly leaned into his chest as her sobs became more pronounced. I killed. She stammered. No. No, you didn't, Ichigo replied immediately in a firm but soft tone. His heart ached, and he could feel tears threatening to break free, but he blinked them back. Rukia was an emotional wreck right now. He couldn't, no, he wouldn't cry. You did what you had to do. He was unsure of what else to say. Rukia just shook her head. Kayandano, why? Ichigo could only hold her tighter. Sure, he didn't want to kill Kayan, but somewhere deep down in him knew that he'd only been delaying the inevitable. Kayan had to die. There was no other way. He just didn't expect Rukia to have to know. He was not going to pin Kayandano's death on her. She never wanted to do it. Ichigo cursed himself. Due to his own stubbornness, Rukia had to deal the coup de grace, and judging by her reaction, she blamed herself for it. Her body was still shaking slightly from her faint sobs. Ichigo didn't know what to do except to hold her tighter. He didn't trust himself to comfort her, he didn't trust himself to speak and not break out in tears as well. It took all he had not to. So he resorted to holding her closer, placing a hand on top of her wet hair and stroking it in an attempt to comfort her. His shihakusho was drenched, and so too was hers, but neither made a move to get out of the rain. Yukitake walked up to Kayan's body and crouched down next to it. He too stayed there for a few seconds, staring expressionlessly at his former lieutenant before he looked at Ichigo. I'll bring his body back. You too, take all the time you need. I'll inform the Gotei about this. You know how to find your way back, he asked softly. Ichigo nodded, vaguely realizing that Byakuya would probably find out that Ichigo wasn't entirely truthful with him. But then, he found out he didn't really care. Yukitake closed his eyes, grieving for a few seconds before gingerly picking up Kayan's corpse and vanishing. Ichigo merely stared at the spot they'd vacated, ignoring the rain that washed ceaselessly over them. Rukia continued to cry silently into his chest, and Ichigo allowed himself a moment to process what had happened in the last few minutes. Shiba Kayan was dead, less than a day after his own wife did. How was that even possible? How could someone as kind, as friendly, as good-natured as Kayan be dead? It just wasn't possible. And yet the sad truth had happened right before their eyes. It didn't help that it had been the only way to stop the hollow. As soon as Kayan had breathed his last, Ichigo felt like some part of him had died along with him, despite knowing that Kayan's heart still lived on with them. Kayan had given the same lecture to him as well, all those years back. Now, it all seemed like an eternity ago. What he wouldn't do to just hear Kaien cracking one more joke. At that point, he let his tears flow free, allowing the rain to wash them away almost immediately, almost as if he was washing away the pain. Now that the reality of Kaien's death sinking in, Ichigo realized how different it was going to be without the Division 13 lieutenant around. He'd been more than just a trainer to Ichigo, he'd been a mentor, someone who'd followed his training extremely closely, as well as a friend, someone he could talk to as well. He'd been a part of their lives. That hole that his death had left behind would never be replaced. Rukia unexpectedly clung even tighter to Ichigo, and he couldn't help but hate himself right now. How could he have let Rukia deal the final blow, despite knowing that she saw him as an older brother? If only he'd ignored Yukate's orders from the start. If only he'd gotten the hollow to focus on him instead. If only he'd killed the hollow like Yukate asked him to instead of having Rukia do it. If only his Kido spell had been on target. If only. But wasn't that all it was? What ifs? There was nothing else he could do any longer. The wind seemed to pick up as a wave of cold air swept over the both of them. Ichigo shuddered slightly, but Rukia, as expected, wasn't affected by the cold. They sat there for another 5 minutes as the rain continued to pour. He was probably going to fall ill by sitting in the rain, but he didn't care. Instead, he pulled Rukia closer, trying to give her the warmth he couldn't feel. He didn't know if the cold would cause her to fall ill, but there was no sense in letting her suffer any longer. Meanwhile, Rukia's sobs slowly subsided, but her head was still buried in Ichigo's chest, his shihakusho already soaked with her tears, or perhaps it was the rain. He wanted to leave and forget about this place, but at the same time, he would be forgetting about Kaien as well. How could he do that? Besides, he didn't know if Rukia wanted to leave, and he would stay with her until she did. Screw his duties. Another 10 minutes later, the rain slowed into a drizzle, and Ichigo suddenly heard Rukia say something, but her voice was muffled. Huh? What did you say? He asked as he held her by the arms. She looked up at him, and yet another pang of guilt washed through him when he saw her violet eyes splotched with red and full of misery. She didn't seem affected by the cold, but her face was pale and devoid of color. Let's go back, Ichigo. Please, she croaked out. Nodding silently, Ichigo helped her up. She complied without any resistance, and once again, Ichigo felt disgusted at himself. In all his time, he'd never seen Rukia break down that badly. Sure, he'd seen her cry a few times, but 2 instances stood out, when they found their friends dead at the hands of 2 hollows back in Inuzuri and when they'd separated at the academy. However, he'd never seen her so small, so racked with grief, and it wrenched at him. She'd always come across as headstrong and independent. He knew why though. She thought she was responsible for killing Kaiendano, something that should have been his responsibility in the first place. Gingerly, he placed a hand across her back and the other behind her knees before lifting her up, expecting her to either refuse outright or assault him. In fact, he hoped she did. At least that would prove she was still normal. His heart sank even further when she made no move to stop him, instead huddling closer to him. To see her like this, what kind of bullshit was that? Wordlessly, he began the journey back, not even bothering about anything else. Sure, some part of him wanted to hold her like this, but he never expected it to be in these circumstances. How could he even bother about it right now? How could he insult Kaien by indulging in his own desires right now? He looked down at Rukia and looked at her emotionless face for a moment. It tore at him, but he refused to cry. He could only pray she will be fine. It all just seemed so unreal. She could hardly believe it. He'd already been weakened from the hollow, but she still stabbed him. She'd killed him. She was a murderer. No. It had to be a dream, it wasn't possible. He wasn't dead. He was only sleeping. Yeah, that was it. Sleeping. This was all just a dream. Perhaps she should just take her Zanpakuto and run it through her aching heart. Maybe then she'll wake up. But then, comforting arms enveloped her, arms that she recognized, Ichigo. Feeling his arms around her brought her a minuscule bit of comfort. He was holding her. It could make her feel happy, wasn't that what she wanted? But right now, how could she? At least she no longer had the urge to carve out her own heart. But then, another thought crossed her mind, and she wanted to pull away out of guilt, out of shame, but found that she had no strength left to do so. She'd killed him. How would Ichigo react to that? Would he hate her? Would he shun her? How could he even like a murderer? Would she lose yet another person who had a special place in her heart? She didn't even dare look up, afraid to see a look of disappointment and betrayal. Perhaps she could get him to kill her. Perhaps it'll be better for everyone if she just died. She wouldn't sully the name of the 13th Division if she died. She wouldn't disgrace the Kuchiki name. They would hate her anyway. She tried to speak, but couldn't. The rain was washing away the blood and washing away her strength. 5 minutes later, or 10, or more, she didn't know, but she didn't care. She wanted to go. She couldn't stay. Memories. Kaien. She couldn't stay. She had to risk it. Ichigo. Huh? What did you say? She looked up at him, bracing herself for the look of hatred that would definitely be on his face, but was met by a look of concern and sadness. That was good, right? But perhaps he was sad that his best friend was a murderer. Let's go back, Ichigo. Please. Even she could hear the pleading in her own voice. He nodded and helped her get up as well. She tried to pull away, but she had no strength left in her. She felt him lifting her up gently, and she tried to resist. She didn't want to burden him again. Still, she found no strength to do so. As they made their way back, she remembered how Kayendano had thanked her for killing him. That only brought tears to her eyes, tears she thought had been long cried dry. Now, only one thought crossed her mind. I'm sorry. Kayendano. I don't deserve your thanks. I don't deserve everything you've done for me, everything you were to me. He'd been like a brother to her, one that, unlike her Nii-sama, had been there for her all these years. In fact, Kaien had many similarities with her Nii-sama. He was a noble, and a high-ranking officer. However, he seldom acted like a noble, and he talked to his subordinates as if they were his equal. Besides her normal training, he was the one who'd helped her in her noble training. He never failed to mention that it was stupid and useless. He was the one whom she'd confessed her feelings about a certain someone to. But now, he was gone. His last words kept replaying in a loop, the ghost of his voice haunting her ears. Don't worry, Rukia, just remember, follow your heart. Of course, she knew what he was talking about, the one secret she entrusted him to keep, her heart regarding her orange-haired best friend. 2 years ago. Rukia was bored. If she had a choice, she would have changed into her shihakusho and gone off to hang out with Ichigo. She'd been out in the gardens of the Kuchiki Manor for almost half an hour as she waited for her next lesson on nobility to begin. Ever since she became a Kuchiki, she'd been forewarned that she would have to take lessons on noble behavior. No one, however, told her it would take so many years. Or maybe she was just slow. To her, noble training didn't really have much use. Some of her training seemed downright useless to her, such as how her handwriting should be according to the noble way. In fact, she mused, if half the clan elders had been fighters, they would probably have already taught her how to fight the noble way. What she didn't like though, was that some of the lessons talked about how nobles were better than the residents of Rukongai. Status-wise, sure they were, but based on their attitude and character, they definitely weren't. No wonder some of the Shinigami frowned on nobles. Of course, there were many positive points as well. As a noble woman, some of the lessons included being more graceful and polite, among other things. Nevertheless, it didn't really seem all that important to her, but she did wonder if Ichigo would be impressed by the changes in her. It was strange though, why was she so concerned about how Ichigo perceived her? Muffled voices floated in from the garden entrance. 2 elders had just entered. They spared her a glance that lasted less than a second before resuming their conversation, not bothering to even respond when she paid her respects as they approached her, not bothering to lower their voices. Since they treated her like she was invisible, Rukia decided to shamelessly listen in on their conversation as they walked past her. "I think he's abusing his rights as a clan head," one elder said. "He knows the clan needs an heir ever since that commoner died without providing one. We've given him a long enough grace period to grieve," the other clan elder agreed. "He'd better remarry soon, lest we have to turn to Rukia-sama for an heir." Rukia could hardly miss the condescending way the elder referred to her. Imagine that. "However, at this rate, it looks like we have no choice. We'd better choose a candidate from one of the better noble clans," the first elder said. Their words faded out as they went out of range, but not before leaving a sour taste in Rukia's mouth. It was times like these that Rukia wished she could just take out Sodi no Shirayuki and freeze them all. Maybe then their heads would shrink enough to pull out of their stuck-up buttes. She understood that she was technically not nobility, she had been adopted into it. However, that didn't give the nobles an excuse to be so hostile about it and address her with such scorn. It was as if they wanted her to leave, which probably wasn't that far from the truth. In fact, she probably would have done just that, if it wasn't for Ichigo making her life more tolerable, even though she didn't really confide this matter with him. Idiots. After calming down, she began to think. She knew all about noble marriages, obviously, the clan elders didn't tell her about it. She'd asked Kaien about it. Most of these marriages were arranged, mostly done with either a political or power-based motive. One of the main determinants of power a noble clan had was to have a clan member who was a high-ranking Shinigami, something easier said than done. That was one of the reasons why the Kuchiki clan was considered one of the great noble clans. Kuchiki Byakuya, as well as his late grandfather, Kuchiki Jinrei, was a captain. The Shiba clan likewise had a lieutenant and a third-seat Shinigami. That was apparently one of the reasons why Izuru wanted to climb as high as possible, to restore power and honor to his clan. All the noble clans wished to have such status, and one other way was to be associated with other noble clans, and the only way to do that was through marriage. Things such as love were almost always never a factor in these marriages, which was why commoners marrying into noble families were rare and almost unheard of. In the past few decades, Byakuya's marriage was the only known case in recent decades, and that was only because he was the clan head. If it was anyone else, the chances of them marrying someone they loved who wasn't a noble were next to nothing. Thankfully for Kaien and Miyako, who'd undergone an arranged marriage, they'd liked each other from the get-go, and that eventually blossomed into love. It was at this point of time that Rukia couldn't help but laugh. When the time comes, who will the clan elders force her to marry? None of the noblemen from other clans seemed capable or nice enough. They treated her the same way most of the clan elders treated her once they knew she was a mere commoner. No doubt these same noblemen would start professing their undying devotion to her the moment the Kuchiki elders decided to marry her off. I wonder if I'd be able to marry Ichigo one day. She suddenly thought. Then, she blinked, once, twice, before slapping herself hard. Where in the world did that thought come from? What was wrong with her brain? I mean, come on, how was that even possible? She could list down the reasons why that was nigh on impossible. Firstly, Ichigo wouldn't want to marry her. They were best friends, for one. Whoever heard of best friends hooking up? And she didn't love him, not in the romantic sense. Right? Even assuming on the off chance that she did, he definitely didn't feel the same way, and on the even unlikelier possibility that he felt the same way, the clan elders would definitely not approve. After all, they wouldn't entertain anyone without a noble status. She might even get Ichigo into trouble, since Nii-sama was his direct superior. Sure, the two of them were more or less inseparable, despite their current statuses, and Rukia was completely fine with that. If anyone was to ask her what made her life bearable throughout her entire time in Inuzuri and her time so far in Soul Society, she would have the answer on her lips in less than a second: Ichigo. It was true, anyway. While she was inducted into the Kachiki clan by the head, which was Byakuya, most of the other Kachiki nobles still treated her like an outsider. Sure, there were some nice ones, but those were rare and few between, and the rest served to make her feel like an outsider in her own home. Well, if she could choose who she wanted to marry, she would definitely choose Ichigo. Wait, why was she even thinking about this? This was absurd. They were friends, PRD. Nothing was going to happen between them. Although, that didn't sound all that bad. Kurosaki Rukia, ah. She was going crazy. After mentally berating herself multiple times, Rukia finally managed to shove that stubborn thought process away when a welcome distraction came in the form of one of the maids arriving to remind her about her next class in noble training. Oh, the joy! Unfortunately, for the next month or so, thoughts about the possibility of Ichigo actually liking her in a romantic sense seemed to latch onto her brain and refused to let go. It was as if she'd unwittingly opened the floodgate to her emotions, only to find she couldn't close it any longer. It wasn't long before she began noticing that she seemed to feel happier every time she was with Ichigo, regardless of what they were doing, for absolutely no reason at all. Hiding her expressions was easy enough though, he would somehow manage to annoy her with his antics. Still, she began to realize that she was starting to take more and more notice in Ichigo as well, such as paying more attention to him and how simply sensing his reaction near her made her feel more reassured. She noticed that he seemed to look better when he smiled, even though he seldom did. Of course, she would never tell him any of that. Despite her best efforts. These random thoughts never seemed to go away. Ichigo was starting to invade her mind more and more often, and she found herself feeling quite irritated about it. It wasn't like she actually had feelings for him, right? Of course she didn't. She was just concerned about him. Yeah, that was it. She also saw him so often anyways, so naturally he was always in her thoughts. Okay, maybe she did like Ichigo in a little more than platonic way. But that was all. Nevertheless, those thoughts never went away, and Kaien eventually found out about it after he'd forced it out of her, but not before he promised to keep mum about it. After confessing to Kaien, Rukia had expected a fresh wave of teasing to commence. Strangely enough, all Kaien did was grin and say something very weird. Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll remind your brother about it, and if he still refuses. No, scratch that. I'll hound him until he agrees. She hadn't understood it then, and she didn't understand it even now. However, she wasn't going to be able to ask him any longer. Kaien had allowed her to experience the brotherly relationship she never had with her real brother, but that was all not possible any longer. It was well into the early morning when the two friends reached Siriidii. Thankfully, the guard at the gate didn't question them about their activities, considering the fact that Ichigo still had Rukia in his arms, and that their shihakusho were still slightly damp. Most of Siriidii was asleep, except for the occasional sentry. That, however, wasn't the case for the 13th Division. When they were nearing the Division 13 barracks, Ichigo noticed that the division was wide awake. The place was lit up with activity, although there seemed to be a sense of mourning around it. Ichigo. Ichigo looked down at Rukia, who seemed to have returned to her senses and was now looking at the barracks. She turned back to him. Thank you, Ichigo. You can put me down now. Are you sure you're fine? Ichigo asked her softly even as he set her feet back onto the floor. Yes, I'll be fine, she replied, even as she stumbled slightly. Let's go. Ichigo nodded, and the two of them wordlessly made their way towards the Division 13 offices. When they reached there, a sight greeted them that wrenched at their hearts. The entire division was gathered outside the division office, with Katsubaki and Kaion watching over them. All of them were kneeling and had their heads bowed, and cries were heard from many of the Shinigami. Needless to say, they were mourning the passing of their lieutenant and third seat. The two friends walked up to the two fourth seats. Tears were streaming down Kayon's face while Katsubaki was staring at the ground with a stricken look. "Kayon, where's Yukitake Taishu?" Ichigo asked. Kayon looked up at him, blinking tears away from her eyes. "Oh, Ichigo-senpai. Taicho was called away for an emergency meeting. At this hour, it was probably because of Kayon's death." "And Kayon Dano?" he asked. His body is in the office, right next to Miyako-senpai," Kayon replied as she sniffled. From his side view, Ichigo saw Rukia walk inside the office even as Kayon continued talking. "You went as well, right, Ichigo-senpai? What happened?" Ichigo half glanced towards the division office. He didn't know if he should tell the truth now, best if Yukitake Taishu was here. He didn't want to lie, only to have Yukitake tell the truth. Instead, he asked, "Did Yukitake Taishu ask you all to wait out here?" Kayon shook her head sadly. "No, not really. No one wanted to go back, and neither did we. Kayon Fukatechu deserves that much." Ichigo nodded, knowing that, in hindsight, it was a really stupid question. Kayon was well liked by his division, it would be disrespectful to put sleep over him. Rendered speechless, with no idea of what to say to the two fourth seats or the rest of the division, Ichigo retreated into the division office, thinking he should try and comfort Rukia. When he entered the office, his eyes immediately fell on the three bodies that looked like the focus of the entire office despite being placed to one side. Moving silently towards the bodies, he knelt beside Kayon's body, which was placed next to his wife. Yukitake must have cleaned his face, or had gotten someone to clean it, because his face was completely clean, making it seem as though he was just sleeping. A lump formed in Ichigo's throat as a fresh wave of sadness enveloped him once again. He knelt there, wishing he could have done something different to change the course of events. He knew that Shinigami and pluses died every day due to hollow attacks or other problems, he'd seen some die right in front of him before. But somehow, he never expected any of his friends to fall into this category. It was on a completely different level, to see someone he knew up close and personal fall victim to a hollow attack. It just didn't seem possible for them to. Sure, Kayon had kept his pride by taking on the hollow all by himself, but at what cost? Ichigo could tell that things just wouldn't be the same without Kayon around, but he'd only known Kayon for about a decade or so. How much different would it be for the rest of his division? How much different would it be for Rukia? Wait. Ichigo looked up and around the office, realizing that he was alone. Where was Rukia? Wasn't she supposed to be in the office? A sudden surge of panic shot through him as he bolted to his feet. Did Rukia go off somewhere? He hadn't seen her go past him. In the state she was in, he was afraid she might do something stupid. His eyes fell on the doors that lead to the back of the office. Upon closer inspection, he saw that they were slightly ajar. He opened the doors slowly, resisting the urge to fling them open. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw her sitting on the ground, her back facing him and her knees tucked under her chin. Ichigo walked towards her and silently sat down next to her before placing a hand on her shoulder and pulling her close. He didn't say anything, merely trying to provide her some reassurance. "Afraid I'll cry or do something stupid?" Rukia joked humorlessly. "I sort of panicked when I didn't see you anywhere," Ichigo admitted carefully. He looked at her, but her reddened, glassy eyes stared forward. "I couldn't stay out there," she stated miserably, leaning her head on Ichigo's arm. "I couldn't stay in there knowing that Kayon Dano died by my hands." "Rukia, that's enough," Ichigo said softly but firmly. "Please don't blame yourself for Kayon Dano's, what happened out there. You didn't want to do it. None of us wanted it to happen, but it did. In fact, I should be the one that's sorry. I should be the one who's taking the blame. I should have struck the final blow, instead, my refusal to believe that there was no other way forced you to deliver it instead, despite knowing how much he meant to you," he continued carefully, trying his best not to use the words, kill, and Kayon Dano, in the same sentence. Rukia stared up into the cloudy sky. I could never blame you, Ichigo, you know that. In the end, I did it, and there's no turning back. Maybe some part of me feels glad that I saved him in the end, but in the end, would anyone care? What would his family say? Ichigo knew about Kaien's immediate family. He had a younger brother and an older sister, although their names escaped him. Rukia. Ichigo started, but Rukia turned to look at him, silencing him. What would they say if they knew I killed their brother, that he died by my hands? What would the rest of the division say if they knew it was me who killed the most well-liked lieutenant in Suriidai? Rukia. I'm in the same division as them, Ichigo. I'm too ashamed to see them. They'll see me every day, and they'll know me as the person who ran a sword through Kaiendano. They aren't going to care that doing so was the only way to stop the hollow and spare Kaiendano from more grief and pain, and I can't say I blame them. Ichigo sighed. Rukia was suffering from a bad case of survivor's guilt, and he didn't know what to say. You don't know that. I've seen the Division 13's Shinigami, they're all pretty nice people dash. But none of them have ever experienced their lieutenant dying before their very eyes, have they? And towards you, they may seem nice, but not all of them still accept me, you know, Rukia said with a sigh. Ichigo tensed up slightly. This was new. He hadn't heard about it before. But why? I've seen how you work with some of them, and they seem to like you. Not all of them do, you know. Some of them still see me as this noble who managed to enter easily because my name is Kuchiki, she said bitterly. They're looking for more reasons to hate me, and they'll definitely jump at this chance. The only reason why they don't do more is because Kaiendano always asked them to lay it off. They don't even know how bad I have it at home. What? Ichigo blurted out, staring wide-eyed at her. What are you? Never mind, he shook his head. Rukia, as curious as I am to find out what you're talking about, I don't think now's the best time. I don't want you to say something you'll regret later dash. No, I need to say this, Rukia said with a shake of her head. It's all just, too much, and I need to tell someone, and you're the only one I feel comfortable telling. Ichigo relented, although he had a bad feeling this would cause more problems, however, for Rukia's sake. They hate me, you know. All the clan elders in the Kuchiki clan hate me. Most of the younger ones are the same, with only a few rare ones being nice to me. They see me as nothing more than a commoner who doesn't deserve to be called a Kuchiki. Rukia proceeded to release all her bitterness and sadness, talking about how they treated her, some of them openly saying that she should be kicked out. It's not all fun and games, you know. As Ichigo listened, he started to feel anger bubbling inside him. However, he tried to remain cool. Can't you get Byakuya to do something? He's the clan head, surely he can stop them, right? When Rukia hesitated, Ichigo started to see red. That BSTRD. Please tell me he's not one of those that treat you badly. No, no. He doesn't, Rukia said hastily. Or at least, I don't think he does. Ichigo frowned. What are you talking about? When Rukia hesitated for more than a few seconds, he said, Look, Rukia, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. No, it's fine. Just. Ichigo, before I continue, can you promise me this one thing? Ichigo looked at her quizzically. Can you promise me you won't do anything rash or disrespectful? Rukia asked in a slight pleading tone. He didn't like where this was going, but he agreed. Kaiendano was like an older brother to me, because Nisama never seemed like one. What? What was Rukia talking about? Byakuya, who was cold but treated his duties as a captain seriously, was not like a brother to Rukia. Ichigo knew his captain's adherence to rules was extremely rigid, but he never expected him to do this to Rukia. Ichigo felt anger building inside him but managed to suppress it. The moment he could, he was going to have a nice talk with his captain. He almost never talks to me. The only time I ever talk to him is when I report to him how my day or week went. He never asks me anything beyond that. He never says anything directly to me, and he only makes use of maids or servants to pass me messages, which are rare occurrences in the first place. At the back of his mind, Ichigo remembered Rukia always expressing reluctance in going anywhere near Division 6. At first, Ichigo had believed her excuse of not wanting to disturb Byakuya, but from what she just said, it was because Byakuya never talked to her. He didn't remember his living family, but he was quite sure that brothers did not shun their younger sisters. And you know what's even better? Rukia continued, her tone full of bitterness and sadness. Throughout these past few years, he's yet to even look at me in the eye once. It's like he doesn't even know I'm there. As she finished off, Ichigo was horrified to see a tear roll down her cheek. Immediately, Ichigo felt horribly guilty. He seldom asked about her like back in the Kuchiki manner, because he thought everything was fine. The few times he did ask, Rukia had brushed them off, but he hadn't thought that much about it at that point. This was the last straw. Did his captain even care about Rukia? Please don't confront Nii-sama about all this, okay? Rukia asked him. Huh? Rukia, how can I just ignore this? That's no way for anyone to live in Siriidii, Ichigo said in agitation. I know, but I'll settle it myself, okay? Rukia said. Ichigo didn't reply immediately. It's been more than 10 years already, Rukia. Yes, I know, but I don't want you to get into trouble. He's your direct superior after all, Rukia said. Ichigo looked straight at her pleading eyes for a moment before sighing. Alright, I won't confront your brother. But please don't hold it all in like that, okay? I don't wish to see you suffer any more than you already have. I can't be there for you every day, you know. As much as I want to, Ichigo added as an afterthought. Rukia finally managed a weak smile. Thanks, Ichigo. I wish you could be there for me every day too. She said before looking at him. By the way, what attack was that you used earlier? Ichigo looked at her, not knowing if she was actually feeling better or was just pretending so. Eventually, he decided that, if she wanted to take her mind away from this tragedy for just a moment, he'll help her. Getsuga Aisu. As the name suggests, I can stab my sword into any moonlit shadow and project a blade out of another shadow. It has its limits though. Right now, I can only make use of any shadows cast by the moon, but eventually I can make use of the sun's shadows as well. I can't cast it if neither of these two are present, which was why it failed when the sky was overcast, nor can I use it against airborne enemies. Interesting technique, Rukia said before falling silent for a few more moments. Thank you for being here for me, Ichigo. I needed to get that out of my system, but I feel a lot better now. Her voice was still soft, but at least she didn't seem like she was lying, or was she merely trying to placate him? Ichigo stared back, her earlier words repeating in his ears. She wished he could be there for her every day. Did she mean? No, now wasn't the time. Pushing that thought away, he smiled and said, anytime. You want to get out of here? Rukia shook her head. No, let me just stay here a while longer. Go. You should get some sleep, you have your duties to carry out in a few hours' time, she said before resuming her watch over the early morning sky. And how about you? He asked in concern. I don't think the division will be doing anything today. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. When Ichigo didn't move, she looked at him again and managed a slight laugh. No, seriously, I'll be fine. I won't do anything stupid. In that case, take care. I'll come over again once I can, Ichigo said. He gave her a brief hug before getting up and leaving, but not before looking back at her a couple more times. You couldn't blame him though. This was the first time he'd seen her like this. He too felt the pain and wanted to grieve, but if he did, who would be there for Rukia? She needed him. He had to do it for her. She'd suffered a double blow today. Not only did she lose someone so close to her, she had to be the one to deal the final blow. She was suffering from survivor's guilt, she survived, Kaien didn't, and she was blaming herself for it, even though she had no other choice. Even if she did feel better now, he was quite sure this would take much longer to get over. Ichigo sighed. Perhaps he ought to talk to Yukitake Taishu and get him to monitor her. He wasn't a member of the 13th Division, there was only so much he could help her. Right now, he could only hope and pray she'd be okay. Maybe he should consider a transfer. Just so he could be with her and make sure she's alright. Chapter 30, Words I Want to Say to You. Ichigo didn't feel like seeing any of the other Division 13 members as he left, so he skirted along the walls of the division compound. He tried to push away the sounds of mourning as he did, but failed miserably. When he reached the division compound's entrance, he was surprised to see Yukitake walking towards the entrance. Yukitake Taishu. I was just going. Ichigo stuttered, at a loss of what to say. There were so many questions on his mind, he didn't know what to ask. On top of that, he remembered how Yukitake had yelled at him for questioning his motives. So Taishu called for an immediate captain's meeting given the graveness of the event, Yukitake said, answering Ichigo's silent question for answers. The fact that a lieutenant has fallen victim to one of these strange hollows has made finding their origin the top priority. A shocking thought came to Ichigo. You didn't tell them it was Rukia who struck the final blow, did you? Actually, I did, Yukitake said. Seeing the fearful look on Ichigo's face, he continued, don't worry. I don't intend to take further action on that front, and neither do the other captains. The fact that Kaien had merged with a hollow made the law void anyway. That's good to know, Ichigo said in relief. So who's heading the investigations? He asked curiously. Yukitake hesitated for a moment. I guess it won't make much difference whether I told you or not. Aizen Taishu has been tasked to conduct on-field investigations while Kuratsuchi Taishu is attempting to figure out why they have different, unique abilities. Thanks, Taicho. I'll just be going. Ichigo made to leave, but was surprised when Yukitake asked, are you doing alright, Ichigo? Surprised, Ichigo looked at Yukitake's solemn face. I'm fine, but, aren't you mad at me for disobeying your orders and disrespecting you? Yukitake shook his head. I was, but I've no reason to be. You merely wanted to help Kaien, who knew that the hollow had such an irreversible attack. I personally wished that there was some way to separate the two of them, but you couldn't have known that. In fact, I'm sure Kaien would want to thank you for trying to help him to the very end. Yeah, perhaps, but in the end, Rukia was forced to do it instead, Ichigo said regretfully. It was an accident, you know. She'd appeared behind me just when I leapt away from Kaien's attack. He changed targets and went straight for her, and she reacted instinctively. If only I wasn't too stubborn to see the futility of trying to separate them, Rukia would never have to deliver the final blow. I see. How's she handling it? Is she okay? Yukitake asked. Ichigo shrugged. She says she feels better, but I highly doubt that. In fact, she's suffering from survivor's guilt, says she wished she'd stepped in earlier or had tried to talk some sense into Kaiendano. Yukitake sighed. She was always pretty hard on herself. The only times I ever see her fully at ease are when you're around. So where is she now? She's behind the office. That reminds me though, Taicho. Are you going to tell the rest of the division the truth? Yukitake hesitated for a moment. I won't do it if Rukia doesn't want me to, but the division deserves to know the truth. Well, you won't have a problem there, because she'll surely ask you to do so. In that case, may I ask you for a favor, Taicho? Yukitake raised an eyebrow. Go on. Thank you. Could you please stress to them that there was no other way to save Kaiendano? Also, tell them that it was an accident and that Rukia is not to be blamed. I apologize, but I get the impression that some of the Shinigami dislike her because of her noble status and they're looking for ways to discredit her. Yukitake frowned. That I can do, but what gave you that idea? The division advocates harmony and trust amongst its members. I apologize if I sound offending, Taicho, but Rukia told me that there are a select few who dislike her because of her noble status, although she didn't name them. She did say that many of the nobles are usually stuck-ups, and they're lumping her in with the same stereotype. Kayandano was always the one that asked them to lay off. I don't wish to baby her, she can take care of herself, but Rukia's already under an immense amount of stress. I'm very worried about her, and I can't always look out for her. Yukitake looked at Ichigo with a strange look. You really care about her, don't you? That's because she's my closest friend, Ichigo said, feeling his face go slightly red. Yukitake sighed. Very well then. It's a little disappointing to hear about something like this, but I'll go talk to her, and I'll monitor the situation. Perhaps I can also get Kion to accompany her, since the two are also pretty close. Ichigo nodded. Thank you, Taicho, and thank you for showing me leniency over my insubordination. Don't worry about it. Why don't you go back and have a rest? You're not in the 13th, so I cannot exempt you from the day's duties. I'll be over to find Rukia when I can, Ichigo said before leaving. Yukitake watched him leave, feeling slightly guilty for not mentioning something. After everything that had happened yesterday night, he didn't have the heart to tell Ichigo that Byakuya wasn't happy when he found out that he'd risked his life without telling him. Ichigo didn't know how he managed to return to his quarters. With his mind swimming and a gut-wrenching pain in his heart, Ichigo's mind wasn't on the path he was taking, and he stumbled a few times, nearly colliding into buildings and Shinigami. Eventually, he found himself finally in the relative comfort of his futon. He was still in his uniform, which was dry by then, and his zanpakuto was dumped unceremoniously on the floor, but Ichigo found that he didn't care. Finally alone and not required to comfort anyone any longer, he laid there and stared at the ceiling. The pressure he kept inside him was finally released, allowing his tears to finally flow free as the reality of the previous night's events finally caught up with him. It was strange though. Ichigo wasn't even in the 13th division. Unlike Rukia, he didn't see Kayandano every day, most of the times he saw him was during training sessions with Rukia, so what was this inexplicable feeling of loss in his heart? Surely he wasn't that close to Kayandano. Ichigo tried convincing himself for a moment that Kyan's death didn't mean that much to him, probably in an attempt to quell the pain. After all, he was a guy. Guys didn't cry. But with his heart continuing to torture him, Ichigo had no choice but to concede. Despite his seniority and rank, Kayandano had been a very close friend, and his heart was bleeding at the loss. It was then that Ichigo's thoughts returned to Rukia, and how badly crushed she probably was. But which was worse? Losing a close friend or losing a brother? With the agony tearing at him, he could only imagine what Rukia was going through right now. Images of Rukia's miserable and vacant look flashed through his mind, and fresh tears welled up in his eyes. He almost wished that he could channel her pain through him, so that he could help her relieve some of it. The sun hadn't risen, but the rest of the division was beginning to stir awake. Ichigo, on the other hand, didn't need to, he hadn't slept a wink. That wasn't the main reason why he was feeling tired though. All the adrenaline he'd accumulated decided to leave him the moment he'd collapsed onto his futon, but his worry for Rukia and guilt about Kyan refused to let him drift off. The streaks on his face where tears had fallen had dried up, but somehow, he didn't feel like it was enough. It wasn't that he didn't want to sleep, he just couldn't. Now, with the rest of the men waking up, none of them privy to the previous night's events, Ichigo had no choice but to drag himself up. He hoped his captain would have nothing important for him to do today. He didn't feel like doing anything beyond sleeping and watching over Rukia, but he had to perform his duties, even though he didn't feel like it. He took a while to wash up, making sure to douse himself with cold water. It left him shivering violently for a few minutes after that, but at least it restored his alertness, although it did nothing to improve his otherwise exhausted appearance. When he finally made his way down to the division courtyard, he saw Kachiki Byakuya addressing the rest of the division. A flash of irritation shot through Ichigo as he remembered Rukia's bitter, grief-induced confessions about Byakuya's attitude towards her. Still, remembering his promise not to do anything, Ichigo merely quickened his pace to find out what his captain was talking about. The funeral will be held in a week's time, although only lieutenants and captains will be attending. Ichigo's heart sank as he realized that his captain was talking about Kaian. Immediately after that, Ichigo wondered why such information was being disseminated, but Byakuya answered that question for him. Nevertheless, he joined the rest of the division to listen to what Byakuya had to say. These recent development has resulted in So Taishu wishing for us captains to remind you all about the unpredictability of the abilities of these hollows to avoid the unnecessary loss of lives. The fact that a lieutenant was killed is tantamount to the level of seriousness of this issue. I do not wish to hear any reports of anyone taking on a hollow on their own unless he or she is alone or your entire team is down, especially from the new recruits. His gray eyes surveyed the entire division until they came to rest on Ichigo. Are we clear? You're late, Kurosaki, Byakuya stated matter-of-factly. After the brief, Byakuya had dismissed everyone except for Ichigo and was now talking to him in the division office. I wasn't aware of that, obvious Daishu, Ichigo thought in annoyance. So that's your first question, huh? No, is Rukia okay, or is Rukia hurt? He scowled at his feeling slightly irritable from his inability to sleep. Ichigo found himself biting back a retort. Instead of asking how his sister was, like he imagined every brother would do, Byakuya simply said he was late. It wasn't as if he didn't already know why. I couldn't sleep, Taicho, he replied stiffly. I see. And why's that? Byakuya continued coolly, although his eyes narrowed slightly at Ichigo's scowl. As if you didn't know, Ichigo wanted to say. Ichigo was aware that calling him late was merely a pretense. His captain wanted to see him regarding yesterday. He already knew he was in trouble, since he hadn't been entirely truthful with Byakuya about the nature of the mission. Look what happened after that. So he grudgingly admitted, I couldn't sleep after yesterday's events, since Byakuya obviously knew what he was talking about. I see, was all Byakuya said. He stared at Ichigo in scrutiny for a moment without saying anything. You lied about the circumstances of the mission you were tagging along in. It was a statement, not a question. Ichigo sighed. He was half expecting this already, but that did nothing to curb his irritation, which was growing rapidly. I knew of the dangers involved in this mission, Taicho, but I was willing to be a part of it. The fact that the 13th Division 3rd Seat, Shiba Miyako, was killed in action showed just how dangerous this hollow was. Byakuya merely raised an eyebrow. In that case, why did you still join? I joined because I was worried for Rukia, since she requested to join the mission. She went along with Yukitake Taishu and Keikayan Dano, but I was still worried for her, since we had no intel on the hollow, Ichigo asked truthfully, hoping to get some form of expression from Byakuya when he mentioned Rukia, to see if he was really concerned about her. While he didn't doubt Rukia, he couldn't see how Byakuya was able to ignore her. After all, while he was usually cold and aloof, he dutifully took care of his men, which was why he was one of the most respected captains. Of course, Byakuya might have asked Yukitake Taishu about Rukia, but Ichigo wasn't going to believe it until he saw it for himself. To Ichigo's growing anger, all Byakuya did was stared unblinkingly back. Did he really not care about Rukia's safety? Did he even care how Rukia was feeling right now? She'd accidentally killed her lieutenant and was now feeling depressed and guilty, and her brother wasn't even bothered to ask if she was okay. The least Byakuya could do was ask Ichigo about his version of the events. This was ridiculous. Imagine if he never knew Rukia. If her own brother didn't even care about her, how was she going to get better? It was obvious what his captain was going to do, dish out some punishment and carry on acting all high and mighty. Take the day off, Ichigo suddenly heard Byakuya say. Ichigo's blinked, his anger replaced with confusion. That certainly wasn't the answer he was expecting, and his surprise rendered him speechless. He stood there staring at his captain as if the latter had just cracked a joke. Yes, Kurosaki. I'm quite sure you heard me the first time, Byakuya said indifferently. You are clearly incapable of doing anything productive today, and I do not wish to assign you something only to have you turn in slipshod work or endanger the lives of you and the men any further. You will still be expected to serve 7 counts of regimental duties as punishment. Are we clear on that? Still shocked, Ichigo didn't really have much to say, so Byakuya continued. I need not remind you not to take advantage of this permission. I will not tolerate you returning tomorrow having disobeyed my orders. You can expect to suffer my displeasure. Are we clear on that? Ichigo caught himself in time and said, yes, Taicho. Byakuya gave a slight nod. You're dismissed. Ichigo left the office, still confused over what had happened. The last thing he'd expected Byakuya to do was to give him the day off. Once, Ichigo had returned from a mission well into the early morning, but was still expected to report as per normal that day, even though he didn't even have time to close his eyes. Well, the time did give him an opportunity to check up on Rukia. Hopefully she wasn't in a Kuchiki manner, because he highly doubted that he'll be let in. He wondered if Byakuya actually gave him time to spend with Rukia. It was then that the anger returned. His captain hadn't shown even the slightest concern for his own sister, the day off was definitely not given for Rukia's benefit. It was probably to prevent Ichigo from getting injured and creating unnecessary paperwork. Even so, wasn't he aware of the treatment Rukia was getting from the rest of the clan? How could he sit back and let his own sister suffer? Ichigo wanted to believe that his captain cared, but all the evidence pointed to the contrary. The only times Byakuya had shown an inkling of concern were those times when he asked Ichigo if he'd been with Rukia, and come to think of it, it was more than half a year since he last asked. Ichigo turned round, having half a mind to return to the office and confront his captain, but hesitated. Eventually, he decided that now wasn't the right time. He hated the fact that he had to keep silent, but he promised Rukia that he wouldn't confront his captain, at least not yet. Not only that, he was wary of the possibility of souring Rukia's and Byakuya's already strained relationship. Besides, he had more important things to worry about anyway. With that, he turned back round, although he knew that he was merely delaying an inevitable confrontation. Siriidii seemed to be in mourning. Even the 11th Division, which almost always had a fight going on, seemed to be quiet. The 13th Division was just appearing in his peripheral when Ichigo suddenly felt too familiar Ryatsu leaving the division. Izuru? Hinamori-chan? Ichigo said to himself in confusion. He picked up speed to intercept them before they left. Izuru, Hinamori-chan, what are you doing here? Ichigo asked as he appeared in front of his 2 friends, startling them. Wah! Ichigo-kun, you startled me. Momo said. Sorry, Ichigo said apologetically. I was afraid you 2 would leave before I caught up with you, so I had to be quick. Why are you 2 here? We came here to see Rukia, see if she was okay, Momo continued. We heard about what happened. Since Rukia belonged to Shibafukatechu's division, she must be feeling upset. The earlier anger Ichigo felt towards his captain suddenly started seeping back in. A lump formed in Ichigo's throat, but he swallowed it down, resisting the urge to lash out at his 2 friends. Rukia, sad? What rubbish! She was, and still is, crushed. They had no idea how guilty she was feeling, how horrible he was feeling. His 2 friends didn't appear to notice his darkening face. It's hard to imagine how it happened, Izuru said with a shake of his head. So many lives lost. How did the Hollow manage to kill a lieutenant and 3rd seat? It must have been real powerful. Don't you know what happened? Ichigo asked in a low, accusatory tone. Izuru must have noticed the look on his face, because he blinked twice before saying uncertainly, Aizen Taishu only told us that a Hollow was responsible and a funeral will be held soon. He didn't say anything else. Ichigo sighed and ran a hand through his hair, immediately feeling guilty for jumping to conclusions that they were being insensitive. The loss of Kaien was fraying his nerves quite badly. He didn't want to grieve for Rukia's sake, but that didn't mean he wasn't affected. That was probably one of the reasons why he nearly lost his temper towards his captain. The least he could do was to tell them what happened, provided they didn't go around babbling about it. Kayandano was killed by a hollow, that much is true. Rukia was there, and so was I, he told them glumly. Their confused looks turned into looks of shock. Oh no. Is she okay? Momo gasped. Ichigo sighed and shrugged. What do you think? She's devastated. Kayandano was like a brother to her, and she feels like she could have done something to save him. Momo and Izuru stared at him in silence. What about you? Izuru asked quietly. I feel horrible, but not as bad as I ought to be, which is making me feel guilty. Kayandano was my mentor as well, and I feel like I'm insulting him by not grieving. Perhaps the situation hasn't struck home yet, but I can't afford to lament. Not with Rukia in the state she's in. I don't want to sound like the devil's advocate here, Ichigo, but for Shinigami, death is part and parcel of life. We all became Shinigami knowing about the dangers it entailed, and that includes losing loved ones, Izuru offered. Like you are one to know, Ichigo scoffed without thinking, his irritation rising again. Momo looked slightly taken aback while Izuru's eyes hardened. My Ota-san was killed in action. My Ka-san was so upset she killed herself without even sparing a thought for me, he said coolly. His irritation vanishing again, Ichigo used both his hands to massage his temples in frustration. Sorry, that was uncalled for. No harm done, Izuru replied quietly. I know all that, I just didn't expect it to happen to someone I know. Rukia's also in a right state and it's worrying me as well, and my temper's a little short right now. What happened to her? Momo asked in concern. Ichigo stopped. For some strange reason, he didn't feel like telling them the exact reason why Rukia was feeling so horrible. Instead, he said, she broke down. Bad. Probably spent at least an hour crying, and I had to carry her back to Siriidii. She stopped crying by the time we returned, but it was instead replaced with a sad and haunted look. I doubt she's anywhere near fine. Ichigo turned away and looked into the distance. Don't tell anyone, okay? I don't want her to be put under more unnecessary pressure. And speaking of secrets, that reminds me. Where's Renji? He's probably still in his division. We wanted to go look for him but the 11th Division men chased us away, Momo said in embarrassment. Despite himself, Ichigo gave a small chuckle. Sounds like them. Most of them aren't interested in anything except a fight. Not trying to be prejudiced or anything, but I don't think I've ever seen any female Shinigami in the 11th. Although, I thought he would want to visit Rukia. Maybe he's busy, Momo suggested. No one said anything for a moment. Do you think Rukia's okay now? Momo asked quietly. Ichigo frowned and looked at them. Shouldn't the two of you know? I thought you guys went to look for her. Well, we did, but she's not there, Izuru said. Ichigo whipped round to look wide-eyed at him. Don't look at me like that. We merely thought she returned home or something. Did you ask the rest of the division where she went? Ichigo asked, determined not to lose it again this time. Yeah, we did. We tried asking one of the 4th seats but she said she didn't know. We asked Yukitake Taishu as well but he said she took off, but he didn't know where. Ichigo didn't reply. Well, it was possible that Rukia had returned to the Kachiki Manor. For a moment, he considered asking Byakuya about it, but somehow, he didn't think that his captain would know, and even if he did, he wouldn't tell him. Naturally, that did little to calm his now anxious nerves. Maybe I better go look for her. Ichigo said. Do you need us to come with you? Momo asked. Ichigo considered that for a moment. I think it'd be better if I went alone. Besides, I don't want you two to get into trouble with your captain if you wandered off unannounced. Rukia stood silently on the training field, Sori no Shirayuki in her hands and hanging limply by her side. A deafening silence settled over the area, and save for her, she was the only one around. Although it was considered part of the 3rd district, this field which she and Ichigo called their own private training ground was located far enough away from the district's residents that none of its sounds permeated the field, aided at the same time by the trees surrounding them. A mixture of emotions, guilt, rage, misery and longing swirled inside her, turning her Ryatsu into a churning mess. It was giving her a headache, she had to release the pressure or she might just explode. Holding her Zanpakuto by her side, she said in a low tone, "Some no mai." Swinging her sword out, she spun once to face the same direction, drawing a white circle with herself as the center. She paused for the briefest of moments before yelling, "Tsukishiro," at the top of her lungs as she leapt away. A column of ice erupted from the circle and shot into the sky, stopping some 50 meters up, but she didn't notice. Landing on the ground, she wasted no time and punctured the ground 4 times with unnecessary force. "Tsugi no mai," she said loudly as she drew her sword back. "Hakuren." She moved her Zanpakuto forward and a blast of cold air, larger than she'd ever performed before, shot forward, solidifying the air as it crashed into the ice column formed earlier. The bottom of the column shattered, sending the rest of it toppling, but before it had even started falling, Rukia charged straight at it. Yelling at the top of her lungs, she poured all her anger and misery into her strikes. Tears welled up in her eyes as she sliced cleanly through the ice, repeating it again and again, as hard as she could until all that was left was the cold air hanging around her. She stood there for a moment, feeling a huge burden lifting from her heart before she sank to her knees and let out a sob. "Kayandano." She choked out, "Dmn it, Kayandano, why did you have to go like that? I could have scouted the hollow first, so you could be prepared. I could have insisted. Why didn't you let me go first?" Some part of her knew that she would have suffered the same fate if she had, but in her grief, anything was better than having Kayan do it, right? Why had she never thanked him before all this happened? Why had she never told him how much she appreciated his dedication? He'd done so much for her. He'd stood up for her when she first entered, chasing away her would-be tormentors. He'd been there for her training, he'd supported her when she'd been lonely, and most importantly, he, alongside Ichigo, had helped her grow stronger and made life so much better. She hadn't even thanked him once for what he'd done for her, and now that chance would forever go begging. She would have to adapt without his presence, but could she do it? This morning proved how easier it was said than done. Couple of hours ago. Rukia struggled to keep her eyes open as she trudged into the 13th division. Not long after Ichigo left, Yukitake approached her and ordered her to return home and get some sleep. She'd complied, but back in her room, despite being completely drained, she couldn't sleep. She didn't want to close her eyes, only to relive the events of the previous night. After an hour of listlessness, she eventually gave up trying to sleep, changed into her shihakusho and left. Besides, Ni-sama had, as expected, not even bothered to come check on her. She spent the next hour or so wandering seriedii aimlessly until daybreak, upon which she'd returned back to the division for any orders, completely forgetting they had been given the day off. There were only a few Shinigami about, all with similar looks of sadness, but she didn't notice anything. She did notice, however, that none of them were giving her the disgusted, betrayed looks she'd been expecting, which meant that Yukitake hadn't told them what really happened. She hoped he would do it soon, the guilt was weighing down terribly on her. As she reached the office, she saw Yukitake emerging from the office. He saw her as she approached him and raised an eyebrow. "Rukia, what are you doing here? I thought I told you to go take a rest." "I know, Taicho, but I'm fine," she sighed. "I came to see if Kayandano needs me to do anything." Her words didn't click in her brain, after all, it had always been her routine. She stared at her captain in confusion when he suddenly looked at her with sadness and regret. Then, it clicked. She stammered. "I'm sorry, Rukia," was all Yukitake said, but his soft eyes showed that he had so much more to say. She didn't reply, but tears were beginning to well up in her eyes again, and heaviness settled in her heart. It was too much to bear, and she turned tail and bolted off without another word. Yukitake made no move to follow. She had no destination in mind, anywhere away from others would be good enough. Eventually, she found herself where she was now, the training grounds where Kyan had taught her, in need of a way to release all the emotions pent up inside her. And it worked. With every swing, every blast of ice from her Zanpakuto and with every yell, Rukia felt all the heaviness in her heart lift slowly but surely as she exerted herself for over half an hour. This feeling was enough to force her to tear up again. It did nothing to stop all the what-ifs and whys churning in her mind, but it was a start. Feeling calmer, Rukia got up and walked towards the tree that was their unofficial rest spot. For a moment, she imagined Kyan hanging upside down on one of the sturdy branches, but she managed to push it away. She sat down, bending her knees and supporting her chin on them. She stared at the ground, her mind too fatigued to think. She had no idea how long she'd sat there, but just as her eyes were about to close, she recognized a familiar Ryatsu approaching. Ichigo was fast approaching her location, and indeed, her mood slightly lifted when she realized he was alone, since she didn't feel like explaining her actions to others as well as some other reasons. Despite her gloomy mood, she found herself smirking slightly as she kept her eyes shut and pretended to be asleep. That wasn't all that difficult, since she felt like sleeping in the first place. She heard soft footsteps padding up to her, but she kept her face impassive. They stopped right beside her, and Rukia wondered for a brief moment what he was doing when a rustling sound, a soft thud followed by a relieved sigh indicated he'd sat down beside her. Silence. Rukia contemplated opening her eyes to see what he was doing when he suddenly said, "We both know this is wasting time, so you can stop pretending already." Rukia snorted and turned round to find Ichigo watching her with concern etched into his face. That sobered her up pretty quickly. She sighed and turned back round. The pressure was too much. I had to get away and be alone for a while. They both looked at her released Zanpakuto, which was lying on the ground between them. Wanted to let off some steam, I suppose? Ichigo asked. Rukia merely nodded and resumed her interest in the ground. Well, I don't blame you. I guess this is why our instructors back at the academy keep stressing that death is part and parcel of a Shinigami's life. I just never expected that to strike true so close to home. There was a rustling sound and she felt Ichigo scooting closer before an arm was placed on her shoulders. Still too exhausted to even bother about what she was doing, Rukia complied by leaning into him and wrapping an arm round the back of Ichigo's midriff. They sat in silence for a moment before Ichigo continued, "Would you believe me if I said this was the first place I looked?" Rukia smiled slightly to herself. You'd be in trouble if it weren't. You shouldn't run off like that, Rukia. We're both in this together, you know. He didn't voice it, but the concern in his voice was obvious. At that, Rukia couldn't help but feel slightly guilty for making Ichigo worry. She knew he cared for her, even though he seldom showed it. He must have really thought she would do something stupid. I'm sorry. I just wanted to get away and be alone for a while. I thought it'd do me some good, because I didn't feel okay this morning even though I told you otherwise. I didn't want to trouble you, and I didn't think you'd come look for me. Well, you succeeded on that count. So are you feeling better for real this time? Yeah. I think. I don't feel that same suffocating pressure on my heart after letting off a few attacks with Sodi no Shirayuki. She sighed. Still, I wonder if I'll ever be able to fully adjust to Kayandano's absence. I accidentally called his name when I went to look for Yukitake Taishu, you know, because it's usually him I look for. Ichigo didn't say anything and merely listened. I may not be as close to him as you were, Rukia, he said after Rukia was done talking. But I'm in the same boat as you. I too have to adjust to Kayandano's absence as well. Perhaps I may have an easier time adjusting, but what kind of person would I be if I don't at least make sure you get better? He looked straight at her. You're my best friend, Rukia. I'll be dead if I don't at least help you get through this. Rukia managed a small smile. Thanks, Ichigo. But it's going to be hard, won't it? I never said it wasn't. That's why I'll support you, as I know you would for me. Besides, Ichigo gave a sad smile. Kayandano will be with us forever, right? He entrusted his heart to us. I'm going to make sure it stays beating. Kayan's words flooded back into Rukia's mind and she felt her mood lifting. Yeah, you're right. I guess the least we could do is honor his name. Thanks again, Ichigo. It took you 5 minutes to accomplish what I've been trying to do for the past few hours. Ichigo smirked. Of course. I'm good at everything, remember? Rukia could help but roll her eyes, and Ichigo laughed. Come on, he said, getting up, much to Rukia's reluctance. He held out a hand to her. I bumped into Izuru and Hinamori-chan just now. They're worried about you too. Rukia frowned as she took his hand and he lifted her to her feet. The two of them? What about Rinji? Ichigo shrugged. Beats me. Training? I'd go to the 11th division to kick his butt, but I don't want to run into Zaraki Taishu. You're not too tired to travel back, are you? Rukia gave him a look. I'm sad. I'm not weak. She was surprised when he smirked at her. So why are you still holding onto my hand as if you're going to collapse? What are you dash? It was then that Rukia realized that she was still holding Ichigo's hand. Scowling, she threw his hand down and aimed a kick at his stomach, which only made him laugh as he dodged it. Now that's more like the Rukia I know, he said with a smirk. That made Rukia pause before she too broke into a smirk. Then, much to Ichigo's surprise, as well as her own, she threw her arms round him. Thanks for making me feel better, Ichigo. I really appreciate it. A shocked Ichigo didn't reply immediately, but he eventually returned the hug, patting her on the back. Anytime, Ichigo said absent-mindedly. Anytime. Neither was willing to admit they enjoyed the feeling of the other in their arms, and neither saw the smile on each other's face. Chapter 31, Closure. Ichigo looked up from the directions written on the piece of paper. He blinked, then looked back down at the directions to ensure that he'd gotten the right place. He was now somewhere in the 1st district of West Rukongai, not too far off from the West Gate, but that couldn't be right. Shouldn't nobles be staying inside Siriidii? He double-checked his paper, and this was no doubt the house he was looking for. Oh well, Kayandano hadn't exactly been the typical noble. The house seemed fairly ordinary enough, and the only sign that suggested it was owned by someone who was more well-to-do was its size. Oh, there was also that huge chimney thing that was for some strange reason covered with a white tarp. Still, it was nothing like the mansions of the other nobles, which were ridiculous in size. This was supposed to be the house of Shiba Kayan, who, as far as Ichigo could tell, lived with his elder sister and younger brother, of which Ichigo had never met them both. All in all, it looked nothing like the house of a great noble clan, but from the directions he got from other nobles such as Izuru and other Shinigami from his division, he was at the right place. Perhaps Kayan and his siblings lived apart from the rest of the clan. Deciding that their decisions were none of his business, Ichigo made his way forward. It currently looked like no one was home though, but he noticed something in front of it as he neared the door. Upon closer look, he saw that it was a black cat. That was strange though. It was quite rare to see animals that weren't hollows in Seoul society. He supposed they existed though, how else did they get meat for their food? The cat looked like it was sleeping, but as Ichigo stepped up to the door, it looked up and stared straight at Ichigo with its penetrating golden eyes, as if it was saying, "You don't belong here." The look was enough to cause Ichigo to hesitate. "What are you doing here?" "I'm not doing anything wrong," he said to the cat, feeling slightly silly when he did. Cats couldn't talk after all. Still, it didn't react even as Ichigo stepped up to knock on the door, merely staring at him accusingly. A while later, the doors opened to reveal a large, muscular man wearing a strange-looking red hat. He leveled an intimidating stare at Ichigo as he stood in front of the door with his arms folded, effectively obstructing the way. Yes. What do you want? Ichigo hesitated for a moment. He didn't know what Kayandano's siblings were like. He knew their names, but he didn't know what they were like. He imagined that they must still be grieving. Perhaps it wasn't really a good time to disturb them. Still, he wanted to help Rukia seek closure from her guilt. He bowed. I apologize for disturbing you, but I wish to speak to Shiba Kakaka-san. A few days later. A disgruntled and sleepy Ichigo wandered the streets of Siriidai, trying to find his destination, a particular shop. It was now 2 weeks since that fateful day. The funeral was over a week ago, and while he wasn't able to join, Rukia had been granted special permission to buy Yukitake Taishu. Needless to say, she didn't return in the best of moods. Shortly before Kayan's funeral, Yukitake assembled his division to tell them exactly what happened on that fateful night, but not before confirming that Rukia was okay with it. As he did, he made it absolutely clear to his division that what Rukia did was an accident and that she was not to be blamed for Kayan's death. Anyone who gave her trouble was going to be severely dealt with. Surprisingly enough, no one in the division did. They didn't hold it against Rukia, and some of her colleagues even came up to her to comfort her. Still, although she seemed normal and was back to her normal duties, she still occasionally lapsed into a sullen silence. At other times, she just looked sad and lost. She acted as if nothing was wrong, but Ichigo wasn't fooled. Of course, he never expected her to magically return back to normal overnight, but he hated seeing her like this. It was making him feel upset as well. Therefore, he wanted to try a different tact, get her to cheer up and help her to face a guilt that shouldn't even exist in the first place. There was only so much talking and comforting her could do. But why was he feeling so tired in the first place? He'd spent the night supervising those Shinigami on sentry duty. Since they had rotation, they were allowed to rest, but he wasn't. At least that left the rest of the day free for him so he could do what he needed to do. He still wasn't happy with his captain though. It wasn't about the punishment, he'd long accepted that he was responsible. However, he knew that Byakuya still hadn't even talked to Rukia or even showed that he cared. Well, perhaps his stance was that death is part and parcel of a Shinigami's life, and that Rukia should just move on. That still wasn't a good enough excuse as to why he couldn't show some concern to her. During Kayan's and Miyako's funerals, only the captains or lieutenants could attend, so Ichigo couldn't go. However, Yukitake had granted special permission to Rukia and his 2/4 seats. However, according to Rukia and confirmed by Kayon and Sentaro, Byakuya hadn't bothered approaching her. He stood at attention at his spot rigidly until the whole funeral was over, at which he left without even acknowledging his sister's presence. That nearly set Ichigo off so bad. He'd already made up his mind. He was going to confront Byakuya about it the moment Rukia got better. And speaking of Rukia, Ichigo was getting more and more set off with her, or more specifically, the state of mind she was leaving him in. Ever since the tragedy, she'd never left his mind, not that she ever did in the first place. He was concerned for her, afraid that she would never feel better. He knew that she was a strong person, and she would bounce back eventually, but some part of him was urging him to stay by her side until she felt better, that he wouldn't be completely convinced until he saw it for himself. He found his mood to be correlated to Rukia's as well. Whenever she lapsed into another sullen mood, which was the reason why he wanted to cheer her up in the first place, he would feel crestfallen as well. After all, how could he leave her to fend for herself? That would be a crime in itself. If he ever did that, he would force himself to fight Zaraki Kenpachi as punishment. Over the past few days, while he pondered over how to pull Rukia out from her funk, his mind wandered back to the debate he'd been having right before the whole debacle with Kayan had begun. What was with these thoughts about Rukia? Why was he so annoyed when he couldn't spend time with her? Why was he so self-conscious about his behavior around her? Why was it getting harder and harder for him to look at her and be afraid that she might jump to the wrong conclusions about why his gaze seemed to linger longer than usual? And more recently, why was he so concerned over seeing her happy? He could write that last question off as a requirement for a best friend, but the others? He had no idea. Wait, did he have feelings for her? No, that was absurd. All the questions he was pondering had perfectly good reasons. They were best friends. His constant thoughts about Rukia were because she was the closest to him. That had to be it, which would explain why he kept thinking about how beautiful she looked. He wanted to spend more time with her, because he cared for her, but that was normal, right? Friends cared for one another, so obviously he would want to stay close to her all of the time and look forward to spending time with her. He was also self-conscious about his behavior because he didn't want to embarrass her and he wanted to give Byakuya a good reason not to kick his butt if he ever asked Rukia out. That didn't seem like something a best friend would think about. Oh. Maybe he did have feelings for her. What? He had feelings for his best friend? He didn't know what he was supposed to feel, so did he? Why did that sound like the stupidest thing he'd ever done? Firstly, there was the issue of her brother. Even if Byakuya didn't seem to care for her, Ichigo was quite sure he was not going to allow his third seat to date his sister. Then, there was Rukia herself. Surely she didn't feel the same way as well. His heart sank even as he tried to convince himself about that. Maybe it wasn't how he thought it was. Perhaps it was just a short crush or something. After all, he'd known her for many years already. Why would feelings be surfacing only now? He considered asking someone about his predicament. The first person he thought to ask was Rukia, but he immediately threw that idea out. His thoughts were about here. Was he going to ask her why he was thinking of her? Somehow, letting her know sounded like a stupid thing to do. He was quite sure Kyan would have been able to tell him the answer, but sadly, that wasn't possible any longer. Next, he considered asking his other friends. Renji, though, was out of the question. Judging from their gatherings, he had the tendency of being unable to keep his mouth shut, especially on secrets he considered unimportant, and especially when he was under the influence of sake or any other alcoholic drinks. Momo was worth considering, but she liked talking to Rukia, and he couldn't risk her letting something slip. Finally, he decided that he would ask Izuru, who was the safest bet out of the three. Still, he didn't want to sound too desperate. He was going to have to take the questions slow. The answers, however, were not what he expected. Hey, Izuru, can I ask you something? Ichigo asked, pulling him away from the rest of their friends. It was the day of the funeral. The ceremony had already ended, and the 5 friends hung out for a while after that to help both Ichigo and Rukia. Momo was talking to Rukia and Renji had already managed to drink thrice as much as any of them had even as he listened in on the conversation. Yeah, I guess. What's it about? Izuru asked in confusion. Well, it's about. Ichigo hesitated. It's about Rukia. At this point, Izuru cracked a grin, but Ichigo didn't know why. It's about time you wised up about your feelings for her. That caught Ichigo off guard. You know. How did you know? You haven't exactly been very discreet about it. It's quite obvious to others. Fortunately, or unfortunately for you, Rukia doesn't know. Yet. Ichigo scowled. Don't you dare tell her. And I don't see what's so amusing about this. Izuru sobered up slightly, but he was still grinning. It's highly entertaining, actually. Well, so much for being subtle. The good news was, he knew what was going on, he had feelings for Rukia. The bad news was, he didn't know what to do next. The worst news was, if Byakuya found out, he was likely to get attacked. He supposed the next course of action would be to see if the feelings were reciprocated. Eventually, Ichigo found the particular shop he was looking for. He heaved a sigh of relief and would have smiled if it weren't for what he was looking for. He didn't understand how Rukia liked it. The things he would do for her, definitely a lot, in this case. 1 hour later, Ichigo entered the 13th division, his purchase safety hidden in his robes and invisible to everyone else. It took a while to decide on what he wanted to buy. He wanted to buy it in a larger size, but he still cringed at the thought of being seen carrying it around. Hence, he opted for a smaller version. If this couldn't cheer her up, he was all out of ideas. He found Rukia training with Kion out in the division courtyard. Not wanting to disturb them, he waited until they were done, which thankfully didn't take long. "You look a little tired," Rukia observed as she walked up to Ichigo. He shrugged. "I'm fine. I was up all night because of sentry duty though." He gave a quick nod towards Kion, who having spotted him, decided to leave them alone. Rukia raised an eyebrow. "So why are you here?" "Not that I'm complaining, but shouldn't you be resting?" Ichigo waved a hand in dismissal. "I'm fine. I'm not going to drop dead with a little fatigue. So, are you free now? I want to take you somewhere." When Rukia didn't answer, Ichigo turned to look at her. She seemed lost in thought, so he rolled his eyes and grabbed her arm before pulling her along with him. "What, Ichigo? What are you doing?" she spluttered, awaking from her trance. "I asked you a simple question and you took too long to answer, so I assumed your answer was yes," he retorted. He smirked at her as he released her arm before turning back around and carried on walking, knowing full well that she would follow. Of all the nerve. Rukia hurried up to keep pace with him before glaring up at him. "What if I was busy?" "But the fact is, you weren't," Ichigo countered. "Bstrd," Rukia grumbled. Still, she gave a slight smirk. They walked for a while, simply talking about mundane stuff. Rukia didn't really take note of where they were going until she noticed that they were heading towards the west gate. "So where are we going anyway?" she asked. They didn't seem to be heading anywhere she was familiar with. "Patience," Ichigo replied. "You'll see when we get there." Rukia made a face but didn't retort. "In that case, I hope it's something good." "Well. It completely depends on how you see it," Ichigo replied cryptically. That made her blink in confusion. "What's that supposed to mean?" "You mean it can be something good, and it can also be something bad." Ichigo ignored her question and didn't reply immediately as they reached the west gate and waited to be allowed out. "How've you been holding up these past few weeks?" Ichigo asked solemnly. "It's been 2 weeks. I know you can't be expected to move on just like that, but are you at least feeling better?" Rukia's heart sank slightly. I'm fine, and you aren't answering my question," she said. "You know that answer's rubbish, so let's try again. Are you feeling any better?" Rukia sighed. Truthfully, it was something she'd been avoiding. Honestly, she had felt better after releasing all the pent-up emotion she had inside her. Yet, when she attended the funeral for both Shiba members, the guilt returned. She didn't regret attending the funeral, it helped her gain some closure, but the sight of the bodies of her 2 superiors, coupled with her Nii-sama still failing to even look at her, made her wish that she could have made different decisions that would have saved Kion. She still felt that some responsibility fell on her. "I honestly thought I was, but after attending the funeral, apparently not." Ichigo nodded in understanding. "I thought so. Well, there's only so much comforting words can do. I know that it wasn't my fault. You could take Taishu and many others have told me that, but unfortunately, my brain still says that I could have done things differently." "Perhaps the right person hasn't told you that yet," Ichigo suggested, which made Rukia frown. "What are you talking about?" she asked in confusion. "You'll see. We're here already," Ichigo replied. Rukia looked up and was confused to see a large but unremarkable-looking house that had a huge chimney that was strangely covered by a white tarp. "What place is this?" she asked as they walked up to the house. Her eyes fell on a black cat that was lying beside the door. It was awake and staring right at her with its golden eyes. "Ichigo?" she asked uncertainly. "What's with the cat?" "No idea," he shrugged, not even looking at it. I suppose it lives here. It stayed in that exact same spot the last time I was here. He knocked on the tatami doors, an action which was unfamiliar to Rukia. Ichigo, what are you doing? She asked even as she knelt down to study the cat. It stared unblinkingly back. Knocking the door. That's what I did the last time. They said they didn't have or want any servants, so anyone visiting is to simply knock. That made no sense to Rukia, but just then, the doors opened, and a burly man with a strange-looking mustache and a mean look appeared. He looked at Ichigo. Oh, it's you again. Why? Are you here? Ichigo bowed. I hope I'm not intruding at a wrong time, but I came here to see Shiba Kakaku-san. She knows why I'm here. The moment Rukia heard the name Shiba, she paled. Shiba. That means whoever living here was related to Kayandano. What the hell was Ichigo doing? The man nodded. Yes, she told me about that. He glanced down at Rukia, who was completely pale. I'll inform Kakaku-sama that you're here. As soon as the man left, Ichigo turned to Rukia, who managed to have a half-panicked, half-angry look on her face. Ichigo, this is Kayandano's house. I can't face them. Her expression fell as she looked down. Not after what happened, she said sadly. Rukia, this is precisely why you need to meet Kakaku-san, Ichigo said in seriousness. We've been telling you that it isn't your fault, but you still seem to harbor some regret in your heart. I hate to see you going all moody every now and then, so I hope you can cheer up and know that no one, and I mean no one, blames you for anything. Rukia looked back at the house. Well, the cheering up part needs work. That comes later, Ichigo said with a slight smile. Just then, the door opened again. Standing at the doorway was a youthful-looking woman who wore a long white skirt with a slit and a red robe that showed off her ample chest. She smiled and folded her arms. Yo, I see you're back, Ichigo. Ichigo bowed again. Kakaku-san, I'm here with Rukia. Rukia, this is Shiba Kakaku, the head of the Shiba clan. Kakaku nodded. So you're Kachiki, eh? I'm Kakaku, head of the Shiba clan and Seoul Society's fireworks expert. Kurosaki's told me a lot about you. Rukia looked nervously at her, but the expression on her face was unreadable. Why don't you two come in? I don't like hanging out here longer than I need to. She turned round, and as she said that, the cat got up and slunk inside. Ichigo and Rukia both watched it curiously. A word of advice, Ichigo said in a low voice to Rukia. Don't annoy her. She has a temper. A violent, aggressive temper. What was that, Kurosaki? All of a sudden, Kakaku's face was directly in front of Ichigo. And nothing, Kakaku-san. I didn't say anything, Ichigo replied hastily. Kakaku harumphed and stalked off, leaving a relieved Ichigo and a bemused Rukia behind. Ichigo and Rukia took their seats in front of Kakaku as she reclined on a large cushion. I'm sorry, Kakaku-san, but why are you living outside Siriidii? Rukia couldn't help but ask. You belong to the great noble clan of Shiba, so why the simplicity? Kakaku shrugged. It was getting too stuffy inside, she said. I'm sure Kayan told you before, but we don't like the uptight, noble ways, so we decided to live in Rukongai. It's not too far from Siriidii, of course. Ichigo looked round. I'm sorry for interrupting, Kakaku-san, but where's Ganju? I got the impression that he'd want to be here. Kakaku waved a hand in dismissal. Meh, he wanted to be immature, so I told him to stay out. He's coming round to accepting it, but he does kinda miss Kayan. Anyway, Kakaku looked at Rukia. Kurosaki has already told us quite a bit already. You know, you have someone who really cares a lot about you, Kachiki. So why are you here, Kurosaki? Kakaku asked. Next to her sat a young boy who'd introduced himself as Shiba Ganju, Kayan's younger brother. Well. Has Yukitake told you about the circumstances regarding Kayandano's death? He asked carefully. He didn't want to aggravate Kayan's family members. Yeah, he told me why it had to happen. Go on. Did he tell you who did it? Ichigo continued quietly. Well, he said the girl was called Rukia, Kuchiki Byakuya's adopted sister, but without a face, that doesn't really make much impression on me. He also told me how guilty she felt and that it was not her fault. But how does this concern you? Ichigo hesitated slightly. Well, I don't know if he mentioned, but I was there as well, when Kayandano passed on. What? At this, Ganju suddenly sprang to his feet and yelled. You mean you were there and you didn't stop it? You let Nii-san dash. He was suddenly silenced when Kakaku snarled and her foot shot out and connected with his head. Ganju sailed clear across the room and hit the wall, where he collapsed and laid still. Ichigo stared wide-eyed at Ganju's unconscious form before looking back at Kakaku. He knows that it was an accident, but he's still taking it hard. Don't worry. He'll get over it, or I'll make him, she explained. You were saying. Right. Well, Rukia's my best friend, actually, and Kayandano was her mentor. She's come to regard him as a brother, and she was hit very hard when he died by her hands. She's still convinced she could have stopped it somehow and thus still takes the blame for it. Ichigo then went on to explain what happened to Rukia, including her guilt even though she felt better. So, where do I come in? Kakaku inquired. Ichigo looked at her uncertainly. You don't blame her, do you? At this, Kakaku sighed. From the sounds of it, no, I don't blame her. Even so, Kayan isn't the type to hold grudges, and neither am I. Ichigo couldn't help but sigh in relief. Well, in that case, would it be okay if I brought Rukia here? My friends and I have been reiterating that it isn't her fault, but somehow, I think she needs to hear those words from Kayandano's own family before she accepts it. I'll have to trick her to come here though, because she thinks you guys blame her. Kakaku regarded Ichigo for a moment and he couldn't help but feel slightly perturbed from her piercing stare. I see you really care about this girl, Kurosaki. All right, she said, slapping her thighs. I'll see what I can do, as a last request from Kayan. Ichigo smiled and bowed gratefully. Thank you, Kakaku-san. Rukia looked at Ichigo, who was blushing uncharacteristically and looking everywhere but at her. She looked back at Kakaku, who was watching her. I'll cut to the chase, Kuchiki. I do not blame you for Kayan's death, and honestly. If Kayan had survived anyway, he probably would have quit being a Shinigami, because he would have been devastated at losing Miyako. They were both very much in love with each other. That's as good as death anyway. So, you better stick your head up and not wallow around in self-pity. Got that? Yes. Sorry, Rukia said, slightly unnerved at the scowl Kakaku was giving her. This looked like one woman she did not want to cross. And stop apologizing. There's no need for you to. And if I ever hear about you getting all moody again, I'll come find you and knock some sense into you, you got that? Don't think that just because I live in Rukongai I can't get in. Yes, and thank you, Kakaku-san, Rukia said with a bow. Good, she smiled. Now, if you have nothing else, you ought to be getting back. She watched them go until they disappeared out of sight. Looking down, she saw the cat sitting next to her and watching the two Shinigami as well. It looked up at her, and she smirked. I think someone needs to tell me what's been going on with that idiot, she said, returning her gaze to the two retreating forms. I haven't contacted him in a while, but the resemblance is uncanny. Thankfully, the temperament isn't, a voice replied. I'm more curious about the girl. Kuchiki, was it? Kayan told me about them. He said it reminded him of Miyako and him. Well, unless the kid knows who he really is, his work is cut out for him. So how do you feel now? Ichigo asked. Rukia searched her feelings and was surprised to realize that, while she was still understandably sad, all the regret and guilt she had was gone. I actually feel much better now, it's like the huge weight that has been on my chest is now gone. I guess I just needed to know that the people related to Kayandano do not blame me. She looked at Ichigo. Thanks for doing this for me, Ichigo, she said earnestly. He waved her off. Your moping around was starting to get on my nerves. It didn't require much effort anyway, he said, acting as if it was nothing. Rukia smirked. Sure. I guess Kakaku-san was right. You really do care about me. He turned slightly red and rubbed the back of his neck. Of course I do. I highly doubt I can consider myself a friend if I didn't bother making you feel better. You make it sound like a bad thing. Besides, I've said it before, haven't I? I've got your back, just like you have mine. I don't have to wait for a fight to do so. I've never said it was a bad thing. I just didn't expect you to go the extra distance for me. Ichigo snorted. You better believe I did, he said, his face turning a little redder as he reached into his shihakusho. I bought this for you, so you better appreciate this. I'm so DMN lucky I didn't get caught with this, he continued as he pulled out something and held it in front of Rukia, looking disgusted at himself. She drew back slightly to focus on the object. Her eyes widened and bulged when the object registered in her brain. It was a Chappie doll. A limited edition Shinigami Chappie doll, clad in a shihakusho and a zanpakuto at its waist. Where did you get that, Ichigo? She asked calmly, forcing herself not to give in to her childish desires that were completely destroying her dignified demeanor. Well, you mentioned about it once before this whole incident. I thought it could cheer you up, after everything that had happened, he said a little disappointedly, obviously expecting a better reaction from her. He started to pull it back from her, but she immediately snatched it back and crushed it in a bear hug. What are you talking about? Of course I love it. It's so cute, she half squealed, her eyes gleaming with childlike abandon. I nearly forgot about it after everything that happened, and I didn't know you actually heard me. How did you get it? She looked at him. It was the last one, apparently, Ichigo said. I went to that same store you always go to the day after it first came out. I would have gone earlier, but I had guard duty. The storekeeper said she was holding it for you, since you were her most loyal customer or something, but given its demand, she wanted to sell it the day I went to look for it. He drifted off, watching the joy on her face. Yep, he definitely managed to cheer her up. She looked at him and he allowed a smile on his face. Thank you for everything you've done, Ichigo. He felt his face going red again and he quickly replied, it was worth it. His flustering rendered him unprepared when a hand shot out and grabbed the front of his shihakusho. She yanked him down to her level, and before he could even react, her lips brushed against his for the briefest of moments. His eyes widened as electricity shot through his brain, but before he could form any conscious thought, Rukia released her hold on his outfit and resumed admiring his gift. Stunned, he gaped wide-eyed at her, his mind blissfully blank and his mouth feeling a little numb. Did Rukia, his best friend whom he had feelings for, just kiss him? But, she was acting as if nothing had happened. Was it just his imagination? It had all happened too fast, so did she, or did she not? Did that mean that she... Oi, Ichigo, why are you just standing there like an idiot? Her voice cut through his thoughts and he refocused onto her face. I said let's go 10 seconds ago. Why are you still standing there? Ichigo stood staring at her blankly. Did you just... He walked haltingly towards her, at a loss for words. She gave no inclination that she'd even kissed him just a few seconds ago. Perhaps he was only dreaming, or she didn't really mean it. About time you started moving, she smirked as he reached her. She turned and walked off, such that she didn't see the uncertainty on his face. Similarly, he didn't see her eyes close and the delighted smile playing on her face. Chapter 32, Finality. Ichigo returned to his quarters in a right daze and was up past midnight, spending quite a long time playing back the events of the previous day in his mind, countless questions swimming through his brain. Everything had gone pretty much as expected. Rukia's reacted positively to meeting with Kayandano's siblings and, just as expected, she loved the gift he bought for her, which was good since he almost never bought anything. But then again, Rukia loved anything Chappie related. It all went as expected until her reaction as thanks to him caught him completely off guard, and it opened up a whole dam of feelings he'd never experienced before, and it was confusing him horribly. Friends don't kiss other friends, even if it was for the briefest of moments, so did that mean that his feelings were reciprocated? If Rukia kissed him, that meant that she liked him too, right? He wasn't sure, he wasn't willing to bet on it until he heard it personally from her, but nevertheless, that didn't fail to bring a huge smile to his face. Was he really that lucky? Ever since he'd met her, he never expected that his feelings for her might extend beyond platonic. Yet now, the multitude of sensations that shot through him told him he was way past that point. And now that it appeared that she might like him back, where would they go from here? All of a sudden, his first ever conversation with her back in Inuzuri rewound through his mind. "What's your name?" the girl asked. "Kurosaki Ichigo," he replied. "You?" "Rukia," was all she said. "That's a nice name." "Just Rukia?" She nodded. "I never knew my family name." "Oh, that SCKS. How about you use mine?" Now that he remembered that conversation, he couldn't help but groan at how dumb it sounded right now. It was back when he'd been young and ignorant, but that didn't stop him from feeling embarrassed. He hoped Rukia never remembered that conversation. Well, at least she got a family name, and one with some political clout attached, not that she ever needed or wanted it. There were also the riches as well, although he never saw her by anything that wasn't Chappie related. Of course, that did nothing to hide the fact that she was an outcast in her own home. That reminded him, he needed to speak to his captain about this, now that the worst seemed to have passed. And that right there was the crux of the matter, Byakuya. Right now, it seemed that his captain was the key to everything involving Rukia. He was pretty sure that Byakuya didn't hate her, although it was hard to tell with him. Why bother adopting her in the first place? Couldn't he at least stop the rest of the clan from hating her and making her life miserable? At least he hadn't stopped him from hanging out with her. However, Ichigo was quite sure that Byakuya would no longer be as lenient if it was ever revealed that he wanted to date, or even court, Rukia. After all, who was he? Despite his considerable success so far as a Shinigami, he was still nothing more than a Rukongai dog, one of the many endearing terms Rukia said were used by those haughty nobles. He was a mere third seat, and while he remembered Kayandano mentioning once that he was more than powerful enough to be a lieutenant, he didn't feel like he was ready to take on a larger leadership role. While the rest of Seoul society was getting more liberal, a trait apparently spilling over from the living world, the same couldn't be said of most of the nobles, who were still entrenched firmly in the traditional ways. Given his lowly status, he was sure to be opposed from every direction, assuming he was able to take things further with Rukia. Perhaps if he was a captain. That thought kind of disappointed him though. It was as if he only wanted to gain more power and advance in ranks because of Rukia. How could he hope to actually become more powerful if he didn't do it for his own sake? Zangetsu had told him before, he would only teach Ichigo if he was ready. Gaining power just to win someone over was definitely not ready. Well, at least she was no longer brooding over Kayandano's death. That had been hard for him to stomach as well. If anything, he hoped that she, as well as anyone else he knew, would never have to suffer the same pain from losing someone close to her again. Unknown to him, back at the Kuchiki Manor, Rukia was also awake and in a similar daze. The Shinigami Chappie toy was sitting alongside her other Chappie purchases, and looking, in her opinion, cuter than all of them. The events of the day had drained her, so when she got back, she immediately retired to her room, but after so long, she still could not sleep. Looking back, she was mortified at what she'd done, not that she actually regretted it. She was never this brazen before, but it had seemed like such a good idea at that time, make the first move, and then pretend like nothing happened and wait for him to make the next. Being a complete newbie at this, it seemed like the best choice. Even before this entire tragedy, she'd always been curious to find out if Ichigo liked her back, but trying to be subtle about it without him figuring it out was a real pain. If he did, that would be great, but if he didn't, it would probably break her heart, but at least she'd have an answer. Then came the incident, which led to these past few weeks being a real trying period for her and making her completely forget about everything else. She never expected anyone close to her to fall as a hollow victim. They were all more than capable of taking down hollows, so Kayandano's death had shocked her to the core. Although thinking about her late mentor still brought sadness to her heart, it no longer held the same crushing guilt as before. She would move on willingly, because Kayandano wouldn't have wanted to see her like this. As Shinigami, they all knew the dangers of fighting hollows. Still, it made her realize, if it could happen to Kayandano, it could well happen to Renji, Izuru, Momo, or worst, Ichigo. She didn't know what she'll do if he did fall to a hollow. But during this tragedy, Ichigo had been there for her, every step of the way. Not only did he never blame her, he lent a shoulder for her to cry on in her distress, tried his best to cheer her up, something she wasn't even able to turn to her own brother for. He even went the extra mile by searching for Kayandano's family and buying a gift for her, even though it was something he claimed to loathe. You know, you have someone who really cares about you, Kuchiki. She now realized that she did, and it deepened her feelings for him, to the point that when Ichigo presented her with the chappy toy, she kissed him in an extremely spur-of-the-moment decision. She was shocked that, with that mere brush of her lips against his, her mind went crazy, and she had to fight down the urge to do it again. Immediately after that, she resumed her admiration of her chappy toy, but from the corner of her eye, she watched Ichigo's reaction, not bothering to hide the smile on her face, the widest, most genuine smile she ever remembered having. His reaction was half expected, but Rukia was nevertheless slightly disappointed that he looked more stunned than anything else. Well, it did kill off two objectives at once, to thank him for his kindness, and to provide him with an extremely unsubtle hint, one that she unexpectedly thoroughly enjoyed. But at least, if he did return the feelings, he would now know hers. If he didn't, she didn't want to think about it. Ichigo entered the division office as per his usual time. However, this time, he was there to speak to his captain about Rukia. He was feeling slightly nervous, as angry as he was over Byakuya's inaction regarding Rukia's treatment in her own home. He didn't want to offend his captain, although Ichigo couldn't think of a possible justifiable reason for his captain's actions. But in the end, Byakuya was still his captain. Taicho, Ichigo greeted when he saw Byakuya already at his desk and busy with paperwork. Kurosaki, Byakuya replied, reaching for a file and holding it out. I have no official training for the division today, so deliver this to the 10th division. He didn't look up from his work. Yes, Taicho. Ichigo took the file but didn't move. Taicho, may I ask you a question? About Rukia? If he didn't ask now, this would never go resolved, but he had to exercise caution or he might risk a backlash. Of course, that didn't mean he was going to back down. Go ahead, Byakuya said, although he still didn't look up. Ichigo hesitated for a moment. How should he word this? How is Rukia doing at home? Or treated, he thought silently. The hand holding the brush paused for the briefest of moments, almost missed by Ichigo, before resuming its movement across the paper. I wasn't aware that what went on under my roof was your concern, Kurosaki. His roof? Oh, right. He was the head of the Kuchiki clan, so the Kuchiki manor was essentially his. Byakuya's tone was flat and calm, but Ichigo could sense a little hostility behind his words. I apologize, Taicho. I do realize that this is none of my concern. There wasn't any sense for him to make things blow over. But she's my closest friend. After Kayandano's death, I was just wondering how she's doing, since she has been taking it pretty hard. She may seem as if it's business as usual, but I'm concerned if it's the same when she's alone. Shinigami deaths are commonplace in soul society, Kurosaki. The same goes for normal souls as well. We may be guardians for these souls, but we are soldiers as well, and we've been taught that every battle we engage in can be our last. It is the way things are, and that is not going to change. Ichigo nodded. He'd expected an indifferent answer from his captain. But what if these Shinigami had friends, or wives, or family? This time, Byakuya put down his brush and looked straight at Ichigo. They can be allowed for a time of grieving, yes, but that is not going to bring them back. Furthermore, we are unlike the living, who have no knowledge of soul society and believe that the dead are long gone. Rather, we know that any soul who has died will be reborn a living human again, barring those that might turn into or be consumed by a hollow. There is little reason for grieving, you should be glad instead. Taicho, I understand and respect that those are your views, Ichigo said, getting a little impatient now. But not everyone might share the same views. This is Rukia's first loss of someone close to her. Wouldn't it be hard on her? Shouldn't someone at least check to make sure she's okay? While your concern for her is admirable, there is little need for it. The noble clan of Kachiki has had a history of more than 1,000 years. The loss of a clan member, while regrettable, is inevitable and not uncommon. Grief is something we are taught not to dwell upon. Such matters of the heart will only slow a person down. But Rukia wasn't exactly originally from the Kachiki clan, Ichigo said, getting more irritated with Byakuya's expectation that everyone had to follow his ideals. That is inconsequential. Every clan member, aside from those who are Shinigami, is taught this. And it's that simple. Given the cycle of the billions of souls, seeing them again is almost impossible, and you're okay with that? How about your wife, Hizana-san? Are you fine with not seeing her again? Are you telling me you don't care? Unexpectedly, Byakuya stiffened. Do not question about my wife, Kurosaki. His voice had lost all its indifference and now had an edge to it. You are not given permission to speak about my wife. Isn't it the same thing? Kayandano wasn't just Rukia's superior. He was her mentor and her friend. He was like a brother to her. She still misses him, you know that. Are you aware that she sometimes blames herself for his death? If she's that upset, are you telling me you aren't even upset over your wife's death? Do you even care about Rukia and what she's gone through? Byakuya was silent as he stood up slowly before staring straight at Ichigo. His face was still impassive despite Ichigo definitely hitting a nerve, although his eyes were narrowed in anger. Kurosaki, I believe I was gracious enough to answer your question about Rukia. You have been rude and condescending, and you are dangerously close to overstepping your boundaries. I will not permit you to ask about the Kachiki clan's family members or question my decisions, or I will charge you with insubordination. The two of them stood staring at each other silently, one in anger, another in defiance. So be it. I care too much about Rukia to be concerned about anything you throw at me, Ichigo said softly. Are you aware that she's being mistreated in your own home? Are you aware that most of the clan members are rude to her and treat her similarly? They see her as nothing more than a Rukongai dog. What's the point in her being part of the clan if she doesn't feel like a part of it? Byakuya didn't answer, and his facial expression didn't change. She can't even turn to the person who's her immediate family, the one responsible for bringing her into the clan, Ichigo continued. I don't know if it's because you don't know or you don't care, and I can't remember my living family, but I'm quite sure that older siblings are supposed to look out for their younger siblings. Other than me, she has no one else she's willing to turn to, and I can't be there for her every second. She's strong, much stronger than her unseated position gives her credit for, which also begs the question of why she hasn't been promoted, but she can't be expected to shoulder this blow herself. Ichigo was a little surprised that his captain still hadn't made a move to throw him out and/or restrain him, considering the fact that his objections were pretty vocal, but he thought nothing of it. He wasn't finished. You can serve whatever punishment to me as you see fit, but my only question will be, for questioning your treatment of Rukia or for being rude? If it's for the former reason, then I wonder why you chose to adopt her into the clan in the first place. Just because she's now rich doesn't mean she's happy. I do not want to jump to assumptions about your reasons for adopting her, but she's definitely not happy at home and how useless her unseated position makes her feel. If it's for the latter reason, then my views of the 6th Division were as delusional as I thought. By the time he finished, Ichigo's vision was slightly red, having worked himself into a temper. That part about Rukia's unseated status had just been a stab in the dark, but he had a sneaking suspicion Byakuya had something to do with it. Ichigo bowed and said, "I'll take my leave and await your decision," before turning to leave. He half expected his captain to draw his zanpakuto and arrest him or order him to stop, but surprisingly, nothing happened. The moment he stepped out of the office and closed the door, he let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Well, there went his chance of becoming a lieutenant. Byakuya was unlikely to ever promote him after that outburst. Although he actually wondered if he might get court-martialed, he meant every word he said, and he was sure his captain knew it. He only hoped that Rukia wouldn't suffer any backlash for his actions. He sighed heavily. He needed to let off some steam. He thought about looking for Rukia, but ultimately decided that that had to wait. He needed to think as well. Later that night, Rukia returned to the Kachiki Manor feeling slightly disappointed and worried. Today was business as usual in the 13th Division, although Rukia had been distracted, wondering if Ichigo would visit and perhaps ask about the previous day. The long story short was, he didn't, and now a seed of doubt had manifested within her. Despite knowing that he had his own job in his division and that he didn't looking for her every day, she was now wondering if he was avoiding her because he didn't like her back, and it was an extremely discomforting thought. Once again, she found herself being ignored by almost all the clan members she passed on the way back to her room. Though saddening, it was beginning to be less of an issue to her. It wasn't likely to change anytime soon, so she did her best to ignore the hostility, although it definitely made her past few weeks of grieving much more painful, because she was all alone at home. Just as she reached her room, she realized that one of the maids was standing outside her room. The maid bowed as Rukia reached her. "Rukia-sama, I apologize for this intrusion, but Kachiki Denka requests your presence." Rukia frowned in confusion. What did Nai-sama want with her? And why now, of all times? "Thank you, Shoko." Did Nai-sama say why? The last time he'd even said a word to her was her monthly report to him, and come to think of it, this month's report was overdue for more than a week, probably owing to Kayandano's death. That was the likeliest reason for requesting her presence. His silence during the days since Kayandano's death, though not unexpected, didn't make the pain of neglect any less hurtful. Kuchiki Denka didn't give a reason why, the maid said with another bow. Rukia nodded and dismissed the maid before heading for Byakuya's room. She didn't prepare her report, but there wasn't really much to say anyway. She was still unseated, and the only noteworthy thing was the tragedy. She found her brother's door open, and upon closer investigation, found him seated with his back turned as usual. She seated herself directly outside the room and said, "Ni-sama, I'm here with my monthly report." "The report will not be necessary, Rukia." Rukia looked up at her brother's back in surprise. This was new. She knew her brother to be extremely rigid with regards to rules and routines. Just as she was pondering how to reply, Byakuya continued, still not looking at her. "Are you, well?" Normally, such a surprise would have made Rukia's jaw drop, but she settled for simply gaping at her brother. Did she hear wrongly? "I'm sorry, Nai-sama. Could you repeat your question?" There was a slight pause. "Have you been well?" He repeated, a slight bit of hesitation in his voice. Rukia was speechless. For the past couple of decades, ever since Byakuya inducted her into the Kachiki clan, he never acted like someone who ever cared about her, as if he only did it as a favor to her. Till now, he was yet to even talk to her voluntarily or look her in the eye. Even back when he first visited her in the academy, it had been his aide who'd spoken to her and his gaze remained averted. She didn't care if the other clan members loathed her, it was his aloofness that cut the most. But that being said, Why was he, for the first time ever, asking about how she was? It was so sudden and so unexpected that she didn't really know how to answer, for fear it was a trick question. I'm doing fine, Enai-sama. She didn't feel comfortable in revealing everything. Have you adjusted to the loss of your division's Fukutaishu? The subject raised brought a little sadness to her, but it didn't hurt as much as she expected. Still, it made her pause when she remembered the lessons that taught that grieving was meaningless and how they were supposed to feel glad for the clan members who died, since they will enter the cycle of souls and be reborn in the living world. At that point, she remembered feeling outraged at how heartless such a teaching was. Well, at least she could safely say that she was no longer grieving, although her 3 weeks' worth overshot the ideal slightly. Byakuya wouldn't know that, right? Yes, I have, Enai-sama. She paused for a moment before adding, Ichigo supported me during my time of grieving. She wasn't really sure whether to mention Ichigo's helping hand, but since her brother was his superior, she didn't think it would hurt to put in a good word for him. And speaking of Ichigo, she felt a little heat rising to her face as her mind flashed back to the previous day. I see. Very well, that will be all. You may leave. Rukia stared at Byakuya's back for a moment, but he didn't turn around. Deciding that he wasn't going to, she bowed and said, Thank you for your concern, Enai-sama, before she stood and left, her head still swimming with questions. What exactly was going on here? If it hadn't been so sudden, she would have thought that her brother was actually showing her concern, something he'd never done before. Sure, he still hadn't looked at her in the eye, but at least it was a start. The question was, why the sudden change? And was it simply a one-off thing? She really wanted to believe that her brother was now showing her care, but it seemed way too sudden, way too good to be true. She didn't deny though, that it was a refreshing and heartwarming change. You called. For me, Taicho? Rukia asked as she entered the division office. Out of a force of habit, her eyes drifted over to the corner of the office where she remembered the bodies being placed. No. She wasn't going to think about that. Yukitake looked up and smiled. Rukia, please come in, he said. He watched Rukia as she sat down across from him. You look happier than I've seen you in recent weeks. Are you feeling any better now? He asked in concern. Rukia nodded. I'm feeling much better, Taicho. Thanks for your concern. There was a form on the table. Rukia recognized it as a promotion form. That meant that someone was to be promoted to 7th seat or higher. Kayandano once told her that all promotions to the 7th seat or higher had to be made known to the other divisions, in case they needed a correspondent. Vaguely, she wondered who it was for. I visited Kakaku-san, Kayandano's sister, 2 days ago. Yukitake was surprised to hear that. While he knew where the head of the Shiba clan stayed, it was not exactly common knowledge, not even among the nobles. How did you know where to find them? I didn't. Ichigo found where they lived and he brought me there. He wanted me to see that not even Kayandano's siblings blamed me for his death, so I shouldn't either. So I take it that it worked? Yukitake asked. Yes, Rukia said with a sad smile. I still feel sad thinking about it, but I can say I no longer feel guilty any longer. Yukitake nodded in understanding. In his mind, he marveled at how far Ichigo was willing to go for Rukia, and he wondered if it was merely because of what she meant to him, or if he would do the same for others. That's good to hear. However, that's not why I called you here, he continued. Rukia was surprised. It's not. Yukitake smiled as he shook his head. No. I've called you here because... He paused. Why don't you see for yourself, he resumed, picking up the form he had on the table and handing it to her. Rukia took it and skimmed through it, assuming she was being tasked to convey the news of promotion to someone in the squad, but she froze when she saw her name. Her eyes widened as she read through the entire document, and when she finally reached the end, her jaw dropped. F5th seat, she asked in shock. Yukitake smiled warmly. It's about time you were given credit for your ability, don't you think?
Yes, Taicho, but, I mean.
Rukia paused for a moment to regain her composure. I apologize, Taicho, but this is completely unexpected. While I have been giving you more responsibilities than I would a normal unseated Shinigami, your ability is greater than what you give yourself credit for, Yukitake explained. I do believe you are capable of taking on more responsibilities, though, and ultimately, I think you deserve it. Of course, you have to accept it though. We never force someone to take on a higher seat unless he or she agrees. Still a little shocked, Rukia found herself nodding her head instantly. I'm willing to take on this responsibility, Taicho. Thank you for your confidence in me. But, what about Kaion and Sentaro? I've already spoken to the two of them, and I'm promoting them both to the third seat. Third seat? Then who will be the Fukutaishu? Unfortunately, I have not decided on a replacement for the Fukutaishu spot for a variety of reasons, Yukitake admitted. Neither Kaion or Sentaro fit the bill. Yukitake merely gave a slight shrug. I don't think either of them is ready. Perhaps I should just leave it open in the meantime until I decide. Who knows? The position could even go to you, he replied with a smile. With even more surprises being heaped on her, all Rukia could do was simply nodded. A Fukutaishu? She was still wondering why she was being promoted out of the blue after being a Shinigami for more than a decade, no matter the position. Somehow, she didn't think Yukitake Taishu would give a straight answer if she asked. Thank you again for your confidence in me, Taicho, she said with a bow. Yukitake gave a small laugh. I have more than just confidence in your ability, Rukia. I know your ability. Your promotion will be effective tomorrow once I have addressed the rest of the squad. All you have to do is to sign the form, although I would prefer you read through it more thoroughly, he said, gesturing to the form still in Rukia's hands. I only require your signature after I've addressed the squad, so till then, you may ask any questions you have. You may leave now. Rukia got to her feet and bowed, trying her best to maintain her composure. The first thing she wanted to do was to break the good news to Ichigo, although she was still slightly worried that he was avoiding her. Thank you, Taicho. Still feeling a little shocked about the unexpected promotion, she nearly walked into another Shinigami as she left the office. She managed to catch herself in time, and she suddenly froze when she realized who it was. Ichigo. What are you doing here? He looked just as surprised to see her there. I wanted to look for you, actually. I thought I could ask Yukitake Taishu where you were, but I guess that won't be necessary anymore, he said. Was it just her, or did Ichigo look slightly nervous? Remembering that she was supposed to act as if nothing happened, Rukia smirked slightly and said, Of course I'll be at the division. I belong here, after all. You know what I mean, he replied with a scowl. Almost immediately, the scowl disappeared and he looked a little uncertain. I came here to ask you about, something. Inside, Rukia immediately started feeling a little nervous. Did he want to talk about what happened 2 days ago? What was his reaction going to be? The fact that he sought her out had to mean something, right? On the outside, she did her best to hide her nervousness. What is it? You can ask me here, she said with a raised eyebrow. He stared at her for a moment, as if trying to read her face. I meant in private, he replied. That didn't sound very positive. In that case, let's go. I've got something I want to tell you as well. Without further elaboration, she walked off, knowing that Ichigo wouldn't be far behind. Fifth seat. Ichigo echoed, the amazement evident on his face. He was already surprised at Byakuya's seemingly sudden change of heart, but he didn't expect this. You heard me, Rukia replied with a small smile. I was already feeling slightly shocked and confused after Nii-sama asked me how I was feeling yesterday. I thought nothing else would surprise me. But apparently I was wrong. I couldn't believe it when I saw my name on the promotion form. I never expected that I was the one getting promoted after being unseated for such a long time. She then continued to tell him what had happened, including Yukate's vote of confidence in her. When she was done, she noticed that Ichigo was staring at nothing in particular with his brow furrowed. Ichigo. Did you hear what I said? Huh? Oh, yeah, I did. It's about time Yukatake Taishu did that. I was just wondering why it took so long to promote you, considering your ability. Oh. Any ideas? Ichigo shrugged. I have my suspicions, but they're probably too far-fetched. Anyway, how do you feel about your promotion? Now that the initial shock over her promotion was over, Rukia paused to give some thought to Ichigo's question. Well. It's a little funny, actually. A month ago, I would have been happy to have been given a seated position, never mind the rank. And while I'm flattered that Yukatake Taishu thinks that highly of me, now that I've been promoted, I feel a little disappointed that it's only the 5th seat, even though it's considerably pretty high already. I feel like I can go further. Ichigo nodded with a little smirk. I get what you mean. I'm a little frustrated at remaining as a 3rd seat even though I've been training. I'm wondering if your brother will ever promote me to lieutenant, he said, not adding that his chances seemed unlikely after his outburst a couple of days ago. What are you talking about? Of course you're going to become a Fuku Taishu. It's only a matter of when, not if. Ichigo hesitated, not really sure he wanted to tell her why he was so pessimistic. However, as he thought about it, perhaps there wasn't much to worry about. The timing was way too coincidental though. Just yesterday, he'd lashed out verbally against his captain, until today, he hadn't been summoned for insubordination or something like he'd expected. Then, Rukia said that Byakuya actually asked her about her condition, breaking quite a number of records at the same time. Then today, Yukatake Taishu promoted her out of the blue, after she'd remained unseated for 2 decades. If all these things weren't linked, he would resign as a Shinigami. Maybe Byakuya wasn't as stiff-necked as he'd thought. But, that wasn't the reason he wanted to talk to her in the first place. He wanted to ask her about something more personal, and if he didn't do it now, he wasn't going to ever do it. I guess you're right, but that's not the reason why I wanted to talk to you. Rukia's smile faltered for the briefest of moments, and if he hadn't been looking at her, he would have missed it. So what is it you want to talk about? She asked innocently. Ichigo frowned. Was she being serious? She was the one who initiated the kiss, surely she knew what he was talking about. Or was she just pretending? Right now, the ignorant act was annoying him a little, especially since he'd spent much of the previous day figuring things out and worrying that Rukia was stringing him along. He was already finding it hard to look at her and not think of the events of that day, and how the briefest connection of their lips had sent a bolt of electricity sparking through his entire body. You know what I'm referring to, 2 days back when we came back from Kakaku-san's house and I gave you that thing and you, did that, he finished off lamely. Was it just him, or did the air feel a little hotter than he remembered? For some strange reason, he was finding it a little hard to voice the word kiss, and he couldn't fathom why. It was frustrating him. Why was he, a Shinigami, so afraid of saying a simple word? She raised an eyebrow at him. Yes. Ichigo scowled inwardly and sighed. Ah, you can't be serious. I know perfectly well that you know what I'm talking about. That day, after I gave you that chappy thing. Why did you kiss me? Rukia's expression didn't change, but Ichigo noticed something different in her eyes. Was that nervousness he saw? I thought it would be obvious, she said, her demeanor completely changing. Maybe, but I want to hear it from you, Ichigo replied. Rukia scowled. Why? It's your turn to say something. Ichigo sighed heavily. It was a little infuriating, really. As obvious as being kissed was, he stubbornly wanted to hear Rukia say that she liked him back, and apparently, she wanted him to do the same first. He looked around, and seeing that there were no Shinigami about, or anyone that he recognized, he turned back to Rukia, who was still staring defiantly at him, although there seemed to be a hint of sadness in her expression. He hesitated for a moment before finally giving in. Holding her shoulders, he bent down towards her and crashed his mouth into hers. It was brash and a little forceful, but it did nothing to quell the surge of electricity that shot through both of them. Rukia's eyes widened at the sudden contact, but just as quickly, she relaxed into it as her mind went haywire. The elation she felt the first time was nothing compared to this. After an eternity-filled second, they parted, much to her chagrin, but she kept her face impassive. "What was that for?" she asked, her voice almost bursting with happiness. She couldn't believe that Ichigo actually liked her back. This time, Ichigo gave a wide smirk. "That was your answer, dumbass." Almost reading her thoughts, he pulled Rukia towards him just as she leaned forward and encircled her arms round him. They embraced each other, savoring the unbridled happiness flowing through their hearts. "I should really be hitting you right now," Rukia said quietly. "This is the third pleasant surprise I've gotten in 2 days, although it's the best one yet. There's only so much my heart can take." "That's ridiculous, you know," Ichigo countered. "Unless you're telling me you're so old your heart's failing." Rukia responded by stomping none too gently on his foot, but Ichigo merely hissed slightly and smiled, not letting go. "Way to ruin the moment, Strawberry." He smirked. "Since when?" he asked. "No idea. Does it really matter? I only ever told Kayandano, though." "That probably explains why he kept smirking at me whenever he caught me looking at you," Ichigo said. Rukia merely gave a small snort of laughter. "So, what now? Where does this leave us?" he continued. "I believe the living world term is called dating. Yeah, I heard of that term before. Never thought it'll apply to us though." He paused. "But what about your clan?" he suddenly asked in seriousness. "What about them? Didn't you say that noblemen and women are only allowed suitors from other noble clans? Somehow I highly doubt they'll accept the two of us being together. I can only imagine what they might do to break us up. I can't really give you a definite answer about that, but I can always appeal to Nii-sama. He's the clan head after all, and Hizana-san was also a commoner. Maybe, but he's always been very rigid about rules. Who's to say he will make another exception? And he could easily send me packing if he didn't approve of me. I'm his subordinate, after all." "Please don't get me wrong," Ichigo added hastily when he saw a little doubt creep into Rukia's face. "I couldn't care less about them, but I would rather not have anyone creating trouble for us just because I'm not a noble. Then, as a last resort, I'll just leave the clan," Rukia replied matter-of-factly. "What? You can't do that," Ichigo said, shocked that Rukia would even consider such a move. "And why not? I remember hearing stories of a noble Shinigami who actually left his clan because his marriage wasn't approved. I've no idea who he is or what happened to him though," she added as an afterthought. Ichigo still didn't look convinced, so she sighed and looked at him earnestly. "Ichigo, don't think these questions haven't crossed my mind. I highly doubt the elders will approve our relationship as well, not that I care. Why they would even bother interfering with my life though, I have no idea, since they already made it clear they dislike me. Unfortunately, as much as I've thought about it, I can't think of any possible solution around this. But I don't care. I would choose you over them any day." Ichigo looked at her determined face and sighed. "I guess you're right. I just don't want to heap more unnecessary pressure on you." Rukia smirked. "When have you ever? So. I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it then." Ichigo smirked back. "Together, like we always do," Rukia agreed. Then, as if they were sealing some sort of deal, their faces drew closer together and they kissed once again, this time without any surprise moves from either of them. As friends, they'd enjoyed each other's company, but as a couple, it was safe to say that right now was the happiest either of them had ever felt, and neither of them bothered to try hiding it. Sure, they were both Shinigami, fighters who never knew when their next fight could be their last. They were bound to meet some sort of setback in the future, but at this point, unknown to their other half, they both felt like nothing could stop them right now, let alone a few miserable clan elders and a rigid clan head. Chapter 33, Snippets Part 2. Present time. The rare air of excitement was barely noticeable in the captain's assembly hall, but it was still there. After all, seldom did Yamamoto Soteichu call for the captains to assemble without their lieutenants. Such circumstances were meetings that had objectives not meant for their ears. Silence reigned when a loud crack echoed in the hall as Yamamoto took his seat and rapped the floor with his cane. "Let's begin this meeting," his gruff voice rang out. Half an hour and 4 other items completed, the reason for them being called became apparent at the next objective. Our last item, setting a date for the captain's test. The only one whom didn't seem all that surprised was Ikemura Jin, since he was the last captain to be promoted. As for the others, such a thing was new to them. They'd never heard of the captain commander ever doing something like this. Most of the time, only those who took part in judging were the only ones who knew his or her identity until the new captain was revealed. Yamamoto continued, seemingly ignoring the surprised looks of the other captains. "I believe we have been presented with an unusual and unprecedented circumstance. As of a week ago, 2 applicants were submitted to undergo the proficiency test for the position of captain of the 10th Division. Aizen, Kochiki, I'll leave the brief to you too." "Yes, Soteichu. I will go first," Aizen said politely. "Fellow captains, 1 month ago, Matsumoto Fukuteichu approached me with a request to submit her 4th seat, Hitsugaya Toshiro, who has held that position for 11 years, as an applicant to be captain of the 10th Division. After observing him, I have deemed his qualities and leadership skills to be exemplary, and his power well beyond a Shinigami with his amount of experience, so I agreed to her request, seconded by Ikemura Taishu, Tosen Taishu, and Yukitake Taishu." Aizen looked at Byakuya, and the latter took over. "Kurosaki Fukuteichu has been my lieutenant for the past 5 years, and before that, my 3rd seat for a little over 12 years. Despite his brashness at times, he has proven to be respectful, loyal, a strong leader, well liked by the entire division, and willing to strive for something he's set his mind to. Additionally, he's unknowingly been acting at almost a vice-captain capacity for half a decade before he was given the rank, hence I believe he is ready to take on a larger role." Yukitake Taishu, Kamamura Taishu and Zaraki Taishu have seconded the nomination. "Only if he agrees to fight me first," Zaraki said with a huge grin. "As this is the first time we've 2 nominees for 1 captain's position, please raise your objections if you believe either nominee should be rejected," Yamamoto announced, ignoring Kenpachi's eagerness. "Being eligible of becoming a captain at such a young age? My, they both sound scary," Kairaku said with a small smile. "Bankai?" he asked. 7 months, Aizen said. "For years, although he believes I do not know of this," Byakuya added. "That's impossible," Soifon said in shock. "How in the world did they achieve Bankai in less than 2 decades of being a Shinigami? Either way, that doesn't sound like much time to develop their Bankai," Kairaku opinioned in return. "They have both shown great leadership qualities in their respective roles and have shown immense potential based on their performances as well as the speed at which they have attained their Bankai. I believe they both will be able to develop at a much quicker rate than usual," Yukitake said, since he seconded both nominations. "Also, Hitsugaya has a history of working with the 10th Division. Although, if you mention it, Kurosaki does as well." "Well, it would be kinda fitting if Kurosaki became captain," Kairaku said with a nod of his head. "You too, please. Remember that such information is confidential and restricted to captains only," Yamamoto said sternly. "Any other objections?" he asked the rest. "None. In that case, both nominees will undergo the captain's proficiency test in a month's time, and will be judged by Unohana Taishu, Kairaku Taishu and me. I now declare this meeting over." 5 years ago. It was half a year since Ichigo and Rukia became a couple after admitting the feelings that had gone undetected and unnoticed for years. It was safe to say that this past half year was the happiest either of them had been. They'd both heard stories from their fellow Shinigami about their horrible relationships, some rocky, some violent, some cheating, and some downright disastrous, in short, relationships that were full of internal problems, never mind external. It was after their joyful get-together that seeds of worry began manifesting at the back of the minds of the newly formed couple. Was it a mistake for them to begin dating? What if they ran into the same problems others encountered? What if they broke up in the end? Would they be able to go back to being friends? The thought, although very unlikely, didn't make it impossible, and it scared them slightly. Yet, a few months into their relationship, they were pleasantly surprised to find that none of these problems surfaced. Since young, they'd already been close, and they already knew each other's likes and dislikes on the back of their hands. This only served to bring them closer. They were already used to spending time with each other, and while they were fine with simply training and hanging out together, it now extended out to include normal, actual dates. It was, in some sense, an add-on to their activities. They also both knew that their opposite number cared for them immensely. At the very least, Ichigo could hardly deny it, after going all out to help Rukia get over Kaien's death. And on the subject of cheating, they both liked each other too much for the thought to even cross their minds, and they trusted the other to do the same. But if there was one disagreement that did arise, it was that Kaien's death had shaken both of them, and they both tended to get overly worried when the other was sent for a mission and anything went wrong. It was just a routine hollow extermination, Rukia, Ichigo said with a roll of his eyes as they left the 4th Division Medical Center one day. Okay, maybe I got careless and let the hollow hit me in the head, but it only looks much worse than it is. All head wounds do. There's no need for you to come running. Rukia scowled at him. Hark, who's talking? Didn't you stay up all night just because I came back a day late from one of my missions? Ichigo scowled back. That's different, he excused. In my case, since I came back on time, I'm obviously perfectly fine. In your case, a day late could mean anything. Still, as they walked side by side, his look softened and he automatically reached for her hand and gave it a squeeze. You're overreacting too much. Rukia returned the look with a sad smile. I could say the same for you, idiot. Of course, they never forgot to keep their guard up, since they were supposed to be keeping their relationship a secret from Rukia's clan. That meant keeping it secret from their friends as well, since they couldn't take the chance of anyone letting something slip. Byakuya's about turn in his attitude towards Rukia, though heartening, was nothing short of surprising, and the past 6 months had seen their sibling relationship improve immensely, and even though Byakuya still sounded cold at times, it was beyond what Rukia had even hoped for. Despite that, they couldn't be sure of his response to the relationship between his sister and his third seat. Ichigo still had to pinch himself at times to believe that Byakuya had actually listened to his outburst and hadn't taken any action against him. He knew though, that it was because he had a point, and it hadn't made his captain any softer, so he couldn't hope to be lucky twice. Hence, they did their best to keep their relationship a secret. The fact that they were always seen together helped them tremendously, because it didn't seem out of the ordinary, and they could move around without others spreading unnecessary rumors about them. Also, they had to make sure any displays of affection were kept private. It wasn't much of an issue to them though, and despite all these restrictions and measures, they were able to work it out just fine for the past half a year. Kurosaki, please see me after this, Byakuya said as he dispersed the division. Immediately, Ichigo's heart seemed to freeze solid as sniggers rose among the other Shinigami. With the impassive way Byakuya usually was, it was hard to tell whether he was delivering good news or bad, so there was a running GG to see who could make the best deer in the headlights look if and when they were summoned. Few actually did anything wrong, but the looks they put on was entertaining to see. Unfortunately, in Ichigo's case, he had reason to worry, because he was hiding something that could easily be wrong in his captain's eyes, and he desperately wondered if he was being called for that. He couldn't refuse though, so he entered the office, resisting the urge to draw his Zanpakuto to defend himself. You called, Taicho. Please sit, Kurosaki. Byakuya currently didn't sound all that dangerous. Yet. Ichigo complied, and Byakuya affixed him with a stare for a few moments before saying, "Let me ask you this, Kurosaki, and I expect you to answer truthfully. Do you believe yourself capable of achieving higher than your current rank?" Ichigo hesitated for a moment, wondering if he was about to be shot down. "Yes, I believe I can, Taicho, and I've been training hard at it. But if I may, why do you ask? As you well know, this division has operated without a Fuku Taishu for a little less than half a century." From below his desk, Byakuya retrieved something, and Ichigo recognized it as a Fuku Taishu badge. More specifically, it had the kanji, 6th Division imprinted on it, with the division's representative flower, a camellia, directly above it. "I do not intend to beat around the bush, Kurosaki. Today, I am offering you the post of Fuku Taishu to you," he finished off, nudging the badge in Ichigo's direction. Ichigo nearly reeled at the bombshell Byakuya had just dropped on him, as though someone had just slapped him, and he stared numbly back. He feared that he'd been summoned about Rukia, but this was completely unexpected. He was being promoted to Fuku Taishu by his captain. Sure, there'd been speculation in the division, but after that outburst of his, Ichigo was surprised he hadn't been demoted. Still, he realized that it probably shouldn't be that surprising. His captain was fair, never letting his personal affairs affect his judgment and running of the division. However, Ichigo fully expected Byakuya to take his outburst into account and not promote him, considering his attack had been personal. "Well, Kurosaki. I'm waiting," Byakuya said, and Ichigo could have sworn he saw a glint of humor in his eyes. "But of course, if you require time to make your decision, I would be willing to grant it." Ichigo didn't hesitate the moment he heard that, having already made his decision. "I am willing and honored to accept the position of Fuku Taishu of the 6th Division, he said with a bow. It wasn't that he didn't want the position, rather, he'd expected the news to be a little less anticlimactic. He'd envisioned that when or if he was approached by a captain to be promoted, he would be given a long talk as to the reasons behind their choice. This wasn't what he had in mind. He wouldn't have accepted any random offer though, if Yukitake Taishu had approached him first. Since Rukia told him he was looking for a vice-captain as well, he would have accepted at once, because he would then be closer to Rukia, and many of the 13th Division Shinigami knew him anyway. The 6th Division would have been first priority in any case, since he liked working with his current colleagues, but he'd originally written off being offered the post, so it was a huge surprise. "Very well. While you have been given a larger responsibility than a normal third seat would, wearing the Fuku Taishu badge requires even more than that, as you carry the division's name with you. I expect you to uphold the respectability of the division, especially in the presence of other divisions. Or else," was the silent threat Byakuya was sending. "Now," Byakuya continued as he stood up with the badge in his hands. "Before I officially pronounce you vice-captain of the 6th Division, I shall brief you on the basic responsibilities of a Fuku Taishu." Ichigo tried his best to listen carefully, although he couldn't wait to leave and tell Rukia. "Ni-sama, pardon my intrusion, but what's that?" Rukia asked curiously as she looked at the notepad and marker her brother was holding. On it was a picture of a strange-looking cartoon character with a puffed-up body. If it wasn't brown in color, Rukia would have thought it was a cloud. Byakuya looked at her before returning his gaze to his koi pond, when his prized fishes were swimming lazily about while bathing in the light of the full moon. While it was more than a year since Byakuya started acting more like a brother to Rukia, it was only a few months ago that he first looked her in the eye. It was yet another sign that their relationship was improving. "This is the Wakame ambassador." Rukia frowned. "The Wakame ambassador? I've never heard of it. That comes as no surprise. The Wakame ambassador was popular about half a century ago. Regretfully, 5 years after its creation, its author passed away, and since then, other popular characters have emerged. It's a nice drawing, Nii-sama, Rukia said truthfully. In fact, when she thought of it, the drawing style looked similar to her Chappie drawings which Ichigo adamantly insisted still sked. No number of threats, physical or verbal, would get him to change his mind. Maybe if he knew his captain drew similarly as well. It is, Byakuya replied, his voice sounding a little stiff. His Anna taught me how to draw. Oh, Rukia said, suddenly aware she'd wandered onto a sensitive topic. I apologize, Enai-sama. No matter, he dismissed. She found old copies of the comics stored in my house and taught me how to draw them. Anyway, this is one of the reasons I wish to speak to you tonight. Rukia blinked. This was yet another subject she didn't expect Byakuya to breach. Back at the academy, she was told her reason for being adopted was because she looked like the clan's late wife. It was one of the few times Hisana's name was mentioned. She'd always assumed it was a forbidden subject, since not even the servants or maids talked about it, let alone Byakuya himself. It made her feel a little guilty for not informing him about hers and Ichigo's relationship, although the circumstances were different. What is it you wish to speak to with me about Hisana-san? I shall get to that in a moment, Byakuya said. Let me ask first, how have the clan elders been treating you in recent months? Rukia looked at him in mild shock. Why the sudden question? She articulated. While she noticed that the clan elders were largely ignoring her and didn't openly insult her these days, she didn't think it was right to tell that to Byakuya, since they were still his elders after all. I have been informed by sources about the elders' attitude towards you, and further checks have proven these allegations to be true. For that, I must apologize for letting you deal with it yourself. Rukia nodded numbly. They've left me alone for quite a while now, Enai-sama. It's nothing that bad, she said, playing it down. But, how did he know about this? She hadn't told anyone except Ichigo, and she told him not to say anything. Apparently he hadn't listened. But when did he tell her brother? That would be because I've ordered them to immediately cease their actions. While your current clan status is lower, that is no excuse. You are a part of the Kuchiki clan, even though you weren't born one. Thank you, Enai-sama, she said hesitantly. Her curiosity must have been showing on her face, because Byakuya stared at her and said, who my source is does not matter, although I do have that person to thank, and I do not wish for you to mistake his intentions. His concern for you is nothing short of admirable. That all but revealed it was Ichigo, but the penetrating look Byakuya was giving her was a little unnerving. Did he know? Byakuya set aside the notebook with a sigh, making Rukia shelve her question for later. But, I digress. Tell me, Rukia. Do you know why you were adopted into the Kuchiki clan? It was because of my similarity in appearance to Hisana-san, isn't it? Byakuya nodded. Yes, it is. That is how I instructed everyone to lie to you. In a way, it is partly the truth. That's because Kuchiki Hisana was your sister. Your blood. Sister, he said to a stunned Rukia. He sighed. I shall start from the beginning. About 7 years prior to your adoption, I met Hisana while I was out responding to a hollow call. It was around the 30th district, I believe. Your sister was the sole survival of a hollow attack, although she was gravely wounded. I took her back with me, and nursed her back to health. Eventually, 2 years after that, I married her. He was obviously omitting a large chunk of information, but Rukia remained silent. Back then, she'd always looked troubled, and on the day of our marriage, she told me of a sister she'd abandoned, and in one of the foulest districts, no less. She told me that she'd died in the living world alongside her baby sister, and they were both sent to Inuzuri, South Rukongai. She told me that, despite her best efforts, she could barely obtain enough water for the both of them, and it was made harder when she realized that her baby sister required food. Unable to care for the both of them, she had no choice but to abandon her own blood sister. Then, she told me her sister's name, Rukia. When Byakuya turned to face her, Rukia, who'd been listening with rapt attention, was shocked at his grief-filled eyes, and her breath choked in an attempt to stem away tears. I will not attempt to persuade you to feel sorry for her or for you to forgive her for her actions, but she was crushed with guilt at her actions, and its possible consequence. She tried her best to return to look for you, but without any help, she couldn't. I could not bear to see her anguish, so I agreed to help her look for you, and she spent every day of the next 5 years looking for you. Needless to say, she failed, but that didn't stop her from trying, and about 2 years after our marriage, she contracted a serious illness. Yet, she never stopped searching for you. Byakuya looked down for a moment before continuing. 3 years after she contracted her illness, his Anna passed away, but before she did, she begged me to continue searching for you, and give you the care she couldn't provide you. I remembered her mentioning that you needed food, that meant you had Ryatsu, so I kept additional tabs on the academy in the hopes that you might sign up. It was fortunate that it was only a year later that you were registered as a trainee, and after that, you know the rest, although I'll admit that I failed to provide you with adequate care. Ni-sama. The care you've shown me these past few months has been more than I could ask for. Rukia exclaimed quickly. Byakuya didn't answer immediately. His Anna would have been proud. Rukia watched him closely. As heartless as her actions may have sounded, I do not hold his Anna Nei-san's actions against her. At least, it has brought me to where I am today. Byakuya nodded. I'm glad. That would be all. And Rukia, he looked at her. Thank you. Recognizing her dismissal, Rukia bowed and took her leave, leaving her brother to his thoughts. The uncharacteristic emotion Byakuya had showed when he talked about his Anna, and his willingness to reveal this to Rukia showed that he really loved her, and he definitely missed her. Involuntarily, Rukia lost her battle with her tears as she left the manor's gardens. Rukia reached their training spot and was unsurprised to find Ichigo already there, sitting on the grass with a released Zangetsu on his lap and meditating. Ever since Ichigo became a vice-captain, they saw a sharp drop in their time together, because of Ichigo's additional duties. In addition to his old responsibilities, he had to attend vice-captain meetings, full council meetings and assist in the paperwork, amongst other things. Overall, it cut his free time by a substantial amount, but Rukia didn't mind, since he was still able to create time for her. She also knew he was doing his best and she didn't want to become unreasonable and over-attached to him. One thing that irked her slightly though, was that shortly after becoming a Fuku Taishu, Ichigo had started doing nothing but meditate during training. It wasn't the meditating that irritated her, they didn't spar as often as they used to anymore, since they were so well acquainted with each other's fighting styles that they might end up getting too used to it if they fought against others. Rather, it was the face that he refused to tell her why he was meditating. She knew what he was doing, he was performing Jinzen, which meant he was communicating with his Zanpakuto, but he'd been doing it for almost 6 months straight, which was longer than necessary. That meant that he was hiding something. Giving up, Rukia approached him and plopped down next to him, making sure not to disturb him. She could feel his strong Ryatsu swirling around him as he meditated, its flow unrestricted in his meditative state. She let her own Ryatsu relax as she thought of her previous day's talk with Byakuya. After seeing how melancholic her brother had been, she couldn't bring herself to sleep as she pondered over his words. So apparently, Ichigo had revealed her troubles with the clan elders to Byakuya. Although she was a little annoyed that he'd done that annoyance vanished the moment she realized that he must have done it the day before Byakuya's sudden attitude change. It was way too coincidental to be anything else, but she still needed to confirm it. After giving it much thought, she realized that she'd actually meant what she said about her sister. She'd lived through the horrors of Inuzuri, and she knew it was nigh on impossible to care for someone else. After all, if his Ananizan hadn't left her in Inuzuri, she might not have become a Shinigami, and who knows, she might have even died. Besides, wasn't she guilty of abandoning others in bid for survival as well? She wasn't condemned for it, so why should she condemn her own sister for it? The most important reason of all was, she wouldn't have met Ichigo. As soon as she thought about that, she suddenly felt Ichigo's Ryatsu envelop her, as if providing her with a comforting presence. She smirked slightly and pushed her Ryatsu back against him, and Ichigo responded by placing his hand over hers. Getting distracted is a sure sign of a failed meditation, she said. Ichigo opened his eyes and looked at her, a huge grin on his face. He leaned over to give her a peck on the cheek. As a matter of fact, I didn't get distracted from my meditation. I was just finished. He seemed overjoyed about something. Finished? Finished from what? And what's with that stupid grin on your face? Somehow I doubt it's because of me. You'll see. And you're partly right about that, Ichigo said. But what about you? Something appears to be troubling you. It's not exactly troubling, but it's a little much to take in right now, Rukia said. Then, she told Ichigo everything Byakuya had revealed to her, about how his Anna was actually her sister and everything that had happened, including how her sister had been forced to abandon her, and her eventual desperate attempts to locate her, right up to her death and her request for Byakuya to find her. Ni-sama looked almost close to tears when he talked about Ne-san, Rukia said solemnly, her eyes shining faintly with tears. Ichigo listened silently. It all sounded quite crazy, but he'd always thought adopting Rukia simply because she looked like the clan head's late wife sounded too whack. Normally, he would have wanted to make fun of his captain for that near-extinct show of emotion, but through Rukia's expression, he could see it would be nothing short of cruel for him to do so. "Do you hate your sister for abandoning you?" he asked quietly. Rukia shook her head. "Some part of me thinks I should, but I can't bring myself to do it. Weren't we guilty of abandoning others as well? She was all alone and had to care for me as well. It would have been torturous for her. Besides," she smiled sadly, "I might not have met you if I wasn't forced to fend for myself." Ichigo smirked teasingly. "So you admit that I changed your world?" Rukia gave a small laugh. "I think I changed yours, idiot. You wouldn't have survived without me. That reminds me though, remember when I first told you about my problems with the clan? Did you tell Nai-sama about it?" Ichigo immediately looked sheepish. Yeah, I did. I knew you didn't want to create extra tension with him, but it kinda came out in the heat of the moment because I was said that he seemed like he couldn't care less about how you felt about Kaien's death." Rukia fought to hide her smile. "Was that on the same day I told you Nai-sama started paying more attention to me?" "Yeah, it was. And I was taking a risk, actually, but I couldn't bear to see you suffer." He didn't finish, because Rukia had leaned forward before he could and pressed her lips onto his. Immediately, he responded with similar fervor, snaking one hand around her neck and bending his body forward, so as to prevent her from straining her neck. "So does that mean I'm forgiven?" Ichigo said with a smirk as he stared at her violet eyes in amusement. "Idiot. You've nothing to be sorry for," she replied. "But enough about me. You mentioned something about completing something. Mind telling me what you're talking about?" At that, Ichigo's grin cracked wider. "It's... You know what? I think it's best you see it for yourself." Grabbing his Zanpakuto with one hand, he grabbed Rukia's hand with the other and helped her up. Then, he stretched out his arm and pointed his Zanpakuto forward. Nothing happened for a moment. Rukia looked up at Ichigo, but remained silent when she saw the look of tense concentration on his face. Then, she gave a start when something materialized in front of them, just as Ichigo relaxed and started panting slightly. A tall, middle-aged man had just materialized in front of them. He was pale-skinned, and was wearing a long, flowing black overcoat and pants, along with a white undershirt. "Well done, Ichigo," the man spoke with a calm, deep voice. "Don't worry about feeling drained though. The first time is always the most taxing. You'll find it easier subsequently." "Ichigo, who's that?" a completely bemused Rukia asked. Then, she was surprised when the man turned to look at her. "Kuchiki Rukia, it's a pleasure to meet you. Ichigo has talked a lot about you." "Rukia, meet Zangetsu," Ichigo said with a huge smile. Rukia's eyes widened in shock. "Zangetsu? You're Zanpakuto? He's nothing like you," she blurted out. "For one thing, he's polite." Ichigo blanched. "Huh? What the hell? I'll have you know I'm very polite," he protested. Rukia wanted to refute that outrageous claim, but she froze when she realized what was happening. She turned to look at Zangetsu. Wait. You managed to materialize your Zanpakuto in our world. Does that mean? Ichigo grinned again. I'm going to start training to achieve Bankai. Chapter 34, Jubantai Taicho. A few months earlier. When Ichigo next appeared in his inner world, on the roof of a skyscraper, a few days after he and Rukia got together, the first thing he heard was Zangetsu's wry voice. You know, if you get any more cheerful, I might have to be wary of sunburn. Ichigo took a moment to look at the skyline Zangetsu had built for himself in his inner world before squinting at him, as the sun. How did his Zanpakuto place a sun in his inner world exactly? Shining on his face seemed exceptionally bright, brighter than he remembered. 7 years ago, when he'd first been sent on a living world mission to a country called America, he'd been greeted with huge skyscrapers, buildings that were tens of stories high. Even the tallest buildings in Siriidii were dwarfed by the monstrous buildings. Standing on the streets, he found it suffocating, as he could hardly see the sky, and it made fighting hollows a real pain. However, after that mission, when he returned into his inner world, he got the shock of his life when he found that the simple, Japanese village that used to be the setting of his inner world had been completely changed into a skyline that consisted of numerous skyscrapers. Apparently, much to his ire, Zangetsu had proclaimed that he liked the skyscrapers so much that a change of scenery was in order. There was nothing Ichigo could do to change his mind, so he had no choice but to adapt to this new inner world of his. That's none of your business, he said with a smile. He found it strange that his Zanpakuto, which was shadow-based, seemed to prefer sunny skies. Zangetsu regarded him for a moment. Glad to see you're back to normal, Ichigo. I dislike gloomy skies. But tell me, why are you here again? I wish to become stronger, so I can do more to protect others. Zangetsu nodded. Noble, but are you willing to die for them? If I'm stronger, there's no need for me to, is there? True, but you never know, Zangetsu said. Unfortunately, the 3 moves I've taught you so far is everything that you need to know at this level. Ichigo blanched. Huh? That's it? He blurted out. Of course not. Learning a move and increasing its power are 2 different things. And you're not listening to me. Think about what I just said. Ichigo pondered over Zangetsu's words for a moment. Then, realization dawned on him. At this level? You don't mean? Yes, I do. I've told you before that I will only teach you something new if and when I am ready, and now, I believe you are ready to learn Bankai. Be warned, though. Training for Bankai is not like training your Shirkai, where you can learn new moves in days and master them in weeks. It may take you months, years or even decades to learn and master. During this time, I will not go easy on you, and if I deem my confidence misjudged, I will refuse to teach you any longer until further notice. Do you still wish to continue? Ichigo looked at Zangetsu like he was crazy. What kind of bullshit is that? Of course I wish to carry on. Zangetsu's mouth curved upward slightly, almost as if he was smirking. We'll see. Now, your first part, and usually the longest, of training for Bankai is materialization. That is, you must bring me out from your inner world and into the physical world. While I willingly lend you my power, to use Bankai, you must prove that you are capable of wielding it. All our fights so far have been in here, on my terms. You must force me to fight in the physical world, on your terms. If you aren't even capable of that, then you have no business learning Bankai. Should you succeed in that stage, if you wish to use me, you must prove that you are stronger than me. Fight me, and defeat me. Only then, will you be able to use Bankai. Then, Zangetsu's posture seemed to relax a little. You hold more power than you imagine, Ichigo, although that doesn't mean you're going to have an easier time. Are you ready? Ichigo nodded with conviction. Good. Let's begin. It's a good thing we found this nice, secluded place, isn't it? Ichigo told Rukia. It's so much better than our last area. It's enclosed, and I highly doubt anyone knows about it. Rukia shook her head but smiled all the same. Just don't flatten this place like you did the last one. Ichigo waved it off. Zangetsu didn't specify how I must defeat him, so I thought. He also never did say I couldn't use Kido until after I did. Well, it's not my fault the Kido missed and destroyed the place instead. You're lucky you weren't arrested for damage done, Rukia scolded, lightly hitting him on the arm. Or that you didn't hit me as well. Well, you would have obviously been able to dodge it, Ichigo reasoned. They were on the lookout for a new place to train because Ichigo, in his attempt to defeat Zangetsu in order to learn Bankai, unleashed a powerful Kido that ended up missing and destroying part of their secluded training area in Rukongai. Thankfully there were no innocent citizens around. It solved his need to restrain his Ryatsu though, because unlike normal training, where Shinigami could suppress their Ryatsu, Bankai training required them to use more power, and that could easily result in innocent casualties. So, training had to be stopped for a week while Ichigo searched for a new, secluded training spot, helped by Rukia. They couldn't go any further away from Siriidii due to the time they'd take, so they decided to try finding a place in Siriidii instead, however unlikely that was. Surprisingly, they actually managed to find a perfect training spot. It was found through sheer luck, actually. When leaving the 6th Division one day, he spotted a black cat with yellow luminous eyes skulking around just outside the division. He recognized it as Shiba Kukaku's cat. What in the world are you doing here? Come to think of it, how did you even get in anyway? He asked it curiously. It merely stared back, and when Ichigo tried to catch it, it ran away. Huffing in irritation, Ichigo decided to chase after it, wanting to return it to Kukaku. He thought it wouldn't be a problem catching it, but surprisingly, he found it near impossible to. Every time he almost got his hands on it, it somehow managed to twist out of his grasp. On it went for almost half an hour. He would have given up long ago, but every time he did, it would turn around to look at it, and if it could speak, Ichigo was sure it would be taunting him. It was making him feel completely stupid and useless though, he couldn't even catch a stupid cat. Eventually, he found himself at the base of the Sokayaku Hill, which was overlooking the impressive-looking Senzaku. There, the cat stopped and stared tauntingly at him again. He slowed down and slowly approached it, afraid it would run away again. When he got close enough, he lunged. Surprisingly, this time, it didn't run away, and he gratefully gathered it in his arms. Before he left, he took a moment to stare at the majestic-looking Sokayaku Hill. Pity it was used for executions. He wouldn't want to ever be up there witnessing an execution. Just before he was about to leave, he spotted something that made him pause. It was a small outcropping of rock somewhere beneath the hill. When he looked closer, he could see some sort of cave there. If he had been standing anywhere but where he was right now, he wouldn't be able to see it. He'd gone past the hill without ever seeing the cave before. It looked too small to use for training, he decided to check it out anyway. When he got up there, he got the shock of his life. Right before him was the largest cavern he'd ever seen. It was perfect for training, especially for his Bankai training. Eventually, when he brought Rukia to this place, he realized his Ryatsu remained undetected from anyone outside, unless he was using most of his power, she couldn't detect his Ryatsu. Hence, that became their new training area, exclusive only to the two of them, and with no restrictions, Ichigo could easily carry on his Bankai training. Present day. Ichigo gulped nervously as 3 pairs of eyes stared at him as he stood before the Sotaishu and 2 of the most senior captains in Soul Society, Kairaku Shunsui and Unohana Retsu. Right now, talking seemed harder than he thought. The chamber they were in was a huge chamber somewhere in the 1st Division. As far as he knew, Toshiro had gone before him sometime in the morning, although Ichigo had no idea how the younger Shinigami did. He was feeling a little queasy, more so out of nerves than anything else. Right now, he was regretting ever telling Byakuya that he wanted to become a captain. Tell us a little more about yourself. Kairaku said. Out of the three of them, he was the one that seemed the least intimidating. Although Unohana didn't have her trademark withering look when she was angry, she looked scary enough. The interview was, according to the note he was given, the first of 3 stages to the captain's proficiency test. The second was when he showed them his bankai, and the third was when one of the 3 judging captains would engage him in battle. According to Yukitake, the last test was rarely done unless the panel had reason to believe he wasn't capable of being a captain. He hoped he wouldn't have to undergo the last test. Clearly his throat, he thought briefly of Rukia and the encouraging kiss she'd given him the day before, and he couldn't help but smile a little. Feeling more confident, he began the interview. Only Unohana or Kairaku asked the questions. Yamamoto merely sat there and watched Ichigo, probably as a way to make any potential captain candidate squirm. Ichigo had to admit, it was working. A nerve-wracking 10 minutes later and questions that sometimes didn't seem relevant, the words he thought he'll never hear were spoken by Unohana. Okay, Kurosaki, last question. How long did it take you to learn Bankai from the time you managed materialization? She was all businesslike, nothing like the caring, but scary, tone she used in treating patients. Ichigo's face took on a look of concentration as he tried to remember how long it took him. I believe it took me about a year. None of the captains gave any form of reaction to his words, but what he didn't know was that they were all a little shocked and impressed at the short time it took him to achieve Bankai. That ends the first segment of the interview. Yamamoto then announced. Now, as you well know, almost every Shinigami that has the privilege of becoming a Taicho has the ability to do Bankai. Normally, you would be asked to display your Bankai, however, in light of unusual circumstances, we have decided to make an exception to the rules. At that moment, the chamber doors opened, and in walked Hitsugaya Toshiro. Ichigo looked at him curiously, and Toshiro mirrored the look. Kurosaki, what's going on? Toshiro hissed as he reached Ichigo. I have no clue as well, Ichigo whispered back, but nevertheless, they both stood side by side, facing the judging captains. Unohana spoke up. This is the first time 2 candidates are contesting for a Taishu's spot. While you 2 have exceeded our expectations, and are both most certainly able to become captains, it appears we are unable to make a decision with regards to who is more capable. We have come to an agreement. The slight disdainful look on her face showed that she didn't really agree to whatever decision it was. That a Taicho who can be beaten by one who isn't would be extremely shameful. As such, you 2 will duel each other, and the winner will be declared the 10th Division Taicho. Ichigo and Hitsugaya stared at each other in shock, and Ichigo could have sworn he saw a look of pain in Toshiro's eyes. To the death. Toshiro blurted out. No, nothing like that, Kairaku said with a smile. Normal dueling rules, give up or get knocked out. Although, you 2 will have to fight with your Bankai. Ichigo looked round the wide, enclosed chamber uncertainly. I'm sorry. Here, he asked. Kairaku chuckled. You're not the first person to ask that question. These walls are all reinforced to withstand a Taishu's full power, so we should be safe. It's also large enough to accommodate a Bankai's size as well. Don't worry though, Ryatsu cannot be detected from the outside, and if you so wish, your Bankai's power will remain confidential among all of us. And in case you're forgetting, the 4th Division Taicho is here. Ichigo nodded and looked at Toshiro. He too looked a little uneasy but didn't say anything. Nevertheless, they both moved apart and turned to face each other. They both wanted the captain's position, so they both knew the fight wasn't going to be easy. Ichigo had never seen Toshiro's Zanpakuto before, although Momo once said it was ice-based, and there were rumors going round saying that it was extremely powerful. It looked like a normal katana, and Ichigo was a little amused to notice that it looked taller than Toshiro himself. Sit upon the frozen heavens, Hyarinmaru. Toshiro declared. A wave of frigid cold air pulsed out from him, surprising Ichigo. The cold that Toshiro generated was much colder than Rukia's, or maybe he was just too used to Rukia's. Toshiro's blade extended slightly and a chain grew from his Zanpakuto's hilt, a crescent moon-shaped blade at its end. Ichigo too drew his Zanpakuto and held it out in Toshiro's direction. The latter stared back and didn't move. Burst through the night, Zangetsu. At once, dark Ryatsu flowed from the blade and it morphed into his trusted cleaver-like Shirkai. They both stared each other down and were about to engage when Yamamoto's voice cut in. You are to fight with Bankai, and nothing less, or this captain's test is useless. Seeing as he had no choice, Ichigo went first. Placing his left hand on the crook of his elbow, he powered up, his Ryatsu skyrocketing. A sudden burst of dark blue Ryatsu flared out from him, and a wave of confidence flowed through him. Loudly, he yelled, Bankai. Tensa Zangetsu. A blast of black Ryatsu surged from him in all directions, kicking up a cloud of dust. From a distance away, the three judging captains noted the power at which his Bankai was released. The lights illuminating the huge chamber seemed to wink out of existence for a second before returning, although they looked much dimmer than before, creating large shadows from the pillars throughout the chamber. Eventually, the dust settled, leaving Ichigo standing there, revealing his Bankai for the first time. His Shihakusho had changed, it was now a long-sleeved coat that was blood-red in color on the inside and was frayed at the ends. He also wore a white shirt and black pants, similar to what Zangetsu originally wore, and gloves on both hands. His originally large and broad sword had now shrunk into the shape of a normal Zanpakuto, although it was jet black in color, more than 4 feet long, and slightly curved at the tip. 4 prongs were jutting out at the cross guard, bent at right angles in the same direction, and at the base of the hilt, a short chain extended out, wrapping itself once around Ichigo's wrist. A thin black mist of Ryatsu shrouded him, such that he looked like he was about to fade from existence. Ichigo gave his sword a couple of swings to test it out. Then, he turned to the watching captains. The first thing he noticed was that they were all staring at him with frowns on their face. That's your Bankai? Unohana asked. She wasn't smiling any longer. It is, Ichigo said, confused at the strange looks on the captains' faces. It doesn't look much like a Bankai, Kairaku added. Kurosaki, do not play games with us. Show us your Bankai. If you do not, we will be forced to assume you have not achieved it and this test will be over. Yamamoto barked out. But this is my Bankai. Ichigo protested, a little offended and not understanding why they didn't believe him. That doesn't seem likely, Unohana said in her usual serene voice. A Shinigami's Bankai usually has a large area of effect or takes on a large form. Yours does not fit into either category. Ah, Unohana-senpai, Kairaku suddenly cut in. They can simply fight to determine if Kurosaki is telling the truth, right? No non-Bankai user can defeat one who uses it, unless of course, that person is Zaraki. Without waiting for a reply, he nodded to Toshiro, asking him to continue. The latter had been busy watching Ichigo, taking in his Bankai and obviously calculating and trying to determine what his Bankai did. But once he was given the go-ahead, Toshiro immediately began powering up. The cold intensified as he was surrounded by an ice-blue aura. Then, ice began solidifying over his blade, beginning from the base. It shot up the entire length of the blade, creating an ice sword. Then, he raised his sword high in the air. Bankai. Daiguren Hirinmaru, he yelled. As Ichigo watched on, ice began rapidly encasing the rest of Toshiro's Zanpakuto, but it didn't stop there. It continued spreading down, encasing his right arm in ice, and moments later, even his left arm and feet. 2 huge ice wings, each looking large enough to cover him, grew out from his shoulder blades and a long, dragon-like ice tail appeared. Behind him, 12 ice petals, arranged into 3 4-petal flowers, floated in midair. All in all, it served to make him look much bigger than his originally small stature, although, Ichigo thought, his gait looked a little clumsy. Well, at least that looks like a Bankai. You two may begin any time. Kairaku said. The only restriction is, please don't destroy the place. The two young Shinigami never tore their gazes, staring down their opponents. While they weren't exactly friends, Toshiro either snubbed Momo's attempts to drag him along or stayed quiet if he did. They weren't enemies either. Fighting with Bankai was dangerous, but they were trained to fight, after all, and were both vying for the one spot. I can't tell if that's really your Bankai, Kurosaki, but that doesn't mean I'll hold anything back, Toshiro said. He tensed up and got ready to engage, and froze in horror when he felt the tip of Ichigo's sword at his neck. What dash? No one asked you to wait up, Toshiro, Ichigo said with a smirk before leaping away and bracing himself again. Toshiro stared back at him in shock, thinking that Ichigo had somehow flash-stepped right up to him. He cursed himself for letting his guard down for that brief moment. Ichigo had just drawn first blood without inflicting a single physical wound. He could have easily lost the match there and then. Toshiro shook off his shock and charged at Ichigo, who just stood there, not moving even when Toshiro was right upon him. Toshiro swung, and just before the blade connected, Ichigo shot off, sidestepping and leaping into the air. His Ryatsu seemed to wink out of existence for a fraction of a second before reappearing a distance behind Toshiro. Toshiro spun round and swung his blade, and as ice burst from his blade, it solidified into the shape of a huge dragon and shot up at Ichigo. The latter waited until the dragon was right in front of him before sidestepping, the dragon missing him by inches. Immediately, Toshiro swung his blade again with a yell, and the dragon made a sharp turn and charged right at Ichigo again. Ichigo easily leapt away, then all of a sudden, Toshiro found Ichigo tearing straight at him. Horrified at the speed, Toshiro managed to jump away to safety, just as Ichigo struck the ground hard. Before he had time to regain his bearings, Ichigo was on the move again. Black Ryatsu suddenly flared from Ichigo's blade as he pet it back. Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo swung his blade and a pure black mass of energy shot at Toshiro. Toshiro sensed the power behind the attack, but managed to flash-step away. The black mass of energy slammed into the far wall, kicking up a cloud of dust. Refocusing on where Ichigo was, he saw Ichigo shooting up to meet him. Expecting a straight charge, but wary nevertheless, Toshiro raised his sword to counter Ichigo's charge. Just as he was about to swing down, Ichigo's Ryatsu vanished, and almost as suddenly, reappeared behind and right above Toshiro, even as the Ichigo in front of him continued charging. Momentarily confused, Toshiro turned and focused on the Ryatsu, but Ichigo had already struck. But just before Ichigo's blade could collide with Toshiro, one ice wing suddenly moved in between them. Ichigo's attack struck the ice, cracking it and sending Toshiro crashing to the ground. Ichigo landed as Toshiro got up, relatively unscathed. "How the hell are you moving so fast?" Toshiro asked. "I've never seen anyone move that fast." "You're not doing so bad yourself, if you're able to keep up," Ichigo replied. Toshiro bristled slightly. "Of course I'm able to keep up," he said as his ice-blue Ryatsu flared up again. "I can also go faster than that." He charged again at Ichigo, this time considerably faster than before, but Ichigo didn't flinch. Toshiro gripped his sword with both hands and cleaved downwards, but Ichigo easily brought his blade up to meet it. Then, he sidestepped, pulling his blade with him and letting Toshiro's sword breeze past narrowly. Immediately, Ichigo countered for his side, but the ice wings made a nuisance of themselves again, folding inwards and protecting Toshiro even as the latter spun round, aiming low. Ichigo pulled away, jumping back to avoid the low blade, but found himself having to raise his sword when he saw the ice tail flailing out at him. It crashed against his sword harmlessly, and he leaped forward the moment his feet touched the ground. Toshiro responded in kind, pulling back his sword in anticipation. It was only when Ichigo noticed ice gushing from the tip of Toshiro's blade that he realized the younger Shinigami was using a technique. "Hyoryu Senbi!" Toshiro yelled, swinging his sword in a wide arc. His mind screaming to avoid it, Ichigo jumped into the air to avoid the attack. Below him, ice erupted from Toshiro's blade and struck the ground, creating a splash of ice that quickly solidified. Before the dust had even settled, Toshiro had spun round to track Ichigo's movements. "Hyarinmaru," he yelled again, swinging his blade through the air, and once more, a large ice dragon burst forth and charged at Ichigo. Ichigo growled slightly at Toshiro's ferocity. He definitely meant business, and he could see now why many considered him a child prodigy. If Ichigo wasn't careful, he could very well lose. As the ice dragon sped towards him, he decided to pick up the pace. Just before it crashed into him, he shot to the side. It appeared that Toshiro had anticipated that, because the moment Ichigo reappeared, another dragon was sent spiraling towards him. He dodged that one again, but Toshiro didn't let up, and was now rapidly sending a volley of ice dragons tirelessly. Still, Ichigo managed to dodge all of them easily. In fact, to him, he thought it was rather slow. Years of practicing with Rukia had made him slightly used to the cold, although the cold Toshiro was generating was worse than Rukia's, so he found himself slowly raising his Ryatsu to prevent his senses from dulling. As he kept one eye on the roaring dragons and another on Toshiro, Ichigo noticed that the 12 petals floating above Toshiro had been reduced to 8. Just then, another one crumbled, leaving 7 remaining. He didn't know what to make of it, but it did look like a timer of sorts. The question was, a timer for what? Suddenly, his body gave a violent shiver, delaying him long enough for the dragon to be right on top of him. Alarmed, he hastily moved aside, and just in time too. The ice grazed his arm as it surged past, but he had to ignore the burning feeling as yet another dragon was sent speeding towards him. The cold was getting to him. He had to move faster and start attacking or he would be in deep trouble. "Hey, Toshiro. It's now my turn," he couldn't resist saying. "Not if I end it first." Toshiro yelled back, charging forward as he said that. "I haven't even shown you what I can do," Ichigo replied. This time, he didn't wait, and before Toshiro had gotten anywhere near him, he sped away. "I'm over here," he called out. A look of surprise flit across Toshiro's face for a moment, but he immediately braked and changed direction, using Shuunpa to charge at Ichigo, but Ichigo easily sped off. It continued on for a couple more times. Ichigo sped off somewhere, followed closely by Toshiro, but it was getting easier and easier for Ichigo to speed clear of Toshiro as he rapidly gained speed. Toshiro was now nearing his top speed, but Ichigo was still gaining speed. Then, to his surprise, Ichigo's figure disappeared, and numerous Ichigos suddenly materialized all around the chamber, both high and low and surrounding him. Even as he watched, each image of Ichigo disappeared only to be replaced somewhere else. "I thought you said you could go faster." Ichigo called out from all directions. "You don't seem to be able to keep up." Toshiro didn't rise for the bait, merely standing still and looking round, ready to move if necessary. But all of a sudden, Ichigo appeared right in front of him, his blade already striking down. Shocked, Toshiro quickly brought his blade up and jumped back simultaneously, but he wasn't in time. Ichigo managed to score a long cut across his chest. Toshiro hissed in pain as he staggered back, but Ichigo charged again. Toshiro raised his sword in preparation to defend himself, but Ichigo was ready. He suddenly dropped to the ground, his feet landing on his shadow. Immediately, he shouted, "Getsuga Ansai." The black mist that had been following him suddenly thickened and began swirling around Ichigo. He could still see perfectly well through the mist, although he knew that anyone else couldn't. He had to move quickly, so he hastily shot off. Crouching in the shadow of one of the many pillars, Ichigo watched Toshiro closely. He was standing still, obviously searching and bracing himself for an attack. Right now, Ichigo was invisible and his Ryatsu was undetectable, but that advantage would disappear the moment he left the shadows, no matter how fast he moved. It was a pity Toshiro was standing in the dead center of the chamber. Ichigo couldn't make use of the shadows of sentient objects, and there were no nearby pillars. His speed and the element of surprise might make up for that though, but he didn't believe for a moment that his opponent would be that easily fooled. Counting to 3, he leapt from the shadows and sped as fast as he could towards Toshiro, black Ryatsu spewing from his blade. Sure enough, the moment he started moving, Toshiro was already turning. Immediately, Ichigo raised his blade again, leaving a trail of black Ryatsu as he yelled, "Getsuga Tensho," and cleaved it downwards. The wide, vertical beam erupted forth and Toshiro's eyes widened when he realized it was too large to simply defend with his sword. Both ice wings moved to quickly shield him from the attack, but he wasn't fast enough. Part of the beam slipped through a closing gap and slammed hard into him, knocking him backwards. Ichigo stood and watched his opponent slowly get up, obviously having taken damage. Both wings were chipped and cracked at the tip, a long line down Toshiro's body was blackened and slightly bloody, his shihakusho torn along the same line. He was panting slightly from the attack, yet he gritted his teeth and raised his sword, readying himself again. Behind, one of the 3 remaining petals crumbled away. In response, Ichigo raised his sword as well, looking as if he hadn't just exerted himself. "Nice move, Kurosaki, whatever it was," Toshiro said. He crouched slightly, ready to attack. Nothing happened for a few seconds, then he launched himself at Ichigo again, but his movements seemed significantly slower than before. He stabbed at Ichigo, but Ichigo merely sidestepped before jumping away when Toshiro's feet shifted and he swiped with his clawed hand. Swinging his sword in a wide arc, another ice dragon burst forth at point-blank range, but Ichigo was quick enough to raise his sword. The dragon collided with the black blade and kept on advancing, pushing Ichigo back for a few meters before Ichigo Flash stepped away and charged full speed at Toshiro. Toshiro, his sword already up, raised it and both swords clanged together. Ichigo wasn't done though, and in one fluid motion, he slid his sword up along Toshiro's, angling his body to the side before elbowing Toshiro square on his jaw. Grunting in pain, Toshiro staggered back, but he quickly regained his balance and started to charge again, just as the last ice petal crumbled. Less than a second later, all the ice on Toshiro, the wings, the tail, as well as the ice encasing his body, crumbled, and Toshiro collapsed onto all fours, panting, his Bankai deactivated, his energies obviously depleted. For a moment, there was silence. The battle had ended anticlimactically, but the winner was obvious. Ichigo walked up to Toshiro and held out a hand to the surprised younger Shinigami. "Good fight. The cold was quite debilitating. It affected me significantly, and I would have lost if I wasn't careful." Toshiro gave a small but respectful nod to Ichigo before grabbing Ichigo's hand and allowing himself to be helped up. "Your Bankai is unique. I never expected such a Bankai to exist." Ichigo smirked. "Figures you'll figure it out." They both turned to the judging captains to await their obvious verdict. "I see," Unohana said. "So that's the power of your Bankai. Instead of releasing a huge amount of Ryatsu, yours is compressed into an ordinary fighting form, greatly enhancing your power, speed and techniques. Is that right?" "That's about it, yeah," Ichigo replied. "I've never heard of such a thing. Although, that probably explains why you seem at ease with using it," Kairaku commented, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "That probably makes it easier to master, and easier for you to maintain it. It also makes you that much scarier as well. Concentrating that much power in addition to your Zanpakuto's element, I won't want to be fighting you." "You flatter me, Taicho," Ichigo said with a bow. Unohana turned to Toshiro. "And to you, 4th seat Hitsugaya Toshiro. You fought well, much better than any of us could have expected," she said kindly. "You are still young, and you have plenty of time to train." "Thank you for your kind words, Unohana Taishu," Toshiro said, the disappointment in his voice kept to a minimum. "As promised, we will not reveal your powers to anyone for the sake of confidentiality, although I do hope you haven't already exhausted your moves already," Kairaku said to the 2 candidates before turning to Ichigo. "Well, if there's nothing else, let me be the first to congratulate you, Jubantai Taicho, Kurosaki Ichigo." Chapter 35, Captain Deathberry. Ichigo glared at Rukia in annoyance. She stared back at him innocently, but her eyes were shining with laughter. "What?" she asked candidly. "You asked me to pinch you because you thought you were dreaming, and I did just that. Ichigo almost gave in to the look she was giving him, but maintained his composure. "I didn't mean that hard," he replied, rubbing his upper arm where Rukia, as per his request, had pinched. "Quite hard, mind you, and he hadn't asked her to twist it too. You could have been in a real deep sleep, and more pain was necessary," Rukia goaded, now trying to hold back her laughter by biting her lip. Ichigo responded with a dangerous-looking smirk. "In that case, maybe you're only dreaming that you're pinching me," he said, reaching for her arm. Rukia let out a derisive snort and grabbed his wrist before pinning it to the table. Immediately, Ichigo reached for her hand with his other one, 2 fingers outstretched, forcing her to draw it back while biting back a laugh. "Oi! Will you two stop flirting already?" a voice sounded out. The two of them immediately blushed and looked across the table where Izuru and Momo were looking at them, albeit differently. Momo looked delighted while Izuru looked exasperated. "We're not," Ichigo said lamely while Rukia looked slightly abashed. "Yeah, and I'm the Sotaishu," Izuru replied sarcastically. It was a couple of days since Ichigo cleared the captain's proficiency test, and another week till his actual inauguration as a captain. This night was one of the rare few where they were all free, so they jumped at the chance to use it. Momo had called Toshiro along as well, saying he looked bored, but once again, he snubbed her. Ichigo reckoned the young Shinigami was sulking, but he didn't voice it. He would probably be doing the same if their positions were reversed. So here they were, having a little feast in celebration of Ichigo becoming the first Taicho of the group, well surpassing any of them, although they made it clear that the next time they hung out together, Ichigo would be paying, since he was now earning the most. None of them were even Fuku Taishu yet, although Ichigo hoped that would change soon. Renji was currently out buying some sake. He had been lamenting the lack of alcohol in their celebration and had decided to go buy some. Izuru didn't mind having some, Rukia and Momo agreed somewhat reluctantly, but Ichigo flat out refused. He knew that alcohol made people relax, but he didn't understand why they had to overdo it, get drunk, then suffer the next day. It seemed that the 11th was having some degree of negative influence on his red-haired friend. He wouldn't have minded a little, but until he was officially a Taicho, he was still considered a Fuku Taishu, and he could easily get into trouble with Byakuya. Although, now that he had Bankai, he wondered if he was perhaps stronger than his captain. Both Rukia and Ichigo ceased their blatant, not, flirting immediately after that denial, but Rukia surreptitiously poked Ichigo's leg, the action hidden from the others by the table, a ghost of a mischievous smile on her face. Ichigo didn't respond, because Izuru was still looking at them a little suspiciously. "You guys seem stranger than the last time I saw you. Is there something going on between you two?" Izuru asked. "What makes you think there is?" Ichigo replied. He wasn't denying it, but he wasn't going to confirm it either, since he and Rukia were supposed to be harboring unknown feelings for each other. "Did you hit your eyes with Wabasuk?" Rukia asked sardonically. "Because it seems your vision is heavy with false imaging." That earned a snort of laughter from Ichigo, and Momo stifled a smile behind her hand, but Izuru only scowled. "You laugh," he hissed, and was about to continue when Renji chose that moment to reappear. "I can't believe this place is out of sake," Renji deplored, plunking 2 bottles of sake on the table. "We should never come here again," he half-joked. There was a prd of silence as Renji opened a bottle and filled all their cups. "So did I miss anything when I was gone?" he asked. "Nothing," Ichigo remarked. "Except for Izuru claiming that something is going on between me and Rukia." No one seemed to have noticed Renji's smile becoming a little forced. "So is there?" Renji asked. "That depends on whether you think there is," Rukia replied just as vaguely. "You guys don't sound like you're denying it," Momo observed. "That doesn't mean there is," Ichigo said, but no one seemed convinced. The only sounds for the next few seconds came from the other customers and the sound of sake splashing into Renji's cup for the second time after he rapidly drained it the first time. "I have to hand it to you, Ichigo. I never thought you capable of surpassing me," he said, changing the subject. Ichigo scoffed. Yeah, just like how you seem capable of beating me in a fight. Why are you still languishing as a sixth seat then? Izuru's a fourth seat while Hinamori-chan and Rukia are fifth seats. Aizen Taishu said that he's looking for a Fuku Taishu, and he said Kira-kun and I are prime candidates, Momo piped up happily, but no one seemed to hear her. I'll have you know that the sixth seat in the 11th is better than it sounds. Didn't you know that Iba Fukutechu was sixth seat of the 11th before he was promoted? I'll achieve that and more before long. Of course, they all knew that Ichigo was stronger than any of them, being the youngest Taicho ever, both in age and duration of service. This exchange between him and Renji was now more of friendly banter than an actual competition. So it went on late into the night, as the five friends enjoyed this time they had together, happy that their dreams of becoming Taicho and Fuku Taishu of the Godai 13 were at least coming true for one of them. However, only one person seemed to notice a change in Renji's demeanor as the latter drained his fourth cup of sake, but Izuru didn't say anything. While he didn't buy that there was nothing going on between Ichigo and Rukia at all, he knew that Renji still harbored hopes that there would be something between him and Rukia. Unfortunately, Izuru knew that that was all it was, hope, and he knew that Renji knew that as well. Day before the inauguration. Gloomy doesn't really suit you, you know. Rukia said with a slight teasing smile as she watched Ichigo eat at a much slower pace than he normally did. I'm not gloomy, was the reply, but Rukia was having none of it. Sure you're not. You also decided not to bother responding to me when I called you. Thrice, Rukia said sarcastically. Let's try again. Why the gloomy face? I highly doubt I've done anything that warranted it. Always the confident one, aren't you? Ichigo rolled his eyes, then sighed. I'm fine, really. I'm just a little worried. Rukia's smirk melted immediately into one of genuine concern. Worried about tomorrow, or becoming a captain? The second one, more or less. They're not going to embarrass me tomorrow. I hope. I now know why I'm the youngest Taicho ever. I've been a Shinigami for only 2 decades. I don't have the experience. What if I'm not as good as they think? My men may not like me or see me as incompetent. What if I make a mess of things? I have no idea what to do. I'm responsible for them, what if I fail them? Hearing that, Rukia was torn between wanting to comfort him and wanting to punch him. Ultimately, she decided on the former. Realizing, but not caring, that they weren't exactly in a private setting, she reached across the table and pried the chopsticks from his hands. Ichigo didn't notice until she took his hand and hooked her fingers into his. You know, I could hit you for being such an idiot. What's with all that worry? It's not like you. If Yamamoto Sutechu has declared you a captain, doesn't that mean he, as well as the other captains, thinks you're capable? The 10th has been without a Taicho for almost a century because no one was capable enough. They have no need to rush, so what's a few more years? They're not in desperate need for a captain, so they didn't have to make you one, she said with a mixture of concern and exasperation. Maybe. But there's so much I'm clueless about regarding a Taishu's duty. Heck, there's still stuff about being a Fuku Taishu that I'm still not clear about. Rukia huffed in frustration. Perhaps the stress was really getting to him, but this was ridiculous. And here I was thinking I was too hard on myself. At least I was open to advice. You, on the other hand, are really thick-headed. Aren't you forgetting how much you've achieved and how much you're capable of? Stop beating yourself up, or I'll do it for you, she said with a scowl. She continued glaring at him for a moment before her gaze softened again. I know it'll be hard on you. I think one reason Yukitake Taishu always gets sick is because of the demand on him, and Kaion and Sentaro aren't exactly helping. But you can figure it out as you go along, right? I'm quite sure Yukitake Taishu and the other captains will be willing to help you out. And I'll always be there for you, whether you like it or not. I know I'm not in your division, but I still have loads of time as only a 5th seat. I won't be so sure if I was you, Ichigo said with a hint of a smile. Rukia looked affronted. What? You don't think I'm capable? No, of course not. I'm the one who said you were, wasn't I? I know that, and I'm thankful for that. Your point is? My point is that you're right. I shouldn't be so worried. I could always ask Yukitake Taishu for help. Like I said, when has difficulties stopped you? Are you forgetting the number of times I had to disarm you to stop you from training yourself to death when learning Bankai? That's true, Ichigo said, this time with a grateful smile. Thanks, Rukia. I owe you one. Rukia laughed. You most certainly do. And I know just how you can repay me, a nice present for my birthday. Coincidentally, Rukia's birthday fell on the day just after Ichigo's inauguration, so it would be, in a way, a double celebration. Ichigo looked at her in mock dismay. You're shameless, you know that. Rukia didn't miss a beat. You forgot it, didn't you? He waved her off. Of course I didn't. In fact, I already got something for you. A chappy doll? Rukia asked immediately. Ichigo shook his head and opened his mouth to speak, but Rukia cut him off. A life-sized chappy doll. Ichigo realized he should have seen that coming, but seeing the cute, childlike way his girlfriend's, 5 years. And that still didn't sound old, eyes shone every time Chappie was mentioned, he found it hard to be annoyed with her. Must everything be about Chappie? It's a surprise. You'll have to wait. Rukia had no argument against that. Ichigo spent the rest of the day marveling at what a close save he had, because, as a matter of fact, he did forget it, what's with the captain's test and all. He didn't want to think about what Rukia might do to him if she knew. Ichigo stood at the door of his lieutenant's bunk in the 6th Division and surveyed it for what would probably be the last time. He'd already turned in his Fuku Taishu badge the day before, and all his possessions had been cleared out. The inauguration ceremony wasn't going to be for another 2 hours, but no sense being late. At the back of his mind, he wondered who the next person to occupy the place would be. This was it. In a couple of hours, he would officially become the 10th Division Taicho. How he had even gotten that far was beyond him. Just a little more than 2 decades ago, he was still wandering around the dark, dirty streets of Inuzuri. It was surreal, really. Sleep hadn't come easy for him yesterday, as he pondered Rukia's words. He realized they were mostly true, hadn't the captains declared him capable? Also, it had been Byakuya that had recommended him. Compliments from the noble captain didn't come easy, and a recommendation was as good as any, or perhaps he just wanted him out from under his skin. It was probably just nerves after all. He would not be able to back down, and after thinking it through yesterday, he knew he wasn't going to. He could do it. He was ready. So why did he feel like he was forgetting something? As he left the 6th Division, Ichigo was stopped multiple times by the many Division 6 men he came across, all congratulating and wishing him the best when they saw him. Byakuya was nowhere to be seen, he'd probably left already. If he had to admit, he would miss the camaraderie he had with his men. He'd been able to work well with them, and they were willing to listen to him, despite some of them having served longer than him. He hoped that the atmosphere would be similar in the 10th Division. Matsumoto had told him the 10th was a friendly place, but he was still reserving judgment. He found Rukia standing just outside the entrance to the 6th Division, eliciting a smile from him. She turned as he approached, but he was confused at the weird look she was giving him. Ready to go? She asked. Yeah, of course I am, he said slowly. Really? Then where's your Haori? Didn't you say you received it yesterday? Crap. Well, it turned out that he did forget something, and that something was tucked away at the bottom of his cupboard, where he'd so conveniently forgotten to check. It was a good thing he decided to leave early, although he had to endure Rukia's ribbing when she heard about how he'd nearly forgotten his Haori. It looks good on you though, she complimented anyway. He hadn't done anything to it though, since all that had changed was that the red strap of his scabbard was now slung over the Haori as well. They had quite a bit of a head start, so they took their time in traveling to the 1st Division, and 1.5 hours later, Rukia left him at the entrance of the first division to return back to her own division, and Ichigo carried on, his emotions fluctuating between confidence and a bundle of nerves. Finding the captain's hall, he stood outside its closed doors, wondering what he was supposed to do next. It's a little surprising to see a new Taicho arriving so early, a voice suddenly echoed from somewhere to his right. The swish of a pink, flowery kimono at the corner of his eye betrayed who it was approaching him before he even turned. Kairaka Taishu, you're early. Then, he noticed the slim figure of Ise Nanao walking behind her captain. When she saw him looking at her, she bowed slightly in greeting. Kurosaki Taishu, she said. Hi, Ichigo said lamely, since he wasn't sure how to address her. After all, they'd been of equal standing just only a month ago, and now he was higher ranked than her. I could say the same for you. Most newly promoted captains have a knack for arriving late for their inauguration. When Ikamaru Taishu was inaugurated, he was actually 15 minutes late. Yamaji wasn't pleased. He didn't seem too pleased with me during my test too, Ichigo said, unsure of how to continue the conversation. Kairaku chuckled. Yamaji merely looks that way. If you ask me, he needs to lighten up. Maybe he might consent to a drinking session sometime soon. Taicho, I don't believe it's advisable to disturb Yamamoto Soteichu with one of your drinking sessions. And in case you've forgotten, I've locked up your stash of sake ever since you got half the squad drunk, Nanao spoke up, using the bossy tone Ichigo heard her use often. But Nanao-chan, Kairaku whined to her, leaving a muddled Ichigo to watch as the senior captain practically pleaded with his lieutenant. That was 5 months ago. Surely 5 months and 2 weeks, to be exact, because they spent 2 weeks with a hangover, leaving us short of soldiers, she replied coldly. Taicho, there you are, a simmering voice spoke up, masking whatever reply Kairaku said to his lieutenant. Ichigo looked past Kairaku and Nanao to see Matsumoto Ranjaku approaching. Oh, right, he nearly forgot. As the 10th Division lieutenant, she was now his subordinate. I was looking for you everywhere. The 6th Division said you'd already left, and I met Kuchiki on the way here, and she told me you had already arrived. Kuchiki, she probably meant Rukia. He never knew that the two of them had corresponded before. Sorry about that, Matsumoto. I kind of forgot that you're my lieutenant now. Oh, it's no problem, Taicho. I was also wondering what to call you as well, since I still forget you're no longer a Fuku Taishu now. Ichigo nodded, keeping his eyes resolutely on her face and not anywhere lower as he wondered if he might get into trouble with Rukia. When he first became a Fuku Taishu, there were many a times when he found his gaze wandering somewhere below Matsumoto's face. It was nothing to be ashamed of though, Hisagi had told him. Still, it didn't seem right, since he was with Rukia already, so with a little bit of practice, plus imagining the harm Rukia might do to him, Ichigo trained himself not to let his eyes or mind wander. At that time, her voice also seemed to carry a little huskiness when she spoke to him, and he felt guilty to admit it made him blush a little. Strangely though, her blatant flirting ceased about half a year into his tenure as a Fuku Taishu, although she continued doing it to some of the other male lieutenants such as Hisagi. He gratefully welcomed the change though, since he didn't want to feel like he was cheating on Rukia. In fact, a few days ago, he broached the topic with Rukia, to see how she felt about it. Matsumoto's reputation was pretty big, especially amongst the male population. Surprisingly, she seemed fine with it, saying that she trusted him. It wasn't a trust he wanted to ever misplace. Kurosaki Ichigo, I presume, a deep, gruff voice suddenly said from behind him. Ichigo turned and looked up to see the towering figure of Kamimura Saijin. He presumed the larger captain was looking at him, but he couldn't tell due to the large helmet obscuring his face. While he'd seen the big captain a few times while accompanying Byakuya during meetings, Ichigo had never spoken to Kamimura before. Kamimura Taishu, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Ichigo greeted. Likewise. I would like to extend my congratulations on your feat of becoming a captain within 2 decades. You've certainly lived up to expectations.
Thanks, Ichigo replied hastily. He was about to ask what expectations Kamimura was talking about when he suddenly felt a familiar Ryatsu rapidly approaching.
Oh no.
Ichigo said. Aren't we supposed to go in? He hastily asked Kairaku.
Well, you have to knock or holler, since the closed doors mean at least one captain is already inside, Kairaku said.
Ichigo hastily walked up to the huge doors and knocked them, all while trying not to make it sound desperate, but as soon as he did, he heard a rough but eager voice calling out, "Ah, Ichigo.
There you are."
Gulping, he turned around to see Kenpachi walking up to him, a huge malicious grin on his face.
"Don't forget about our fight later," he said.
"Wah, I agreed to no such thing,"
Ichigo said nervously, but Kenpachi didn't seem to hear him, because Yachiru's head suddenly popped out from behind Kenpachi's back.
"Hi, Ichi," the young girl said cheerfully.
"Ken-chan can't wait for you to fight him later."
I didn't agree to fight him," Ichigo quickly said, but both the Division 11 Shinigami didn't seem to hear him.
"No matter. You're agreeing now." Kenpachi cut off with a huge grin. Ichigo opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He hadn't even been officially named a captain and his fellow colleagues were already making his head spin. Luckily, he was saved from answering as the doors to the hall began opening. He paused as he stood before the large hall. Behind him, the other captains strolled in, Kenpachi harumphing at the missed opportunity. Most of the other captains were already inside, save for Ikamaru Jin and Yamamoto himself, and all heads turned to him as he stood there blankly. It wasn't the first time he'd entered this place, but the circumstance was new to him.
"Taicho," Matsumoto whispered, prodding him in the back.
"Don't just stand there. Move."
Ichigo hurriedly snapped out of his trance and moved to take his place between Kairaku and, he noted with dismay, a sneering Kuratsuchi, while Matsumoto moved to stand behind him. He fidgeted slightly as everyone stood still for the next couple of minutes, no one moving a muscle or saying a word. Then, just before he started to get bored to death, the commanding presence of Yamamoto arrived.
"Well, at least we won't be delayed this time," Yamamoto said dryly as he made his way to the front. Remembering what Kairaku had said about Ikamaru, Ichigo glanced at the 3rd Division captain, but he was still smiling like he always did. "Now, let's begin the inauguration ceremony. Kurosaki Ichigo, please step forward." Everyone snapped to attention while Ichigo nervously complied, moving to the back and facing the Sotaishu. The post of 10th Division Taicho has long been left empty for almost 100 years. Since that time, there have been a number of elections to determine a new captain. However, there has been a lack of a candidate qualified enough to take up that mantle, until today. As you all well know, last week, 2 candidates were judged on the requirements of a captain through the proficiency test. Both have shown impressive leadership abilities and character, and under the judging of Yamamoto Genryusai, as well as 2 others of Taicho rank, little criticism can be drawn about their capabilities in leading a squad. However, in terms of abilities, it is clear that one well exceeds that of the other. Therefore, I now declare that the former Fuku Taishu of the 6th Division, Kurosaki Ichigo, is now officially the new Taicho of the 10th Division. Before the echoing thud of Yamamoto's cane, which signaled the end of the inauguration, had faded, Kenpachi could be found looming over Ichigo, a feral grin on his face. "Now that that's over, you and I can fight. You're definitely going to be a challenge, what with becoming a captain within 2 decades. Ichigo gulped, glancing around at the other captains. Kuratsuchi Mayuri had already stalked out, muttering something about wasted time. Some of the others cast him sympathetic and/or amused looks as they took their leave. Byakuya was one of them, and Ichigo could have sworn his former superior's mouth was twitching upwards. Matsumoto chose that moment to butt in. "Taicho, so are you going to stay here or?" Ichigo shot her a glare, but she merely smiled in amusement at the situation her captain was in. "I'll be a while, so perhaps you could go back and assemble the squad first." "I want to talk to them," he said, before turning back to look at Kenpachi nervously. How about later? I need to address my squad and familiarize myself. Kenpachi frowned, but the feral grin reappeared soon after. You can't hide from me forever, Ichigo. My division is right next to yours. And with that, he disappeared, much to Ichigo's relief. Looks like you have your work cut out for you, Yukite chuckled, moving to stand beside the new captain. Is he always like that to the new captains? Ichigo asked. He didn't know how strong Kenpachi actually was, but with that hungry grin, Ichigo didn't want to find out anytime soon. Not exactly. He's always looking for a good fight, so he's always on the lookout for strong opponents. Well, he's persistent, I guess, Ichigo said ruefully. It's a compliment of your abilities, actually. Yukite replied. He seldom persists when someone rejects his demand to fight, although I believe he tried to challenge Yamaji before, Yukite ended with a chuckle. Well, I won't mind if he doesn't keep pestering me. Yukite laughed. Perhaps the only way to make him desist is to actually fight him, he said to a horrified Ichigo. Now, you'd have to excuse me, but I must be going. Kurosaki, a polite voice called just as Ichigo was about to leave. He turned to see Aizen Sosuke standing before him. I would like to congratulate you on your promotion. Given what you've achieved during your short 2 decades, I dare say quite a bit of effort was dedicated. I suppose we should be expecting great things from you, no? He finished with a smile. Thank you for thinking that highly about me. It was definitely quite tedious, Ichigo replied modestly. But it's something I've always wanted. I'm not going to put my training on hold though. I probably still have a long way to go before I'm capable of reaching your level. Prior to today, Ichigo had had minimal contact with the friendly-looking captain, since he tended to look for Momo or Izuru whenever he went to the 5th. And it's an effective mindset to have, Aizen nodded in agreement. Because the nature of being a Shinigami doesn't require you to push yourself, many don't, and end up stagnating. Indeed. But there's only so much we can do. Kuchiki Taishu provides regular training, but each Shinigami has his or her limits, and they have to train on their own as well. Aizen smiled. I look forward to working with you, Kurosaki. I believe you have the qualities that make a great captain. In fact, Hinamori and Kira are your friends, aren't they? I believe that they too will be able to go far. Thank you, and I believe so. We all hope to be future leaders in the Godai 13. Aizen chuckled. So I suppose you're the first to succeed. It probably won't be long for the two of them, they continue to impress me to no end. If you ask me, Hinamori-chan is more concerned with proving herself to you. She really admires you, you know, and thinks you can do no wrong. Ichigo didn't add that he felt Momo's fixation with her captain was a little unhealthy. Well, in a way, it's been beneficial to her, since it's provided her with extra drive to excel. Oh, I apologize but I must make my move first. I have to speak to my squad about something. Once again, congratulations on your promotion. I do hope to speak with you again soon. Likewise, Ichigo replied as Aizen left. Once the captain left, Ichigo dropped to a frown. He found Aizen's reply weird, since he didn't seem to be bothered that Momo was a little attached, if not obsessed, to him. Surely he knew that wasn't healthy, right? Then, a horrible thought struck him. They weren't romantically involved, were they? Over 200 expectant faces stared at Ichigo as he stood before them. Unsure of where to begin, Ichigo looked round at all the faces, pretending to commit them to memory, although he was doing anything but. The only face he recognized was Hitsugaya Toshiro, who was standing right in front. Hello everyone, he began hesitantly. My name is Kurosaki Ichigo, and I'm your new captain. I was formerly the Fuku Taishu of the 6th Division, so some of you may have seen me before. Feeling a little more confident, he continued. Now, I know that you guys have been without a Taicho for almost a century already, but I commend you guys for helping Matsumoto Fukutechu in making the running of the division smooth. You may not be used to having a captain, but I hope that we will be able to work well together. Then, he turned to Matsumoto. Could you give me a rundown of the squad's strength? Matsumoto nodded. We have a total of 326 men, the lowest in the entire Godi 13, but now that we have a captain, that number is likely to increase. Currently, 87 of these men are out on missions and patrols, and 8 are currently ill and unfit for duty. Ichigo nodded before turning back to the squad. I will not pretend that I'm able to answer all your questions easily. I'm still in the process of learning, so I do not wish to impose myself on you. For the next day or so, I will be merely an observer until I have seen the culture this division has as well as any improvements I may need to make. Any questions? Ichigo spent the next half an hour answering questions from his men. Many of the questions centered around his time as a Shinigami so far, making it quite obvious to him that some of the men were still a little skeptical about his ability to lead them. It was one of the things Yukitake had advised to settle as soon as possible. If they didn't think he could lead them, it would make his job much harder. It was one of the things he was most worried about. After a few more minutes, the questions seemed to be waning, so he dismissed the squad, giving orders to Matsumoto at the same time to take over the running in the meantime. Just then, something black and moving in midair caught his attention. Turning, he saw a Jigakucho approaching him. Automatically, he reached out a finger for it to land, and immediately, he spotted the symbol for the Kachiki clan on one of its wings. He frowned. The Jigakucho was most likely Byakuya's, since he'd never seen Rukia use it before. Members of noble clans who were Shinigami usually had a special type of Jigakucho for their personal use. They were much faster, and only the intended recipient would be able to listen to its message. Rukia said she had one too, although he'd never seen her use it, he'd only seen Byakuya use it. Bringing it closer to him, Byakuya's voice floated out from the idle creature. Kurosaki, I wish to speak with you. Pause if you're not currently preoccupied. Please reply using this Jigakucho, and make it no later than evening today. Ichigo resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Though they were of the same rank now, it seemed as if he still saw Ichigo as his subordinate, what with his ordering around. Ichigo brought his mouth close to the Jigakucho, but Byakuya wasn't finished, and Ichigo's eyes nearly bulged when he heard the next few words. You do well to hurry. I wish to speak to you concerning Rukia. Chapter 36, Big Brother is watching you. A while earlier. Rukia was back in the 13th Division after Ichigo had insisted that she didn't need to stick around. She'd felt like defying him, but ultimately chose to leave, bumping into Matsumoto Ranjaku along the way. Today was a slow day. There was no scheduled training, so everyone was more or less free to do what they wanted. Thinking that Ichigo would probably be busy for the rest of the day, she went to the division's training grounds to train. Now that Ichigo was the 10th Division captain, Rukia found her desire for attaining a higher rank increasing. After all, it wouldn't do to stay in Ichigo's shadow, and seeing Ichigo achieve Bankai, she wanted to achieve it herself one day. She wanted to make a name for herself, and rubbing it in the face of the elders had nothing to do with it. No, nothing at all. She didn't really get very far though. About an hour after she started, one of the newly graduated Shinigami called for her. What is it? She asked. The Shinigami had an odd look on her face. Kuchiki-senpai, Kukuchiki Taishu is looking for you. He's waiting at the division office. Rukia frowned, the cause of the Shinigami's reaction quite obvious. Newly promoted unseated Shinigami seldom had contact with other division captains. It wasn't of importance though. Why did Byakuya want to look for her? While their sibling relationship was unrecognizable from the past, he'd even brought her to see Hizana's grave a couple of times, he never looked for her in her division, since any questions could be asked back home. She supposed it was something important. Thanking the awestruck Shinigami, Rukia hastily made her way to the office. No sense making her brother wait. The fact that he was out probably meant that Ichigo's inauguration was done anyway. She found Byakuya waiting outside the division office, with no one else in sight. No one wanted to be near the noble captain and be subjected to his icy gaze. Strangely, Yukitake wasn't there. Byakuya looked at her as she approached. "Ni-sama, what do you wish to see me for?" she asked. "Rukia. I hope you are not in the middle of something important. I wish to speak to you in private." For Byakuya to look for her in her division when he never used to, it had to be something quite serious. She wasn't going to say no. "Here?" she asked. "That is up to you, although I do not wish to be overheard." Nodding silently, Rukia led her brother behind the division office. She turned to Byakuya, unsure of what to expect. Apparently deciding the location was private enough, Byakuya continued. "Rukia, what is your relationship with Kurosaki?" "Taicho." If Rukia had been less surprised, she would have noticed the slight reluctance in her brother's address of Ichigo's new rank. But the fact was, she was caught entirely off guard. She started, but stopped immediately. They were still supposed to be only best friends in the eyes of others, there should be no need for hesitation. "He's my best friend." "Why do you ask, Nii-sama?" she said, looking at Byakuya and doing her best not to avert her gaze as she stared at his cold, gray eyes. She could feel his eyes boring into her, piercing through her brain and uncovering the secret she and Ichigo had kept for 5 years. Unfortunately, the other choice of looking away was a sure sign of lying, and wasn't an option. If Byakuya could tell she was lying, he didn't show it. "Are you sure?" Rukia nodded, not trusting herself to unwittingly reveal something. In a way, it was a half-truth, since they were that and more. "Ni-sama, why do you ask?" "I have heard rumors that Kurosaki." Rukia caught the slip this time. "Is overstepping his boundaries regarding you." Rukia put on an air of doubtfulness. "What exactly do these rumors define as overstepping his boundaries?" "If it's simply because we spend a lot of time together, I apologize for sounding crude, Nii-sama, but that's ridiculous," she said, choosing her words carefully, wary of accidentally letting something slip. Byakuya didn't reply immediately. "Considering your hasty defense of him, I would say that is pretty obvious." "I don't mean to be rude, Nii-sama, but Ichigo has done nothing wrong," Rukia replied, not adding the fact that she was fine with it in the first place. When Byakuya didn't say anything, she began wondering if he knew she was lying. "While I am inclined to doubt your words considering your likely partialness towards Kurosaki, his time in the 6th Division has shown that such a possibility is quite unlikely." Rukia wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. It sounded like she was off the hook. However, Byakuya continued. "If I receive word that Kurosaki has acted inappropriately towards you, I should inform you that I will not hesitate to step in. Regardless of your view of him, I will not allow him to sully your reputation, nor will I allow him to stain the clan's reputation as well." Amidst her relief, Rukia couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed at Byakuya's words. From the sounds of it, he wasn't going to approve of their relationship if he ever came to know about it. She'd hoped that, after these last few years, he could see and accept that his sister was in love with his former lieutenant-turned-captain. Besides, since he was a captain now, surely that had to count as something. Even so, Byakuya continued. "I shall take your word on this matter. I trust that I have not intruded into your time for too long. That will be all," he finished, turning to leave. He took a few steps before stopping. "I believe I have never told you this before, Rukia, but Hazana's eyes would betray her whenever she lied, most evident when she tried to hide the fact that she was still searching for you when we were just married." It took all of 1 second for Rukia to realize what Byakuya was implying, but by then, he had already left. Rukia's eyes widened in horror as she stared at the spot Byakuya had last occupied. He knew she was lying, so why then had he not called her bluff? This didn't bode well. Ichigo stared at the Jigakucho lazily flapping its wings while resting on his finger. Maybe if he stared at it hard enough, it might just take back the words he'd just heard. He could infer nothing from Byakuya's tone as usual, but the word said enough. I wish to speak to you concerning Rukia. Okay, let's look at this logically, Ichigo thought. Perhaps Byakuya merely wants to talk to me about how Rukia is doing, or maybe he wants to look for her. Maybe he wants to know what to buy for her birthday, since it's tomorrow. In a bid to convince himself that Byakuya wasn't going to confront him about his relationship with Rukia, Ichigo began coming up with other possible reasons Byakuya was looking for him. It didn't work. If anything, Ichigo just left himself feeling more unsettled than before by the time he sent back his reply, saying he'll meet his former superior that evening in the 6th Division. None of the other possibilities had a remote chance of happening. So Byakuya was likely going to confront him over his relationship with Rukia. To be honest, that wasn't what bothered Ichigo the most, it was the fact that Byakuya was after all the Kuchiki clan head, and he could make things difficult for the two of them. If Byakuya didn't approve of their relationship, Ichigo couldn't care less. He wasn't going to entertain the thought of breaking it off, and he knew Rukia wouldn't either, but Byakuya could easily make things much more inconvenient for them. He could get someone to keep watch on them, do his best to force them apart, or worst, force Rukia into an arranged marriage. Then again, none of those possibilities sounded like something Byakuya would stoop to doing, so the noble might simply fight Ichigo, just to determine if he was capable of defending Rukia. While Ichigo would gladly take on the challenge, he was afraid relations between the two siblings would sour again. Of course, there was that possibility that Byakuya might actually approve of Ichigo, but how likely was that? Not really high. For one, he wasn't a noble, and Ichigo couldn't really see Byakuya bending the rules for Rukia, despite the fact that he did so for himself when he married his Anna. Perhaps that could be used as a bargaining reason. Taicho, are you okay? A voice suddenly said, jolting him out of his pondering. He turned to see Matsumoto looking at him with a weird-looking smile on her face. You've been standing there for the past 5 minutes. What are you thinking about? Not really, Matsumoto. It's private, Ichigo said, although he now wasn't sure it would stay that way for long. Matsumoto pouted a little. Come on, it can't be that bad, she pestered him. Maybe later, Ichigo said. Or never at all, if I can help it, he thought at the same time. Many a times, both he and Rukia had entertained the possibility of actually going public with their relationship, at least to their closest friends, but ultimately, they always rescinded the thought. They didn't want the possibility of someone blabbing to Byakuya. Of course, it also wasn't a nice thing to keep it a secret. He kept telling himself that they would tell Byakuya eventually, whenever that was, but he never accounted for the possibility of Byakuya actually finding out on his own. But till he was sure, he wasn't going to say a thing. Never mind me. What is the rest of the squad doing now? However, Matsumoto didn't seem like she was going to give up that easily. Come on, she whined. Can I make a guess? Ichigo mentally groaned. He hadn't even officially been the 10th Division captain for half a day and Matsumoto was already pushing her gossiping attitude onto him. Sure, she could work if she wanted to, which was not very often. One of the things she did like to do was gossip, and she often did so during Fukutaishu meetings, despite not many people being interested in it. The only ones that did appear interested were Kuratsuchi Nimyu and Hiseiji, the latter who was probably more interested in her than what she had to say. But regardless, he was her captain, he couldn't give in unnecessarily. Perhaps you may later. Right now, we have more pressing issues, since I don't want to remain idle for too long. So, what is the division doing today? Matsumoto seemed a little put off at his change of subject. Nothing much, she shrugged. I just told them to do what they want. Toshiro said he would take charge of anyone who wanted to train. Ichigo frowned. Matsumoto, I need to get a feel of how the division operates. I meant for you to have an official training session for them so I can gauge their standards. Not everyone would want to attend an optional training session, or might want to do their own. He rubbed the back of his neck. Then again, I suppose I wasn't clear enough. To her credit, Matsumoto gave him a slightly sympathetic smile. You'll definitely learn quickly, Taicho. I've been acting Taicho for the 10th for quite a while, it's definitely not easy. Thankfully, with you here, my workload is much less, she ended with a smile. Ichigo wanted to shake his head. Right. Let's go to the training grounds. I shall organize something for the remaining Shinigami. When Ichigo got to the Division 10 training grounds, he was surprised to see what seemed like the entire division milling around the training grounds. As it turned out, Toshiro had gotten everyone to stay back, since Ichigo did mention that he wanted to watch how they carried out their daily activities. In fact, aside from his looming, possibly disastrous talk with Byakuya, he also found himself faced with another huge dilemma, that of what he should do with Toshiro. Although this was the first time he was able to observe the young prodigy, it quickly became quite clear why many others regarded him as being quite capable of being a captain. Aside from Ichigo himself, Toshiro was probably the next most powerful in the division, since he had Bankai and all that, and not even Matsumoto did, and the division knew it, although he was still only the 4th seat. However, he never tried using it to assert his power, since he was still pretty green. In some sense, his behavior was pretty similar to Ichigo's when he first joined the 6th, he respected those of a lower rank and didn't belittle them. Of course, that alone wasn't enough to qualify as a leader, but as Ichigo observed, the young Shinigami worked well taking charge of whatever was given to him by Matsumoto, and come to think of it, this was the most serious he'd even seen of his Fuku Taishu during his tenure as one. She'd always given him the impression of being extremely laid back, but, as it appeared, she could be serious if she wanted to. Herein laid his problem. What was he going to do with Toshiro? Since he lost out on being a Taicho, he should at least be given a Fuku Taishu position. While he could simply just leave him in his current position, Ichigo had seen how Rukia's self-confidence was affected when she was placed in an unseated position, a position that her ability well exceeded. Toshiro's character seemed different, but Ichigo didn't want to subject him to the same situation. But then, where would he put Matsumoto? He couldn't possibly get her to swap positions with Toshiro. Transferring either one of them seemed like another likely choice, but if he did, who was he going to transfer? There was also the possibility of getting Rukia to transfer to his division as well, but that wasn't really a priority. In any case, it wasn't a decision he could solve after a mere day of deliberating, so he shelved that thought for the moment and concentrated on familiarizing himself with the division. As the day wore on, Ichigo, having gotten some pointers from Yukitake, could see that there were some things that the 10th did lack, despite their strong familial relationship. For starters, their DSPLN was quite relaxed. While Ichigo didn't really like how stringent Byakuya was with DSPLN, he acknowledged that it was necessary to keep them all in line. He planned to incorporate some of it, just, not as strict. Also, he found that he could inject some new focus in their training. Matsumoto knew what she was doing, but he noticed she didn't really focus on swordsmanship. Toshiro had not as much experience in leading training, so that limited his effectiveness, which brought him back to his dilemma of where to place him. It probably had something to do with them not having a captain for so long. Why wasn't Ikamaru Jin placed in the 10th anyway? They'd gone without a captain longer than the 3rd had. Which reminded him, he was curious as to the identity of the previous captain. He only knew that the previous captain was said to have been killed, but curiously, no one could tell him his identity. Eventually, the afternoon passed, too quickly in Ichigo's opinion, but at least his task was keeping him busy and took his mind away from his meeting with Byakuya later, until he received yet another Jigakucho sometime in the afternoon. It was again one used by the nobles, it had the Kuchiki clan symbol on it too. He wanted to sigh when he saw it, but seeing that he was still in front of his men, he merely stretched out his hand. Surprisingly, it was Rukia's voice that drifted out instead. I have no idea if you're around anyone else right now, so I figured I'd use my own. I suggest you brace yourself, Ichigo. He knows. Her voice sounded slightly tense, but with good reason. Oh, and unfortunately, he caught me lying, so I think it's best you didn't. So now he knew why Byakuya wanted to speak to him, at the cost of his concentration. Of course, it did nothing to quell his uneasiness. At least his job at hand kept him preoccupied, although he struggled to maintain concentration. But then again, why was he being so pessimistic? He wasn't really doing anything wrong in the first place. He loved her and the feeling was mutual. Well, based on the noble rules, that didn't matter, as long as he was a noble, which he wasn't. What year were they living in anyway? They were both happy together, and spending an eternity with her didn't sound all that bad. He was a captain, didn't that count for something? Besides, this wasn't the first time he'd locked horns non-violently with Byakuya, and more often than not, the outcome was different than expected. Why couldn't this be one of those times? One of the reasons he joined the Sixth in the first place was to gain Byakuya's trust regarding Rukia. After working with him for so long, he could be trusted, right? If Byakuya really didn't approve, Ichigo wasn't going to give up without a fight. With that thought, Ichigo's confidence rose by a minuscule notch as he entered the 6th division, much to the surprise of his former men. Kurosaki Taishu. What brings you here? One Shinigami asked. I'm here to see Kuchiki Taishu, Ichigo replied. Is he in? He's in his office. Ichigo nodded. Thank you, Makoto. Now, I'm sorry, but I really need to speak with Kuchiki Taishu urgently. Bidding his former subordinate goodbye, Ichigo headed for the office, but stopped right outside it, momentarily unsure if he should just enter or not. Eventually, he took a deep breath and gave the tatami doors a sharp rap. Kuchiki Taishu. Kurosaki here, he called. Pausing for a second, he slowly slid the door ajar. He saw Byakuya sitting at his desk, so he entered and sat himself across Byakuya, like he'd done so for many years prior. He was a captain this time, of equal rank, but given the likely topic of their discussion, he didn't feel like one. I trust your first day as a captain was fruitful, Kurosaki Taishu. Byakuya asked formally. Ichigo wasn't fooled, knowing that Byakuya seldom made small talk, taking into account the topic at hand. He always considered such things trivial, a waste of time and beneath him. It was probably a ruse to get him to let his guard down or something. I'm still familiarizing myself with a Taishu's duties, but I've had help. That's good to hear. The 10th has gone without a captain for long enough. Then, his attitude suddenly turned a little icy. I believe you know why I've asked to speak with you. You wish to speak with me about Rukia, Ichigo responded, keeping it vague. At that point, it occurred to him that while Byakuya had taken his words to heart and changed his attitude towards Rukia, he'd yet to be thanked personally for it. It was actually a little amusing, considering Rukia had told him her brother was grateful. Rumors have reached my ears that you two have been seen acting intimately with one another, Byakuya continued, once again sounding as if he was merely stating a fact. Ichigo was about to ask if he was being called here on a mere rumor when he realized something. Byakuya wasn't one to confront others on the grounds of a rumor, he either asked for evidence or tried to obtain it himself. That meant that he had probably seen them together. Now, he was glad that he had managed to stave off the temptation of taking things further with Rukia. The only question now was, when did Byakuya find out? It couldn't have been that long ago, since he hadn't been attacked yet. While I do wish to know who relayed those rumors to you, we're both well aware of the fact that you will not take action based on a rumor unless you have investigated it on your own, so let's not waste time beating round the bush, Ichigo replied. Byakuya looked at him silently. Very well. In that case, let me ask you this. What exactly is my sister to you? Ichigo frowned at the way the question was phrased, but before he could reply, Byakuya held up a hand and continued, I understand the question may sound a little offending. However, given the number of times I've had to deal with my subordinates getting into, what was that word, flings, both men and women alike, I wish to know if you see this as something casual. Be warned, though, that the consequences will be worse if you lie. So, answer the question, if you'd please. The fact that he hadn't already been attacked the moment he entered the office spurred his confidence a little, but he didn't understand why Byakuya was asking him such a question. If he'd been watching them, surely he would know how much Rukia meant to him. It was then, though, that Ichigo realized how awkward it felt to be discussing about this with Byakuya. Unfortunately, he didn't think that awkwardness would sit well as an excuse for not answering the question, so he replied, "Surely you know the answer to that question already, right?" He held his breath as he carried on. "Rukia means a great deal to me, something I've established with you when I first entered the 6th. That hasn't changed and it never will." He felt his face heat up a little as he spoke. Byakuya, as expected, didn't react, but after starting, Ichigo was beginning to gain his stride. "For the record, I wasn't the one who initiated it. She's told me a lot about the nobles' attitude towards common occurrences these days, such as dating and their intolerance with getting involved with commoners. Given my own status, I can't say that I agree with that, but I would have been willing to keep silent had she not confessed first." In the best way possible, he added in his head, resisting the urge to smile at the memory. Byakuya though, still looked strangely calm, although Ichigo didn't know if that was a good thing. Nobles entering into casual relationships, only to break them off, tarnish their clan's name. They are seen as loose and untrustworthy people, a reputation that can and will extend to the rest of their clan. Dating encourages that, Byakuya said in his infuriatingly calm voice, which was giving Ichigo no chance to let his guard down. It really felt like he was arguing his innocence, and as much as he hated doing this, it was necessary. "And Rukia has told me as much. Look, Kuchiki Taishu, I don't know what you think, but Rukia's not just some casual fling to me. I've been in the 6th division up till today, you know I'm not like that." He closed his eyes for a moment before forcing out the next few words awkwardly. "I love her, okay? And unless I've been a poor, deluded person, she still feels the same. Yes, I know I'm not a noble, and yes, I know it's against the clan rules, and so does she. In fact, I pointed that out to her, but she's willing to go against the rules. She's even said that she would leave the clan if necessary, and before you say anything, it wasn't me who dash." "I did not call you here to listen to what Rukia thinks," Byakuya interrupted. "The person we're discussing right now is you." Ichigo blinked at the interruption, then hardened a stare at his former superior. "Even if we weren't together, I would die for Rukia. It hasn't amounted to that, but I know for a fact that I would. And while I know she's strong enough, I'm still not going to let anyone hurt her, and good luck to anyone that does." It was a direct challenge to Byakuya. "And I'd rather not have the chance to prove it. Does that answer your question?" Byakuya silently stared at Ichigo, who didn't break his gaze. He wanted to show he meant every word. "Eventually," he said, "the last time a clan's elders forbade such a union, a Shinigami went into self-imposed exile so he could marry someone who was not a noble. That was about 90 years ago." Ichigo frowned. "What has that got to do with me? And what do you mean the last time? Then what about you?" A flicker of something flashed across Byakuya's eyes briefly. "I do not wish to discuss about my deceased wife, but I will say that unlike previous cases, I defied the rules, something I am not proud of." It was the closest showing of any emotion aside from anger Ichigo had seen from him, so he kept silent. Then, Byakuya continued, "I have worked with you for the past couple of decades, Kurosaki. However, I have not been entirely convinced that your intentions towards Rukia are entirely pure." A mixture of anger and disappointment rose in Ichigo, but he supposed he should have expected it. Considering the circumstances, however, Byakuya then continued, and Ichigo's head snapped up so quickly it popped, "I will be willing to allow your relationship with Rukia to continue. It will, however, be subjected to intense scrutiny, to determine if you are indeed eligible, should you eventually decide to marry her. If I find that you are not, I will not hesitate to step in." The unexpected turnaround was confusing Ichigo, who was once again completely taken aback with Byakuya's decision, such that he almost didn't hear his next few words. "However, I must ask this. Have you two consummated your relationship?" "What?" Ichigo exclaimed, immediately sobering up. "No, we haven't," he said, not adding that he wanted to, but didn't, for a few reasons. Byakuya regarded him for a moment, then seemed to decide he was telling the truth. Very well. I shall take your word on that. Also, you will be required to go through the process of Miai. I trust you know what that is. Yes, but I don't know how it works, Ichigo replied, not even bothering to argue that making him and Rukia go through matchmaking sounded absurd. Given that the Kuchiki clan currently has no heirs, and that Rukia is of a marriageable age, the clan elders have long been pressuring me to arranging omiai for her. In fact, many names from other noble clans have already been submitted to me. As her only relative, I am required to act as the Nakodo, hence I'm required to set a date. At your formal request, I will add your name to the list as well. At this, Ichigo couldn't help but ask, but, why? I'm not even a noble, he pointed out. Byakuya paused. You need not concern yourself with that, he said ambiguously. Unlike normal Miai processes, though, the Kuchiki clan requires all potential candidates to be placed in a more public setting during the selection process, to ensure a better screening of character. Once a potential candidate or potential candidates has been chosen, she, along with me, will have to meet with the candidate for a more formal introduction. Anything you wish to ask? Actually, Ichigo had a million, but the first one he asked was, does Rukia know about all this? Not yet. The initial process will take a long time, as I am required to screen all the candidates first. As best estimate, the first public event will only take place about a year from now. Do note, however, that once the Miai process begins, you will not be allowed contact with Rukia for any other purpose. The thought of Rukia being subjected to the leering stares of other noblemen irked Ichigo more than it made him uneasy, but he didn't voice it out. That's all I need to know for now, Kuchiki Taishu. Very well then. I do not wish to keep you any longer, so you may leave. Be reminded that our discussion about this hasn't ended, and I will be scrutinizing your every movement when it comes to Rukia, so do not force my hand by acting inappropriately towards Rukia, which includes letting it affect your running of your division. Bowing to Byakuya, Ichigo made a hasty exit, wanting some fresh air so he could process everything that had just happened. The one thing he did know, however, was that he'd somehow survived his confrontation with Byakuya, and he was still allowed to date Rukia. Once Ichigo left, Byakuya slowly sat back down and let out a long sigh. His conversation with him had left him feeling a little drained. He often noted how similar Rukia was to his Anna, which apparently included the same giveaway when they lied. But, in the process, he spotted some of himself within his former subordinate. Byakuya never admitted it, but he found it immensely entertaining to watch Ichigo's gobsmacked expression every time he gave a response he hadn't been expecting. However, as Ichigo was defending his feelings towards Rukia, Byakuya recognized the look in his eyes. It held the same fire and determination he himself had when he was courting his Anna and had to defend his actions to the clan elders. Unless Ichigo was a superb liar, Byakuya was sure of one thing. The newly promoted captain was definitely in love with his sister, and if he was going to deny them this privilege, he would be nothing but a hypocrite. Ichigo also wasn't exactly a commoner, so they weren't really going to break the rules, even if neither of them knew it yet. Byakuya allowed himself a smirk as he imagined pulling another fast one over his former lieutenant. This one would definitely take the cake. Glancing down, Byakuya stared at the picture of his Anna he'd stashed under his desk, visible only on his side. The 5 years he had with her seemed to flash through his mind as he sat in the silence of his office. Even if he'd lost the happiness he used to have, he wasn't going to deny it from her, and now, his only kin. It was morning when he finally realized he'd been sitting there all night. Chapter 37, Something Looms. Somewhere in Rukongai. His whole body was seized up with terror. He wanted nothing more than to hide and let it to pass, but he forced himself to pound his legs forward, to run. Anywhere. He didn't dare look back, terrified to stare into those gaping voids that surely meant the end of him. Pain surged through his arm, and he clutched his wound, where it had nearly torn it off. It did nothing, the blood kept flowing, but any little relief was welcomed. It roared, sending another wave of pure panic through his nerves, and he stumbled, once, twice, before painfully crashing onto the ground. He wailed in dread as imaginary talons ripped through him. Survival instinct took over, and without pause, he got up and bolted off. He forced himself to push faster, drawing on non-existent reserves of energy, all in a bid to escape, now ignoring the pain in his arm. A sharp pain was building in his chest, but he shook it off. He reached the top of a mound, and almost cried in relief. There stood two figures, both wearing black kimonos with some white outfit over it, Shinigami. He was saved. He chanced to look back, and was mollified to see that he'd extended the distance from the creature. He turned back round, and found the ground rushing up to his face. Like before, he got up, and fell again, the strength leaving his legs. No, no, no. He whimpered, desperately trying to pull himself up, but his legs held no response. Help me. He wailed at the two Shinigami, he could almost feel it closing in. They just looked at him, one of them with a perpetual smile on his face. Perhaps they were his imagination. Perhaps they weren't really there. He dug his elbow in, pushing himself to safety, and gagged horribly as a sharp, excruciating pain bloomed in his chest. Bright splotches appeared in his vision, and he whimpered, trying to stomach the pain, but it kept burning. His eyes dilated, his mouth opened in a silent scream, and he pawed helplessly at his stomach, longing to just rip the pain from within him, longing for some relief. In front, one Shinigami pulled out his sword, pointed it at the charging hollow, and muttered something. The hollow roared in pain and collapsed, but he didn't notice, instead making use of every shred of consciousness he had left to stave the pain. And just as suddenly, the pain vanished. He collapsed, panting, the stabs of pain slowly subsiding, but he didn't dare to move, for fear of the pain returning, completely forgetting about the creature. With nothing happening a minute later, he slowly got up, his nerves still badly frayed. First, on all fours. Then, he straightened up, still on his knees. Despite the pain, his body still looked strangely unharmed, except for his arm, which was still bleeding freely. He unsteadily got to his feet, and red-hot pain erupted in his throat. He gasped and clutched his throat desperately, as something began welling up in his throat. He wheezed, trying to tolerate the pain, and his throat constricted as no air entered his lungs. He never noticed he was back on the ground again. In outright panic, he began clawing at his throat, frantically trying to clear the obstruction, hopelessly trying to rip it out as his vision began blurring. No good. His bluing fingers dug into his throat, and his burning skin gave way. And yet the comfort of air never came. His movements became more erratic, his blood-drenched fingers still searching despairingly as a pure whiteness engulfed his vision, never noticing the opaque white substance that spilled from his mouth. It was hard to tell if asphyxiation or blood loss dealt the final blow. The two figures stood watching blankly as the Plus's body gave a final twitch and laid still. Oh dear. This was messier than the last time, one of them said. No sooner had he spoken that the body began degenerating into a thick, white liquid. He foolishly tried to survive. How amusing, the other replied. Ah, we would have killed him anyway. You also weren't supposed to kill the hollow. Well, it's self-preservation, isn't it? It would have come after us also. You're right on that count, I guess. No matter. I could always create another one. Regardless, this test was a success. It seems that, like before, normal souls are unable to take the transformation. They were silent for a while longer before the first figure spoke again. So why test it using hollows this time? Wouldn't he just destroy it? I highly doubt the hollow's gonna have a chance to hit him, even if it's pretty powerful. That can easily be taken care of. But making him one will put a damper on your plans, right? Especially if he's as different as you say. Perhaps. Doing so will aid in my development more than it does his. He will lead us straight to Hirako Shinji and his merry gang of wannabe Vazards. It will be just mere wishful thinking on their part that they'll have a chance against me. So what happens when he does? What are you going to do? Nothing. She waited in the shadows of the surrounding trees as the two figures watched the plus body degrade into non-existence. The relative stillness of her surroundings made eavesdropping much easier, but knowing she wouldn't be able to take them in a fight, most of her concentration was reserved for keeping her Ryatsu undetectable. In circumstances such as these, precaution was tantamount despite such an action being second nature to her. She could probably escape them on the small chance she was spotted and recognized, but that would require her to apply skills that had gone pretty rusty. She shifted on the branch to get a better view of them as they talked, keeping herself almost weightless. She knew what they were after, and she knew where it was, but she had no idea what their motive was this time. It seemed careless on their part to gift additional powers to their foes, considering when, not if the captains and lieutenants were to be involved. If there was one thing she was certain about, it was who they were referring to. She had to warn Urahara. He would probably have an answer. She hoped. Few months later. Ah, Kurosaki Taishu. I was hoping to catch you before this meeting started. Ichigo turned. Oh, hello Aizen Taishu. You're early. Aizen chuckled. That's because I was hoping to speak with you, and seeing as you're almost always the first to arrive, I figured now would be the best time. You're right on that account, I guess, Ichigo replied sheepishly. I won't mind being a little later, but Toshiro also wanted to be early. Gives a good impression, and I can't say I disagree with him. Aizen turned to the person standing beside Ichigo and gave a smile and a small nod. Hitsugaya Fukatechu, he said in greeting. Aizen Taishu, Toshiro returned, minus the smile. He's not wrong, you know, Aizen returned to Ichigo. Being early suggests that since you're willing to sacrifice your time by being early, you'll also be willing to put in the extra effort in other things, even if they inconvenience you. Yeah. The only downside is the waiting though, Ichigo replied. Anyway, what is it you wish to speak with me about? No, it's okay, Toshiro. You can stay, he continued when Toshiro started to make himself scarce. I've told you before. Unless it's something only meant for my ears, I don't mind you listening in, if that's okay with you. He directed the last part at Aizen. Toshiro mumbled something unintelligible, although the word Hitsugaya could be heard. Sure, it's no problem, Aizen said. And it's a couple of things, actually. I heard that you've recently proposed to So Taishu about paying more attention to the outer districts of Rukongai. Is that true? Ichigo nodded. Yes, although I'm still trying to work out something that's more feasible. I hope I'm not being invasive, but may I ask why? Aizen asked. No, it's okay. As you know, I'm from the 79th district of South Rukongai. Wow, that's quite some dedication, traveling all the way down, Aizen commented. It was that, or spent my days trying to survive, Ichigo replied. Anyway, life there is hard, and I saw my fair share of deaths there, most of which were dealt by human hands and not hollows. As he spoke, images of the catalytic event that lead to him, Rukia and Renji becoming Shinigami played through his head. I see. Aizen nodded sympathetically. I can't begin to empathize, but I can only imagine. So you wish to improve lives in the outer district? At that, Ichigo grimaced. Well, that was my original intention. I asked Toshiro to help me calculate a rough estimate of the amount it would take to at least provide and maintain accommodations in a district, but he stopped when it exceeded my squad's annual budget. We weren't even halfway complete. Wow. That's indeed shocking. So what's your next step? Aizen asked. I'm thinking of at least getting the Gotei to step up patrols in the outer regions. It was decades after I entered Soul Society that I first encountered a Shinigami. Couldn't we at least step up patrols in those areas? Was that why you asked me for my division's breakdown of locations a month back? Ichigo nodded. At the very least, I want to ensure that they will be safer from hollows. Stopping them from killing each other is a different story, unfortunately. But one step at a time, I suppose. That's really quite noble of you, Aizen voiced his approval. But still, considering you've only been a Taicho for about half a year or so, I would advise you to make sure your division's affairs are in order, since this will most probably be extremely time-consuming. Thanks, Aizen Taishu, for your concern. I have some quite capable officers with me that can aid me. Aizen smiled. And so do I, with your friends under me. I believe it would be a privilege to have either of them be my lieutenant. Speaking of deaths though, that's the other thing I wish to talk to you about. Then, Aizen turned to Toshiro and said, I apologize, Hitsugaya Taishu, but this needs to be private. Ichigo raised an eyebrow, but turned to Toshiro. Perhaps you can go in first. I'll see you inside. Giving a small nod, Toshiro said, I'll take my leave, before turning to head into the meeting hall. That bad, huh? Ichigo asked once Toshiro was gone. That, still remains to be seen. Have you heard about the recent disappearances of souls in some of the middle districts? At that, Ichigo frowned in confusion. Yeah, I've heard about them. A large number of pluses have disappeared, leaving behind trails of blood and signs of struggle. What about them? The missing bodies suggest hollows are responsible, which brings me back to my point of stepping up patrols. The report came from your division, right? But there's nothing special about it. Why did you need to send my lieutenant away? Aizen nodded gravely. Yes, but there's something I did not add in those reports that I wish to bring up later, and I thought it best to bring you up to speed about certain things. The bodies are gone, which suggests hollows, but their clothes have been left behind. In other words, they look like they just vanished without their clothes. Ichigo frowned. That sounded ominous. You mean hollows aren't involved? Oh no, they definitely were. Traces of hollow Ryatsu were detected at the scenes. Any Shinigami deaths so far? Ichigo asked. Aizen shook his head. So why the secrecy? That's because something similar has happened before, and the last time it did, we lost a few captains and lieutenants. That shocked Ichigo. How in the world did that happen? And when was this? Why haven't I heard about anything like this? Roughly about 90 years ago, and your guess is as good as mine, unfortunately. That case was never solved. Then, Aizen's gaze switched to somewhere behind Ichigo. Ichigo imitated him and spotted Ikamaru Jin, Kairaku Shunsui and Tosen Kaname approaching them with their lieutenants in tow. Well, Kurosaki Taishu, it was great that we could have this chat. I would love to tell you more, but now isn't the best time. As to why you haven't heard about this, I believe So Taishu is going to brief the captains later, since aside from you, he was the only one I've told. He's told me to keep it confidential for now, actually. Can't afford to let our men know, though, it might cause a panic. A little surprised that Aizen was willing to share such information with him first, Ichigo managed a thanks just before a female voice rang out, You who? Kurosaki Taishu. Cringing a little, Ichigo turned as his former lieutenant headed for him, the 3rd Division Fuku Taishu badge displayed on her arm. Next to him, Aizen gave a small chuckle and raised a hand in greeting to the other captains. Hello, Matsumoto. How are things going? He asked the smiling woman, whom just 3 months ago had been his Fuku Taishu. It's going just fine, Taicho. I've been hard at work helping Jin with his division's work, she said. Ichigo didn't catch her use of Ikamaru's first name. Ichigo suppressed a smirk, having worked with her for a few months before her transfer. He knew that her definition of hard at work probably was anything but. Where's Toshiro? Matsumoto asked. He's already inside, Ichigo replied. I was just speaking to Aizen Taishu. Then I shall go see if he's doing just fine, she cooed, and disappeared without another word. Hiya, Kurosaki Taishu, Ikamaru spoke up, taking the place of his new lieutenant. Hi, Ikamaru Taishu. I hope Matsumoto hasn't been giving you any trouble, Ichigo said, hoping he hadn't burdened the 3rd Division captain in his intention to help him. Nah, Ikamaru dismissed with a wave of his hands. I can manage on my own. And she and I go way back, so I know what to do. Didn't she tell you that? As a matter of fact, she didn't, Ichigo said. That might explain why she didn't complain when I decided to promote Toshiro and transfer her to you. Well, Ikemaru said with a grin. Now you do. 2 hours later. Now, if there's nothing else, all the Fuku Taishu, you may leave. I have something to discuss with the Taicho, Yamamoto announced, as per Aizen's earlier prediction. None of the captains appeared to be surprised as 10 lieutenants made their way out of the hall, including the 1st Division's Sasakaibe. Once Sasakaibe closed the large entrance doors behind him, all eyes returned to Yamamoto, who wasted no time in starting. 2 weeks ago, you all received a report from Aizen Taishu. I would assume you all have read it, so Aizen Taishu, please carry out your brief. Aizen gave a small bow and turned to his fellow captains. Fellow captains, you all have received a report I've sent a couple of weeks ago. It details what appears to be a simple hollow attack that took place in the 64th District, East Rukongai, which would not warrant this meeting. I would like to apologize in advance though, because in a bid to ensure that possible panic does not spread, I have withheld one key information in the documents you received. The victims have disappeared, which would suggest hollows consuming them, but their clothing have been left behind. The atmosphere tensed almost at once, and there was a slight change in the gazes of the older captains as they looked at Aizen. Even the normally laid-back Kairaku had a slight pained look on his face. That sounds an awful lot like what happened almost a century ago, Yukitake said before immediately turning to Yamamoto. Sorry, So Taishu. That can be shared, right? Yamamoto nodded his head. Go ahead. Yukitake returned the nod, the serious look on his face suggesting something grave. Thank you. This is for the benefit of some of the newer Taicho who only became Shinigami within the past century or so. Approximately a century ago, a similar incident involving disappearing souls in Rukongai emerged. One difference, however, was that these souls simply disappeared without their clothes. No traces of hollow activity were found. It was declared an emergency when the Ryatsu signals of an investigating Taicho and Fuku Taishu went missing. To cut a long story short, a total of 6 additional Taicho and Fuku Taishu were dispatched to the scene, but their Ryatsu traces shortly went missing too. Subsequently, 2 other Taicho were implicated in the disappearances of the other officers, which resulted in their escape and eventual exile, along with 1 other additional Taicho. Almost immediately after that, the disappearances ceased, in what is to date Seoul Society's largest disaster. The additional information that Aizen Taishu provided holds many disturbing similarities with this earlier incident. Hopefully, I could be wrong, but this is something that cannot be dismissed, and to all the newer Taicho, I hope you understand the graveness of the situation. We've only just refilled all captains' posts, he nodded at Ichigo and continued, and we cannot afford another similar outcome. Once Yukitake was finished, Yamamoto took over. Yukitake Taishu has effectively summarized the situation as of now. I do not think I need to explain the possible threat this situation may cause. In light of past events, 2 captains shall be sent out as the advance team. 9th Division Taicho Tosen Kaname, as well as 10th Division Taicho Kurosaki Ichigo, you 2 are to head over and investigate these disappearances and determine if they were merely the work of hollows. You may include any other members of your squad if you wish. Ichigo glanced at the blind purple-haired captain who was standing almost opposite of him, and the latter, probably sensing Ichigo's movements, gave him a slight nod before returning his gaze to Yamamoto. Your task will be to determine the exact cause of these disappearances. If it is merely the work of a hollow, you are to treat it as you would a normal hollow. If you identify someone else as the perpetrator, you are to incapacitate the person and take them in for questioning. However, if necessary, you are permitted to use deadly force. To Ichigo, such extreme measures sounded like overkill, but the way most of the older captains were behaving was unsettling him, and he kept quiet. Was the incident 90 years ago really that horrifying? In the meantime, 4th Division Taicho Uno Hana Retsu, prepare the medical center to receive any casualties, as well as medical teams to be dispatched to the scene. 2nd Division Taicho Soifan, 5th Division Taicho Aizen Sosuke and 6th Division Taicho Kuchiki Byakuya, you three will be on high alert and on standby to move in. As for the rest, effective after this meeting, Seoul society shall be in a state of moderate alert, which may be updated to a state of emergency at any time. You shall prepare your squads to defend Siriidii if necessary. If there are no questions. A bang of his cane signaled that the meeting was over. When Ichigo had been a Fuku Taishu, he, along with almost every other Fuku Taishu, would wait outside the meeting hall if they were dismissed to allow the Taicho to carry out a confidential meeting. Once the captains were done, they would approach their captains for any new orders, or do it just to glean information off them. Of course, Ichigo never expected Byakuya to tell him anything. He tried to scavenge information from the other captains instead. As such, it came as no surprise to him when the doors opened and most of the lieutenants were waiting outside, all illuminated by the moonlight that bathed the area. The only ones missing were the bubblegum pink of Yachiru and the slim figure of Kuratsuchi Nimue. Similarly, as soon as Toshiro saw him, he walked over. "Taicho, any orders?" he asked, obviously sensing that there was something serious. It had been more than half a year since Ichigo had to make the tough decision of whether he should keep Matsumoto as his lieutenant or pick Toshiro and transfer Matsumoto instead. Toshiro was obviously deserving of the post, but he didn't want to risk hurting Matsumoto's feelings by initiating a transfer for her. But at the same time, Toshiro was an asset to the division, and he didn't want the child prodigy to transfer instead. Eventually, when he decided to promote Toshiro and transfer Matsumoto, he then had to decide on a suitable division to transfer her to, assuming they accepted her, of course. The 6th was out of the question, although he wanted to see how his former superior would cope with a constantly skiving lieutenant. He didn't put it past Byakuya to court-martial her on account of laziness. He considered the 13th, but somehow, he always saw Rukia taking over that position eventually, so the 13th was out too. Subsequently, he decided on the 3rd, and Ikamaru Jin seemed fine with taking her on as his lieutenant. You couldn't really tell with that smile anyway. Worried that she'd take her transfer the wrong way, Ichigo decided on a more delicate approach when asking her. To his surprise, she was quite happy with the transfer, and now he knew why. She and Ikamaru went way back, much like him and Rukia. Which made him wonder. Anyway, not long after that, he promoted Toshiro to lieutenant, and it turned out to be one of the best decisions he'd made. While Matsumoto had helped him through his green phase as a Taicho, he found working with Toshiro much easier. He didn't have to worry about the younger Shinigami slacking off, and given that he had the aptitude of a Taicho, it was as if two captains were running the 10th. Even so, Toshiro never tried to snatch authority from Ichigo, and instead did what he was told with dedication, and Ichigo knew he could trust Toshiro to deliver on his orders. Of course, that didn't mean that he skived off himself, but he tried to occasionally get Toshiro into the decision-making processes. He quickly settled into his position as captain of the 10th Division, and in less than 4 months after his promotion, the 10th was back to running smoothly. Before Ichigo could answer Toshiro, a deep voice spoke from behind him. "I recommend we leave immediately, Kurosaki." "You're not calling any of your men?" Ichigo asked in surprise. "Time is of the essence if we want to hand out swift justice," Tosen replied cryptically. Hisagi was nowhere to be seen, so Ichigo assumed the dark-skinned captain had already sent his lieutenant back. Ichigo considered arguing that they needed backup, but he ultimately decided that Tosen had a point. If they were to have a good chance of getting to the bottom of this mystery, they had to move quickly. He turned back to Toshiro, who was looking at him quizzically, and said, "Tosen Taishu and I have been tasked for a mission. We could organize a team, but Tosen's right. We need to move quickly." "Then I can tag along," Toshiro responded matter-of-factly. There was no need to argue about his ability. It was known amongst the captains that his Bankai made him the strongest of the lieutenants. Ichigo nodded in appreciation. "Thanks, but I need someone to look after the division while I'm away. Knowing Rukia, she might just decide to redecorate the office while I'm not around." That, and the fact that he was a little worried about Yamamoto's decision to send 2 captains. What could be bad enough for 2 captains to be sent? He didn't want Rukia along if he didn't know what he was heading into. Toshiro regarded Ichigo for a moment, looking as if he wanted to disagree. Ultimately, he nodded and said, "Understood, Taicho," before leaving. Ichigo turned to Tosen. "Ready when you are." Just then, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning, he found Kairaku standing next to him, his other hand tipping his straw hat down, covering half his face. "Never seen things get so serious before." "Have you?" he asked knowingly. "Not really. No offense, but since I wasn't there during the first incident, it all seems a little too much." Kairaku shrugged. "The numbers speak for themselves." "Well, I guess I can't blame you there. I probably wouldn't too, if I hadn't been there. Lost my Fuku Taishu, in fact." Ichigo was slightly taken aback. "Sorry to hear that, Kairaku Taishu." "Nah, don't be." Lisa knew what she was getting into. Still, and for the first time Ichigo could ever remember, Kairaku looked somber and extremely serious. "Don't take this too lightly. These 2 events are linked, I can feel it in my gut. Surely you can too, right?" Coming from someone he'd never expect, those words sent a chill through him. Rukia waited outside the office for Ichigo and Toshiro to return from their meeting. It had been evening when they'd left, and before they did, Ichigo had dismissed the rest of the squad for the day, and had privately told Rukia to wait for him, he'll take her out for dinner later. "He's late," Rukia muttered to herself. Still, she knew how busy he was, so she waited patiently. She could hardly blame him, could she? She'd seen Yukitake Taishu work through his illness countless times just to get things done, despite help from Kaion, Sentaro and her. Ichigo was no different in the first few months, and in fact seemed busier than the other captains, which resulted in a drastic drop in the time they had together. Naturally, she hadn't been very happy about that, but Ichigo told her to just wait for a couple of months. He had to fully settle matters within a division that had been without a Taicho for a century, so it couldn't be helped. However, to her slight dismay, Ichigo's workload only decreased by a negligible amount, which meant that the time they had together was still limited. Nevertheless, she continued to grin and bear it, not only because it would be extremely selfish of her to demand his attention, but she remembered how Hisana had continued to support Byakuya despite his business and her illness. Surely she could do the same with Ichigo. And speaking of her brother, Rukia had been overjoyed when Byakuya spoke to her again and approved of her relationship with Ichigo. He said he was reserving judgment, but same thing, really. She had been less elated, however, when she learnt that she would still have to go through the Miyai process, even though Ichigo had been included as one of the candidates. For one, it meant that they were to keep their relationship a secret, because it would likely cause a political uproar among the clans if it was made public before the Miyai. Also, she didn't know if she was ready to get betrothed or married, but her choice would still be Ichigo anyway, so why bother? She also wasn't looking forward to being in the presence of the other insufferable nobles, who would probably start skinning up to her soon. Maybe Ichigo might share the same thoughts and give them a whack with Zangetsu. She'll gladly join in with Sodi no Shirayuki. That'll be fun. Then one day, she was summoned to Yukitake's office, to be greeted with unexpected news. "Rukia," Yukitake said with a smile. "How does the position of third seat sound to you?" Surprised, happy, but slightly disappointed at the same time, Rukia said, "You're promoting me to third seat? But how about Kaion and Sentaro?" "Ah, I wasn't clear enough. How do you feel about being the 10th Division's third seat?" That caught her by surprise. Ichigo's division. Of course, but why? Yukitake smiled warmly at her. A couple of reasons, actually. While you are, in honesty, the best candidate I have for the position of Fuku Taishu, I think you still have some things to learn. I would like you to experience coping with more responsibility before I pass the mantle of Fuku Taishu to you. Kurosaki was all too happy to appoint you his third seat when I told him my reasons for not promoting you yet. Besides, you wish to spend more time with him, no? Rukia blushed slightly at that. She hadn't told her captain, but having worked with him for so long, and with Ichigo always being around her, it was way too easy for Yukitake to tell. He approved of their relationship too, which was very encouraging for her. So a week after that, she was officially the third seed of the 10th division. It killed two birds with one stone. She gained more leadership experience, and she could spend more time with Ichigo as well. A small consistent breeze picked up, and the ends of her shihakusho flapped slightly. She shivered a little as she looked up at the sky, which surprised her. She was relatively impervious to the cold, what with her ice-type Zanpakuto, but this cold. It seemed, acidic, eating right through her soul, bypassing her defenses and freezing her core. It was a clear night too, yet the moon seemed darker than usual. The moon. Ichigo's element, she thought. It always reminded her of him, and as sappy as it sounded, it always seemed like he was aiding her, guiding her, even if she was on a mission, a promise for comfort when she got back. Yet for some reason, it looked dimmer than usual today, almost sinister looking. Her mind was screaming that something was wrong, yet how could that be? All Ichigo was going for was a meeting. How bad could that be? Movement from the corner of her eye caught her attention, and she turned to see Toshiro approaching her, sans Ichigo. She frowned, a sense of foreboding enveloping her. Hitsugaya Fukatechu, where's Ichigo? She asked worriedly, not bothering to address Ichigo formally, since Toshiro had already made it clear from day one that, unlike their thick-headed friends, he could tell they were an item, even though they were supposed to keep it a secret. He also made it clear to them that, while he didn't care what they did, he didn't want them to do anything mushy in front of him when he was the only other person around. Of course, in his cheek, Ichigo had immediately drawn her into a kiss right in front of the child prodigy, but that was beside the point. Her worry must have shown, because Toshiro raised an eyebrow before saying, Taicho was sent on a mission along with Tosen Taishu. I offered to go with him but he asked me to return. Said they had to leave immediately. Rukia's blood ran cold as her gut screamed that something was going to go horribly wrong. Did he say where? She tried to ask calmly as she started to scan for Ichigo's Ryatsu. I'm not sure. Somewhere in Rukongai, I think. He looked at her carefully. Kuchiki, I don't think you should dash. What he thought she shouldn't do, Rukia didn't care. The moment she locked on to Ichigo's Ryatsu, speeding off rapidly into East Rukongai, she bolted off. The only thing she knew was that she had to get to Ichigo as soon as she could, because if she didn't, it could very well be the last time she saw him. Behind her, Toshiro cursed himself for not anticipating Rukia's actions, and for even revealing the mission, whatever it was, to her. Nevertheless, he rushed after her, not to stop her, but to help her, because he too couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Somewhere in Siriidii. Hidden somewhere in the depths of Siriidii, there was a small room. Not just any small room though. It held a large monitor, complete with a large control panel with multiple strange markings. A lone figure sat on one of the three chairs directly in front of the monitor, which showed the aerial view of two figures speeding through Siriidii. The door behind the figure opened, but the figure didn't turn around. He didn't need to. Come, Jin. It's time. Chapter 38, It's happening again. Somewhere in Rukongai. So, what's the plan? Ichigo asked Tosen as they zipped through the forests between the districts. Considering this was his first serious mission as a captain, he was willing to let Tosen lead. The trees were mere streaks of darkness, needles of moonlight pierced through the foliage, softly illuminating their path. Using Shuinpa to travel always made Ichigo remember how painstaking it was to walk all the way from Inuzuri to Siriidii. It hadn't been 10 minutes and they'd already passed 20 districts. How they'd managed it without going crazy was beyond him. It was probably the company that kept him sane. If it's a hollow, we kill it. If it is really the work of one or more individuals, we shall deal just as swiftly to them, Tosen replied calmly. Ichigo wasn't really buying that someone was responsible for these disappearances, or creating hollows responsible for it. After all, back when he fought all those strange hollows in his earlier years, no evidence was found to suggest any experimentation despite investigations by some of the captains. I highly doubt it. Besides, they probably know we're on our way and would have made their escape by now. I disagree. Whoever did this knows that his or her actions would not go unnoticed by the Godai. This person is deliberately taunting us, and we must make them see the folly of their actions. The conviction was plain in Tosen's words. You're not going to kill them, right? Ichigo asked. He didn't have much interaction with the other captain, but he knew that Tosen saw justice as an important element in all aspects of his life. If it is necessary. This person seems able to alter a hollow's abilities. Such a skill is too dangerous, lest it be passed on to more, unstable hands. Ichigo smirked, knowing that Tosen was probably referring to Kuratsuchi Mayuri. Furthermore, making use of pluses as test subjects shows that this person has little regard to other humans. Such a person is a monster, and will likely continue creating chaos if we leave him be. He must be dealt with. By then, they were already past the 50th district. Their backup consisting of 3 other captains were still in Siriidii, at least an hour away. Also, there was that uneasiness with Yamamoto's decision to send 2 captains to investigate these incidences. Was it really that dangerous? Yamamoto definitely thought so. Despite this, Ichigo was eagerly relishing a fight with whatever was causing the disappearances, although, if it really was a person, he still felt a little reluctant to kill him or her. He wasn't above giving them a thrashing, though. He just hoped Rukia wouldn't rage at him for not taking her along. We're nearing. Tosen said a short while later. Focusing forward, Ichigo extended his senses forward, trying to detect if there was anyone. It looks like we might be having a welcome party, Ichigo said wryly, as his senses picked up multiple hollow Ryatsu signatures. It would appear so. They're awfully quiet though, Ichigo commented as his hand went to his Zanpakuto, and Tosen did the same. You'd think they'll be welcoming us with cheers or something. They reached a clearing, and stopped. They were in a large, open space that was overlooked by a high cliff. Directly in front of them was the largest gathering of hollows Ichigo had ever seen, all in different shapes and sizes. At a quick glance, he estimated at least 100 of them, and all were staring at the 2 newcomers with their large empty eye sockets. There was silence as the 2 captains surveyed the gathering in front of them. Ichigo wasn't worried, he knew he could definitely take on all the hollows on his own, despite their significantly above-average Ryatsu. However, his experience as a Shinigami was telling him that this was no ordinary gathering. The hollows appeared to be organized in some crude formation, until now, he hadn't heard a squeak from any of them, not to mention the fact that they had yet to turn on each other. Where's the leader? Ichigo said quietly. Instinctively, his eyes looked towards the cliff, and his eyes locked onto the figure standing high above them and at the very edge of the cliff. If it weren't for the hollow hole in the center of its chest, Ichigo would have thought the figure was an actual human, albeit a little larger. Upon closer look, it appeared to be holding 2 swords and its mask had 2 horns protruding on either side and pointing forward. However, what had Ichigo feeling slightly unsettled were its eyes. They were small, not unlike normal human eyes, and they were glowing a sinister yellow, giving off the impression that it was staring right at him, waiting for him to make the first move. Its Ryatsu was also easily stronger than all the other hollows, approximately the same as all the others combined. Safe to say, it wasn't like any hollow he'd ever come across. It appears to be concealing its actual power, Tosen observed. Well, for it to be able to control the hollows, it needs more power than that, Ichigo replied. So is this the thing that has been causing the disappearances? That is inconsequential. Even if it wasn't responsible, its ability to control other hollows could easily pose a threat to Soul Society's safety. It must be dealt with, Tosen said, unsheathing his sword. Ichigo didn't argue with that view. Silence fell on the area as Ichigo did the same. The tension in the air was so thick it probably only needed A slight prod to set it off. I'll take the leader, Ichigo quickly said, causing Tosen to pause. It appeared as if he too wanted to engage the leader. As you wish, Tosen replied, and without another word, he disappeared. Almost immediately, one of the hollows gave a pained roar as one of its legs were severed. That roar was cut short as Tosen plunged his Zanpakuto into its mask. That proved to be the impetus, as the moment the hollow fell, the skirmish began. The other hollows collectively let out a thunderous roar and began charging at Tosen. However, the 9th Division captain was unperturbed as he began dodging and weaving without much difficulty, steadily dispatching the hollows one by one. Ichigo could have simply just watched the more senior captain at work, but he had his own target. Wordlessly releasing his shuriken, he shot upwards towards the cliff, coming to a stop on the cliff and turning to face his opponent. Now, he got a closer look at his opponent, and what he saw didn't make him comfortable. What he thought were two swords in its hands were actually his arms, each fusing into what was definitely a long, sharp blade made of bone, both long enough to reach its thigh. Its torso was bare, its entire body black in color, except for what he assumed was the hollow hole, which was actually closed but white in color. Its glowing yellow eyes were still staring unblinkingly at him. All in all, he'd never seen anything like it before. "All right, Hollow-san," Ichigo muttered. "Now it's your dash." He didn't get to finish, as the hollow suddenly opened its jaw and released a deafening, ear-piercing roar, causing the ground below them to tremble. Ichigo's eyes widened as the hollow's Ryatsu rocketed, easily climbing above anything he'd ever faced before with no signs of stopping. The roar lasted for almost 10 seconds before the hollow shot forward, viciously swinging one of its bladed arms at Ichigo's head. Its Ryatsu was still shooting up, but Ichigo shelved that at the back of his mind as his fighting instincts took over. He swung out with Zangetsu, and the two blades clashed against each other. The battle had begun. Somewhere in the 12th Division. It was, yet again, another slow day in the spiritual wave measurement lab. Although usually tasked with monitoring the world of the living, it contained a skeleton crew that monitored the Ryatsu signatures in Soul Society. While they could easily pinpoint the exact location of beings with high Ryatsu in Siriidii, the same couldn't be said for Rukongai. After all, the only high Ryatsu beings there would probably be captains or lieutenants. Behind those at the controls, other Shinigami bristled past, reports or vials of chemicals in their hands. Then, out of nowhere, a loud siren pierced through the low volume of chatter, causing nearly everyone to jump, with some of the passing personnel losing their grip on their precious vials. "What's going on here?" the 12th Division's third seat, Akon, demanded as he rushed over to the crew monitoring Soul Society, immediately taking charge. "We've detected an immense Ryatsu coming from somewhere deep in East Rukongai." "It's a hollow," one crew said to him. "What? No hollow can set off this alarm." The words died in Akon's throat as he caught sight of the yellow signal that was flashing angrily. Two other light green signals, identified as Kurosaki Taishu and Tosen Taishu, were in the same location, and it appeared that Kurosaki Taishu and the hollow were engaged in battle. "Quick! Contact Taicho!" Akon said urgently to one of his assistants. Rukia sped through the streets of Siriidii, heading straight for the east gates, which would lead her in the direction Ichigo was. She zipped past the 6th Division, slowing down for only a moment as she contemplated looking for Byakuya. However, Ichigo was still on the move, heading further and further into Rukongai. She couldn't afford to waste time. She desperately wanted to catch up, but given the distance she had to cover, using Shuinpa at top speed was going to tire her out. The back of her mind was chastising her for acting so foolishly, and with good reason too. The fact that two captains were sent on this mission suggested something serious, but it was surely nothing Ichigo couldn't handle. He was, after all, still training with dedication, still growing stronger with each day. Yet, there was no way to explain it. Something just seemed wrong. The moment Hitsugaya Fukatechu had informed her that Ichigo was sent out on a mission, her heart had been filled with such dread she almost came close to tears. It was irrational and an insult to think that he would fail, but she just couldn't shake the feeling that something was going to go horribly wrong today, and the wrench at her heart was too much to ignore. She wanted to know, no, she needed to be there for him, and never mind the consequences. You know, if you'd just waited for me to finish, you would have saved me the trouble of having to catch up to you, a voice said from Rukia's left. Surprised, she turned to see her lieutenant speeding along with her. Hitsugaya Fukatechu. She said abashedly, now realizing that she'd completely forgotten that she'd simply upped and left him standing there, not even bothering to let him finish. Save it, he replied curtly. You of all people should be more confident with Taishu's abilities. Besides, I never even told you the nature of the mission, although I suppose having two captains says enough. He didn't say anything for a moment, but Rukia kept silent, noticing that he'd yet to stop her. Yet, I would have to agree with you. There's something off, an unexplainable feeling, almost as if Taicho will be running into trouble. Understanding, Rukia nodded. Thank you, Fuku Taishu. They made rapid progress towards the east gate, and with little problem getting out due to their ranks, quickly found themselves in Rukongai. Wasting no time, they shot off in the direction of Ichigo's Ryatsu, which was still on the move. Shortly after they departed from Siriidii, Rukia detected Ichigo's Ryatsu had come to a stop. They were still a considerable distance away, but being with Ichigo for so long had her knowing instinctively where he was. Then, all of a sudden, they both almost stumbled as they heard a faint roar, but the malevolent and vicious tone was unmistakable. Almost immediately, they both detected Ichigo's Ryatsu shooting up, accompanied by another Ryatsu signature. Both Ryatsu skyrocketed, moving into levels Rukia herself rarely saw, but yet without any signs of stopping. What the hell? Toshiro said, the both of them automatically picking up the pace. No hollow should have that much power. What in the world's happening? A wave of fear clouded her brain, but Rukia shook it off. Toshiro was right. As worried as she was, she had to trust that Ichigo would be able to handle himself. He was a captain, after all, and she'd seen before how powerful he was. Still, she was sure that this hollow, or whatever it was at a level he'd seldom faced before, but that's where she came in, backup. It did nothing to quell the fear, but at least it gave her assurance that Ichigo would be fine. Plus, she'll hit him if he wasn't. There were a few things that Ichigo wasn't sure going into this fight. Firstly, he didn't know what, or who, he was fighting. Its Ryatsu was that of a hollow, but with its bladed arms, he could easily be fighting against a dual-wielding Shinigami. Next, he had never heard of hollows organizing themselves in a fight. If two were left together, they were more likely to attack one another instead of banding together to survive. Thirdly, he had no how or why his simple reconnaissance mission had turned into a fight against a relentless enemy who definitely would not hesitate to kill, and lastly, he'd never seen a hollow that looked anything like the being attacking him. If there was one thing he did know, it was that his head would have been on the ground by now if he hadn't parried the vicious strike to his neck. Not expecting such a quick attack, Ichigo was nearly caught napping when the hollow struck, his reflexes the only thing preventing him from suffering the ignominy of being the first captain to fall in under 10 seconds. Scowling, he stepped back and pulled Zangetsu back, allowing the blade to whiz past him harmlessly. The hollow shifted its stance and slashed with its other arm, but he knocked it aside and used the opposing momentum to aim for the hollow's mask. It leaned back, Zangetsu's tip flashing just mere fractions wide. It stepped forward again, striking rapidly with its two arms. Ichigo blocked the first and ducked under the second, pulling his sword back to counter. Releasing his right hand, he swung at the hollow with his arm fully extended, but barely missed as his opponent jumped back and charged at Ichigo again, this time swinging one of its bladed arms downwards. Switching back to his right hand, he slid his left onto the back edge, just as the blade collided with Zangetsu. Ichigo felt the hollow boosting the attack with Ryatsu, and not wanting to be undone, pushed his Ryatsu into Zangetsu, forcing the hollow back. He leapt after it, now going on the offensive. Mimicking the hollow, he hacked downwards, but the hollow brought its two arms up in a cross shape to block off Ichigo's attack. Allowing himself a smirk, he rapidly poured his Ryatsu into Zangetsu, and it glowed as he yelled, "Getsuga Tezho." At point-blank range, it couldn't miss, and he jumped away as his immediate surroundings exploded, kicking up chunks of soil and a thick cloud of dust. He landed some distance away, watching the cloud of dust with only a slight relaxation of his stance. He knew it probably couldn't dodge his attack, but he had to see for himself if he'd felled it. Below him, he heard the angry roars, indicating that Tosen was still engaged. Then, as the dust slowly settled, he was surprised when the silhouette of the still-standing hollow appeared. Perhaps I should have used more power, he said to himself, although he was aware that hit had been almost 3/4 of his Shurikai's full power. As the dust cleared to reveal the hollow, he decided to retract his statement. While it was still standing, it was damaged quite badly. Its body was untouched, but its right arm had been severed, with its left arm barely being held in place by a little bone. Both had blood gushing from them. Ichigo relaxed a little more. It was probably less of a threat now that he'd literally disarmed it. It stood there, briefly looking at the stumps that used to be its arms before turning back to stare at Ichigo. Drawing back his sword, Ichigo got ready to go for the kill, but stopped in mild surprise when, without an apparent second thought, the hollow raised its left arm and slammed it against its right arm, knocking the remaining blade off. Disregarding that action, Ichigo tensed, ready to end the threat, but suddenly, a white substance burst from both stumps, cauterizing the hollow's wounds and halting the blood flow. Ichigo watched speechlessly as the white substance congealed and solidified to reform the arm blades. It now looked as good as new, with only the color change to show for his efforts. Sheet, this BSTRD has high-speed regeneration. Ichigo's mind whirred as he watched the hollow inspect its new arms. This revelation just took the fight to a whole new dangerous level. The only hollows he knew of that were capable of high-speed regeneration and fighting at this level were the Minos, a being created from a huge conglomeration of hundreds of hollows, and as powerful as all of them combined. He'd never fought one before, so he had no idea how powerful they actually were. Back at the academy, he'd only been taught about them, what they were capable of, and that he should run if he encountered one. Obviously, that didn't help here, since he was supposed to be fighting one. The problem was, aside from the high-speed regeneration, he'd won the first round with relative ease. He could tell it still wasn't using its full power, so what exactly was it? It obviously wasn't a Jillian, and based on the pictures he'd seen, it was too small to be an Ajuchas, which was even stronger than a Jillian. The only possibility left was the most powerful Vastolords, but he couldn't be sure until he knew the full extent of its powers. And what was its connection with the disappearances? Ichigo honestly couldn't think of a motive for it to be here. Hey, what are you exactly? And what are you doing here in the first place? There's nothing for you here, Ichigo asked, although he didn't expect an answer. True enough, it said nothing, except emit a low, throaty growl. He felt its spiritual pressure start to rise again, shortly before it pitched forward with yet another ear-splitting roar. Cursing, Ichigo rushed at it, not planning letting it go on the offensive. He chopped down, but only managed to kick up more dirt as the hollow sidestepped effortlessly before countering for Ichigo's head. He hastily ducked under and swung low. The hollow brought its arm swinging across, the two blades crashing together. Ichigo drew back his sword and swung again, this time two-handed to add more power. The threat was blocked again by the hollow's arm, but this time, the added power allowed Ichigo to push it back. It leapt away as Ichigo pushed forth a burst of Ryatsu, the resulting swing barely missing its target. Not letting up, he charged after it. This time, it was a fraction of a second too slow, and he scored a diagonal hit down its chest. It made no sound as it moved farther away. Ichigo stayed put, anticipating its next move. Then, the hollow stopped and started charging again. Ichigo tensed in response, but froze when a crimson glow materialized between the two horns. He hesitated for a moment before realizing that it was about to launch a Zero. That hesitation almost proved costly, for right then, the hollow launched a crimson, cone-shaped Zero straight at him. With no time to do anything else, Ichigo pulled back Zangetsu and yelled, "Getsuga Tensho," swinging it forward and releasing his attack. The two energies collided mere meters away from Ichigo with a resounding bang, throwing up a cloud of smoke and staggering Ichigo. Ichigo had no time to admire what a close shave that was before the hollow burst through the cloud, its arm already drawn back to strike. Its speed allowed Ichigo just enough time to bring his sword up to block, but this time, he wasn't fast enough. He felt a brief jolt of pain as the hollow's blade sliced open his forearm, but immediately disregarded it as the hollow began lashing out furiously. A frustrated Ichigo could do nothing but defend and wait for an opening. He didn't want to use Bankai unnecessarily, but at this rate, it was probably the only choice he had. Right now, he still couldn't understand why he felt like he was fighting a Shinigami. Minos were still hollows, albeit much more powerful ones, but this hollow's style was nothing like the roughness and brutality of hollow combat. Finally, he spotted an opening. As the hollow slashed again, Ichigo ducked under the attack and pounced a little to the right, catching the hollow just above its abdomen with an extended Zangetsu as he passed. It struck deep, and the hollow roared in anger as Ichigo rolled away. Smirking, he spun round and moved out his palm. "Heido number 33, Sokatsui," he yelled, putting in as much Ryatsu as he could, and a blue-colored flame wave exploded from his palm. Before he could decide on his next move, he suddenly heard a familiar voice yelling, "Ichigo! Move!" Without hesitation, he dove to one side as he felt a wave of cold air flash past him. 2 minutes earlier. At long last, Rukia and Toshiro reached the clearing in time to witness the two battles. Directly in front of them was Tosen, who was still steadily killing off hollows, who by now were down to about 15. Above them, they could see Ichigo engaged in battle with a solitary being that was slowly pushing him back as he was forced to defend. "Mei, Sodi no Shirayuki," Rukia said without hesitation as she stepped forward, only to find Toshiro blocking her with an arm across her shoulder blades. "No. Not with Taicho in that close proximity," Toshiro said. Despite the situation, Rukia huffed in annoyance. "Of course I'm not going to use Sodi no Shirayuki when Ichigo's in the way, but you can't expect me to just sit back, right?" "True, but in case you haven't noticed, whoever Taicho is fighting appears to have the upper hand, but Taicho hasn't even used his Bankai." Recognizing his point, Rukia lowered her sword. "So we don't do anything? Neither captain appears to need any help." "We shall be on standby in case they do," Toshiro replied. As they watched, Tosen was finally down to 2 hollows, and Ichigo had just ducked and shot past the hollow, sending a spurt of blood flying. Making a split-second decision, Rukia rushed forward, ignoring Toshiro's cries of, "Kuchiki." Shooting up to mid-air, Rukia stabbed at the imaginary ground 4 times just as Ichigo's Sokatsui engulfed the hollow in a large wave of blue flame, illuminating the area. Immediately, she shouted, "Ichigo! Move!" As a sign of their trust, Ichigo didn't bother turning around or questioning her, and immediately dove aside as she yelled, "Sugi no Mai, Hakuren." An avalanche of cold air surged forward, acting as a follow-up to Ichigo's Kido and leaving a line of ice in its wake. Eventually, the mist settled to reveal that Rukia's aim was true, and so was Ichigo's. The hollow, its right arm badly damaged, was encased in solid ice. Seizing the opportunity, Ichigo rushed up to the hollow, and not a moment too soon. A large crack began forming just as Ichigo sank the sword into the hollow's head. He held it there for a moment before pulling it back out. Immediately, the ice broke, and the hollow crumpled to the ground. Ichigo allowed himself a sigh of relief. This threat was over, hopefully putting a big dent in the plans of whoever was responsible. Pausing for a moment to admire the rest of the ice, he turned to Rukia. "Nice shot," he said with a smirk. Rukia shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, it didn't look like you'd be able to defeat it, so I stepped in." "Sure. I had it all under control," he countered. Toshiro then appeared directly next to them. He glanced at the hollow before saying, "Taicho, everything okay?" Ichigo nodded. I assume Rukia dragged you here, since I doubt you would have disobeyed my orders on your own. He glanced at Rukia, whose blush was a good enough answer, but her posture was now noticeably less tense than earlier. Well, I thought you'd probably want some help, Rukia gave an excuse. She didn't mention her desperation to get her. Seeing the look of concern on her face, Ichigo opted not to continue. Instead, he gave her a small reassuring smile, which she returned. Well, I would have called you, but time was of the essence here, he said truthfully. Thanks for coming though, despite how late it is. You got hit, Rukia pointed out, spotting Ichigo's bloodied arm. Ichigo waved it away. It's just a scratch, nothing more. Kurosaki, what's your situation? A deep voice suddenly spoke up. All 3 10th Division officers turned to see Tosen walking towards them, his shihakusho slightly torn and dusty, but otherwise unhurt. Well, Ichigo gestured at the hollow. The threat has been disposed of, but while it appears to be the focal gathering point for the hollows, I believe it wasn't here on its own accord. Tosen nodded. Indeed. It would appear that the responsible party has made their escape and left this welcoming committee for us. Ichigo scowled. We came here for an investigation, but ended up in a fight. We better find more evidence here. Tosen nodded in agreement. In that case, let us carry on. As Tosen walked off, trying to detect foreign traces of Ryatsu, Ichigo returned Zangetsu to its sealed form and turned to Rukia and Toshiro, both with questioning looks on their faces. Thanks for coming all this way even though I didn't ask you to, Ichigo said again, directing a small smile at Rukia. Since you're here, I suppose I should get you 2 up to speed about what's happening here. There have been reports of multiple pluses disappearing with their clothes still left behind around this area, so Tosen Taishu and I were sent here to investigate, but as you can see, we walked into a huge group of hollows instead. Hopefully, that's the last of them. We're here to search for any possible evidence to identify the mastermind behind all this trouble. What about the hollow you fought? Rukia asked. We could feel its Ryatsu from districts away. Beats me, Ichigo replied. I haven't encountered one like this before. I'll need to speak with Kuratsuchi Taishu about it, maybe he can shed some light on this. He turned round. But for now, let's, ugh. Without warning, Ichigo's vision flashed and blurred as an excruciating pain exploded in his head, making him GG and stumble. It felt as if someone was drilling a hole through his temple, the pain pulsing through his head. He froze for a moment before trying to straighten up, but another explosion of pain set off in his head, and he gave a small cry of pain, clutching his head and falling to his knees. Rukia and Toshiro froze in mute horror. Ichigo, what dash? Ichigo held up a hand. I'm fine. He choked out, but the effort was enough to send another pulse of pain through him, it. His mind in a haze, he tried moving into his inner world, but found himself forcibly ejected from it as Zangetsu sounded like he was in pain as well. Any attempts to communicate with his Zanpakuto spirit were rebuffed, and he thought he heard a cackling laugh. Something within him was suffocating him, desperately trying to come forth. Meanwhile, Rukia was watching in terror, her mind still trying to process what was going on. The only thing she knew was, Ichigo was in immense pain, yet there appeared to be nothing she could do, and his MMS of pain were stabbing at her heart. Just when she thought her fears about something going wrong were allayed, they were now crashing back in tenfold, and she was getting more and more desperate. What is going on here? Tosen shouted as he appeared next to them. No one answered him, because no one knew how to. Ichigo heaved. I'm fine. He said again. It's just a little dash. His words were cut short as he heaved again, and suddenly, a white substance spewed from his mouth. Ichigo. Rukia screamed as she finally lost it, rushing forward to him, only to find herself getting restrained by Toshiro. Kuchiki. Get back. It's not safe, he said through gritted teeth. To hell with that. We need to do something, she snapped. And just what the hell do you plan on doing? Toshiro shouted back, still slowly dragging her back. Do you even know what to do? Don't lose it just because Taicho is in pain, or you'll just make things worse. As they watched, the white substance, instead of pooling on the ground, began covering Ichigo's face. His Ryatsu was becoming more and more chaotic, dropping drastically in 1 second before shooting up in the next. Just then, 3 more Ryatsu signatures blinked in behind the onlookers. It was their backup, Captain Soifon, Byakuya and Aizen. What the hell is going on? Soifon demanded. We received word from Kuratsuchi Taishu of Kurosaki Taishu engaging a high-powered hollow in battle. What's happening to Kurosaki Taishu? The white substance was now flowing onto Ichigo's arm, solidifying around it and swelling it to a grotesque size. He collapsed to the ground, clearly unconscious, for his Ryatsu was still flaring wildly. He's turning into a hollow. Byakuya said, the shock showing on his face. He was, for once, at a complete loss for words. Indeed, Ichigo's Ryatsu was now in turmoil, a powerful mess that resembled the primitiveness of a hollow's mind, and the white substance on his face was formed in the shape of a hollow mask. We need to get Kurosaki Taishu medical aid immediately. Aizen said. Still stunned by what was happening to her bow, Rukia tuned out the heated debate, for like them, she had no idea what to do, and it was tearing at her. It was the sound of a sword getting unsheathed that drew her back to her surroundings. No, we must deal with Kurosaki Taishu like we do with other hollows before he has the chance to turn on us, Soifon said, stepping forward as she drew her Zanpakuto. Her eyes seeing red, Rukia had moved in front of Soifon with Sodi no Shirayuki drawn at the female captain before her mind registered her actions. Kuchiki? What the hell are you doing? Stand down. Soifon demanded in surprise. Don't you dare touch Ichigo. Rukia snarled. What was left of her rationality was telling her that drawing her sword against a captain was a death sentence, but her mind was in turmoil, and she acted on instinct. Ichigo wasn't going to turn on them. He would be able to control it, she was sure of that. Rukia, enough. Byakuya said, his voice indicating no room for negotiation, but Rukia didn't budge. Kuchiki, this is your last warning. Stand down or I will put you down like the foolish weakling you are. Soifon barked. Just then, a loud squelching sound coming from behind her drew everyone's attention back to Ichigo. To everyone's surprise, a dark-skinned woman with long purple hair had suddenly materialized right next to Ichigo, and one of her hands were embedded into his stomach. With her other hand, she tossed a small, circular object into the air, which glowed and expanded in size, revealing a set of shoji doors. The woman smirked at the party of onlookers who had been stunned by her sudden appearance. So sorry. I'll be taking him with me. Then, she suddenly scowled. Trust me. You're gonna regret this decision. And immediately, with Ichigo still in her arms, she disappeared through the shoji doors. Her sudden appearance hadn't lasted 5 seconds and she was gone. Yoyorichi-sama. Soifon said in shock, the sudden appearance of her long-lost mentor momentarily stunning her. Hours later, Byakuya would have been seething at the fact that his former mentor and personal tormentor had once again gotten the better of him, but right now, he was too surprised to make a move to stop her. The remaining 2 captains, however, were well aware of who her last cryptic sentence was directed at. However, they couldn't show that yet, so they too pretended to act surprised. As for the 2 remaining Shinigami, the appearance of a stranger whom they'd only heard of by name made them uncertain of what to do next. However, it was Rukia that snapped out of her daze first, and seeing the woman disappearing through the shoji doors with Ichigo, she made an instant decision. She rushed after them.